Alien Arrivals, the Galactic Mage series, Book 4, written by John Daulton, narrated by David Botcher. Chapter 1. Perny woke in the darkness, her cheek damp where it lay upon something soft. She knew she was awake because her eyes were open. She blinked a few times, but there was nothing to see. The smell of damp stones surrounded her, mixed with a hint of sea air, as it had been when she'd gone to sleep. Voices murmured from around a bend. They belonged to the elves, and that old woman with them. The three of them sat a few paces beyond the small chamber where Perny was. Guarding her, she knew. The elves were the ones who had taken her. She'd tried to fight them off, to escape and run free. She even bit the Queen's elf Shadesbreath on the hand, a good bite that drew green blood. Elves were salty and tasted like the sea. She sat up and looked in the direction of the sound. Somewhere in the darkness, a passage led from this small chamber into the outer one, but no light defined its opening. She didn't want to go out there and talk to them anyway. That's what they wanted. She wasn't going to give them anything they wanted. Ever. But she was hungry. So perhaps she would have to in the end. Petulant lips pouted, unseen in the blackness, as she debated what to do. The stubborn side at war with the hungry side. A battle between mind and body. Inevitably, body won. Shadesbreath, in his black leather armor, dagger hilts protruding everywhere, sat upon a stool of carved coral near a boulder, watching as Perny's head poked out of the dark passage. He watched her as she emerged, already looking her way as if waiting for her all along. He glanced across the boulder which served as a table for all assembled there, to where Seawind sat. The two elves nodded. Seawind even managed something like a smile as the corners of his mouth grew a hair's width wider into his pale green cheeks.
"So, little one, you have decided to come into the light,"
said the third figure seated there, a human woman of indeterminate years, many of them. She was wrapped in leather armor as brown as bark, and which matched the color of her eyes so perfectly it had to be by design.
"My elven friends suggested you wouldn't be doing so for another half-day."
Perny frowned at the woman, but didn't say anything. She scanned the tabletop of the boulder in search of food. There was nothing there.
"I'm hungry,"
she said, stepping out into full view.
"You better not let me starve, or Mr. Daulton will come and burn you to ash."
The old woman laughed, a long and throaty thing, her head tipped back and a few loose strands of gray hair dangling like vines around her neck.
"Oh, I should think you would at that," the woman agreed. "But don't you worry about going hungry, young miss. We haven't brought you all this way to starve you to death."
She turned in her seat, an orange and brown bit of coral work to match those upon which the elves sat, and took up a small leather sack lying near her feet. She tossed it to Perny, who caught it naturally.
"There, child, is enough to keep you for a week."
Perny frowned at them all again, the three strange figures sitting there watching her, then pulled at the mouth of the sack and peered inside. It smelled of fish. She opened it further and found within a tightly packed block of fish strips, salted and dry. She looked up at the three of them.
"I have to eat this for a week?"
"You'll get used to it," the woman said. "The elves, for all their finery with wine and long lives, have not the patience for quality cuisine. I've had to make do on my own. After the first 50 years or so, you get over the old cravings. Food becomes fuel, and little more. You will enjoy the fruits of the island, though. Those more than make up for what you've grown used to in the past."
Perny's thoughts flickered back to the heaping tables put forth by Kettle, the old kitchen matron back home, and the only mother Perny had ever known. The stout old woman would have a fit if she knew what the elves intended to serve as Perny's permanent repast.
"Well, I don't want to get used to it."
Her gaze flickered towards Shadesbreath. Her eyes narrowed. She looked to see where she'd bitten him on the hand, but there was no sign of the injury anymore.
I want to go home.
You have already been told that is not going to happen, Drahana Akai,
said Seawind, as Shadesbreath quietly studied her.
It is best if you settle in.
I don't want to settle in. I want to go home. When Mr. Daulton finds out where you've taken me, you'll see. This whole cave will be filled with fire, and Sir's dragon will gobble you up alive and chew your bones to dust. Just you wait and see.
Sir Daulton has already been informed, and the Queen of Kerr has already acknowledged our right to take you. You are here because you are the bodyguard, protector of the High Seat, chosen by Titlereath himself.
I'm not a bodyguard. I'm only a girl. Even I know that. Kettle always said that elves are supposed to be smart, but that doesn't seem very smart to me.
The old woman laughed. The elves seemed incapable of it.
You are correct, child, the woman said. You are not a bodyguard, at least not entirely. One day, though, perhaps one day soon, if my friend Shadesbreath has the right of it about you.
I don't want to be a bodyguard. I want to go home.
That is not possible.
Perny pulled out a strip of saltfish and nibbled on it. It wasn't as bad as she'd thought it would be. They watched her eat. The old woman rose and went out for a time, then came back with a silver goblet filled to the brim with water.
Here, child, drink.
Stop calling me child. My name is Perny.
She would have refused the water as a show of defiance, but the saltfish required that she drink, leaving the name issue as the only convenient one for the display.
I am Jovive.
Perny thought the name sounded weird, like there was something stuck in the woman's mouth. She might have laughed at it another time.
If you let me,
the woman said, leaning down and putting her hands on her knees,
I'll show you how to use your magic.
I don't need you to show me how. Master Grimswaller is my teacher back at magic school, and once I'm done with my lessons, Master Daulton said I could be his apprentice.
Well, Master Daulton is going to have to find another apprentice, because Titlereath has plans for you.
Perny scowled up at Jovive then, her eyes narrow, feral. If she were a cat, she would have hissed. The old woman watched her silently, the two of them watching back and forth. They might have stayed that way for hours, had not Perny been distracted by the pink edges of the woman's eyelids. Bright pink. So bright they seemed lit from within. They reminded Perny of raw meat. A few eyelashes still grew from them, the last and hardiest weeds clinging to the ground in which nothing else could grow. Time had killed the rest. Perny had always thought of cattle as old, but this woman redefined aging. Perny had never seen a woman that looked as old as Titaman, the ancient magician who had presided over Calico Castle for most of Perny's life. A man rumored to have been approaching an 800th birthday, had he lived another pair of years. Jovive noticed Perny's distraction as it began to glaze her eyes. She watched as Perny's thoughts turned inward. She smiled patiently and looked up to her elven companions.
She is still very young.
No younger than you were when you arrived, said Seawind, and she is far more accomplished than you were at that age. Far more, and in many ways. Yours was better magic, surely, but you had nothing on her with a knife.
Jovive nodded at that. There was no question about Perny on that account. She'd heard the stories of the young girl's ferocity during an orc invasion on Calico Castle. The child possessed every instinct of a killer, and she had the courage of all the greatest predators. She would make a powerful Sava an Lansum for the High Seat. Perny heard them talking about her. She knew grown-ups well enough to recognize when they were trying to talk over her head. She made a face, mostly to herself, and pulled another stick of fish out of the pouch. Jovive considered her for a bit longer, then returned to the table that was a boulder. She drew in a long breath, looking up at the ceiling not far above. Perny followed her gaze, tilting her head as she regarded the flecks of pyrite sparkling in the dark brown stone, like stars of pale gold,
Is that gold?
she asked, pointing with a half-eaten bit of fish.
No, child, but it does look that way.
I said stop calling me child. I'm 9 years old. I'll be 10 at the end of the summer.
But you are a child. That's what being 9 is.
I've fought orcs, you know. I've even killed some before, just like grown-ups do.
Yes, that is why you are here.
Orcs?
In a manner of speaking.
I hate orcs.
Everyone does.
That made her think. Somehow she expected more arguments from them.
Elves aren't afraid of orcs,
Perny pointed out, looking to the elves sitting silently nearby.
So why should they hate them?
Are you afraid of them?
Perny had to think about that. She didn't want to be afraid of them, but they were very scary. They had huge, long teeth, and their lower jaws stuck forward in terrible ways. Their skin was green, greener than the pale shades of the elves, green like the leaves of oak trees and the needles of pines. Some were lighter hues, like pond scum. She'd seen one that might have been the color of earwax once, had it not had just that touch of green. Perny thought they were green in a way that seemed an insult to forests, grass, and even weeds. They were mean, and they ate people when they could. They'd almost eaten her once. And it was true that she had killed a few in the raid on Calico Castle, but she'd been terrified. She didn't want to admit that she was afraid. Not to this old woman with the pink-rimmed eyes, and the 2 pale green elves sitting there.
No,
she said.
I'm not afraid.
Hummed Jovive.
We shall see about that.
She turned to Seawind, who had already gotten up. He left the chamber, his movements fluid and graceful. He wore a suit of scale mail armor that appeared to be made of leaves, silent leaves that rippled as if stirred by the wind as he walked away. He left through a passage whose entrance was at such an angle that Perny hadn't known it was there. She watched him vanish through it as if he'd simply walked into the stone. She went over to it, peered around it as if looking around a dressing screen. Seawind was just rounding a bend in a narrow tunnel leading away. She turned back to Jovive with her lips twitching from side to side.
Where are we?
You are on Fel an Ital. It is one of many islands in the elfin lands of String. In the common tongue of your homeland, Kerr, Fel an Ital means Island of Hunters.
What kind of hunters? I'm a hunter. I hunt all the time.
She reached down to her waist, feeling for the homemade sling that was usually wound around her as a belt.
You took my sling, she accused. Give it back.
We took your necklace as well.
Perny reached up to her throat and felt for the small pickaxe amulet that had hung there by a leather thong.
That's mine too,
she snapped.
You give it back. That was a present from Master Spadebreaker. It has magic in it, and Master Daulton says I can keep it. You give it to me right now.
You can have it back when you are able to use it properly.
I can use it just fine.
She tried to intimidate Jovive with crossed arms and an icy glare, but the old woman's face was as immutable as the stone all around. Seawind came back into the room, leading a prisoner in chains. Perny let out a cry and scrambled back so suddenly she struck the wall, her eyes wide with fright. The prisoner was an orc.
So you are afraid,
said Jovive, though there was no condemnation in her voice.
I thought as much.
Perny stood stiffly, as if pinned to the wall.
You'll have your magic weapon back when you can face this creature without the fear that fills you now. Not sooner.
Perny barely heard the words. She could only gape at the orc. The fact that it was battered and worn-looking made no difference to her. It was an orc, the most horrible of all creatures. Man-like. Men who ate men. She shuddered, a whole-bodied tremor from head to toe. The orc looked up at her, saw her through glassy eyes. She was sure she saw hatred there. Or at least that's what she convinced herself was there. In truth, the orc made no movements, no aggressive acts. No expression came upon its broad green face at all. Another observer might have reckoned the orc looked tired, worn out. Perny, however, did not, and she remained where she was, teetering on the brink of flight. To where, she had no idea.
"Take the pet away," Jovive said. "You've seen what you needed to see."
Seawind and the other elf, Shadesbreath, who served as the royal assassin to the Queen of Kerr, exchanged glances once more before Seawind led the orc out of the room again. Perny was a few moments before she calmed herself.
"You must learn to face your fear,"
the old woman said, rising and coming once more to stand before Perny.
"The Sava-an Lansum cannot be afraid of an orc, not even an orc with magic. I will teach you not to fear them. When you are ready, you will face that one and defeat it on your own."
Perny's eyes went wide with fright again. She tried to summon up her courage, tried to remind herself how it felt to jam her tiny knife into the firm green flesh, but all she knew was fear. She'd been afraid the whole time she fought the orcs last time. It was as if the person who'd been in those fights hadn't been her, the frightened her who lived behind her eyes and who had looked out and watched as someone else operated her hands and feet that day. It was someone else who had stabbed and stabbed and stabbed. When it was done, when the screaming and bleeding was over, the inside Perny had come back out, bringing the fear with her. Jovive seemed to see all of that. It was as if the old woman looked right in through Perny's blue-eyed windows and saw it too, even felt it. Her expression softened, and she got down on her knees. She leaned back, resting on her heels, and smiled.
"You won't fear them when you are through, I promise. That is the gift of the Sava-an Lansum. You will see. You will hunt without fear. Fight without fear. You will decide the fate of humans, elves, and orcs. This I promise."
The two elves stood and said it too. "This I promise," each one of them repeated in turn. What remained of fright was washed away by the oddity of what she'd just seen. They both looked so severe. Perny's lips twitched from side to side again as she contemplated all of it. She looked back to Jovive, who remained seated on her heels.
"So, what does Seven Lansum mean?"
"Sava-an Lansum,"
Jovive replied, pronouncing the elven words phonetically.
"It means Assassin of the Veil."
Perny looked suddenly to the royal assassin standing there beside Seawind. Shadesbreath, the bodyguard of the Queen of Kerr. That was the only assassin she'd ever seen, the only one she'd ever heard about.
"You mean—"
She began sorting it out, and unable to help a certain flicker of giddiness, eagerness shaping itself from the possibilities.
"You mean I get to be like him?"
"If you are up to it, which we will have to see."
Perny frowned down at her at that.
"I can do anything if I want to," she said. "Kettle told me so 1,000 times."
As I said, we shall see. As I said, we shall see."
Perny was sure she saw Shadesbreath smile before he turned away. Chapter 2. Perny stood amongst 20 elves beneath a jungle canopy that spread high above her and seemed as if it must never end. A warm, sweet-smelling humidity hung heavily in the air, filled with the calls and cries of birds and creatures for which Perny had no mental imagery. Of the elves, Seawind was the only one among them that she recognized. They were all male, not a single female in the lot, not even Jovive, who Perny hadn't seen in at least a day. With her absence came the absence of anything resembling a kind look or sympathetic eye. There were only stern stares and a smattering of derisive smirks.
"So, young Sava,"
Seawind began, striding toward her as he spoke,
"today is your first hunt. Today we will see what you are made of."
Perny looked to the slender black shafted spear he carried, then glanced around at the rest of the group as well. Each elf held a spear, just like the one Seawind had.
"Where's mine?"
she asked, reaching out for his somewhat hopefully. He pulled it out of reach, shaking his head as he spoke.
"You've got no need for one of these just yet, Sava. It will be enough if you can keep up with the rest of the hunt."
Perny glowered at him and looked back at the gathering elves again. One of them, a bit leaner of frame and smoother of skin than the rest, leaned forward and regarded her dubiously.
"Look at her. She's hardly even runs," he said, "skinny as a reed. She has no chance of running with us, and we all see it. She may be a human, but I see no point in getting her killed. Her people will complain and use it to begin the wars again."
"She will be fine, and I believe the humans have had enough war for now, friend Sandu. Their lands are still damp with the blood of the dead, as is the ink still wet upon their treaties."
"Well, I don't die to save her. She is your responsibility, Seawind, not ours."
Seawind inclined his head slightly, a gentle nod in acknowledgement. "Let's be off," said an elf standing beside Sandu. In the time it took Perny to turn her gaze from him toward Seawind, the rest of them were gone. Only the subsiding movements of a few broad leaves and low branches marked where they had disappeared into the jungle. She couldn't hear them running at all.
"Good luck," Seawind said. "Keep up as best you can. Now run."
He ran off after the rest, gone so fast she had no time to call out that he might wait and tell her where to go. He moved like a deer, darting away in an instant, and in moments he and his green-leaf armor were gone after the others, vanished into the mass of greenery. Perny stared after him, trying to make sense of what she saw. The criss-crossing tree trunks, the dangling vines, the upthrust fronds and brambles and shovel-shaped leaves of so many unfamiliar plant varieties. She'd spent her entire childhood roaming freely in a forest that was just as large as this, she was sure, but despite all that time and experience, nothing in Great Forest had prepared her for this. The whole jungle seemed a great bramble of entangled everything. But still, the elves had run right off through its density, and they were all bigger than she. If they could, she could. And so off she went, running right after them. She sprinted through the section of jungle Seawind had vanished into, slapping aside the leaves and leaping through the dense patches of dewy ferns. She fought off the tangling vines as she ducked and darted under and around great limbs and tree trunks, completely hidden beneath blankets of ivy. She leapt over puddles that splashed warm water when she landed short on the far sides. She wove her way around large clumps of thorny bushes, and had to slow and scoot sideways through a thick patch of odd, bulbous things that sprouted long, narrow leaves shaped like sword blades, and which were just as sharp. By the time she came out the other side, she was crisscrossed with red lines of blood on her face, neck, legs, and arms. But still she ran. She ran as fast as she could. She startled creatures large and small as she ran. Brightly colored birds squawked and flapped noisily out from hiding places near her head, and a small group of brown and orange-striped foxes went scooting for cover as she plunged through a clearing suddenly. At the far end of it, a dozen huge black birds, crows with reptilian heads, flew up like slicks of tar as she ran at them, the lot of them rising together from the half-eaten and rotting carcass of something very large, and by its stench, long dead. These startled her, and put a fresh burst of speed into her wild, careening pursuit of the hunting elves. She continued to crash into the jungle depths after them, her breathing growing louder as she leapt and scrambled through vegetation that was completely alien to her, not only unlike any she'd ever seen, but unlike any she'd ever imagined. Some of them made noise. Others grabbed for her, or bit at her, or threw up strange clouds of spores, which she knew well enough to avoid. She saw plants fighting with one another. She saw plants fighting with animals. She even saw one plant eating some sort of wild pig, the stout body of the animal half swallowed, as if by a python, wrapped up in a roll of wide yellow leaves like a cigar. She paused long enough to watch the pig until it stopped thrashing. She shuddered, and ran on. She had to fight her way through a thorny thicket, and when she burst through it, she tumbled down a steep embankment and landed with a splash in the stream. When she rolled to a stop, she sat up, one eye twitching and the corner of her mouth curling into a snarl, intent on being in a mood. But no sooner had she blinked the water from her eyes than she found herself nose to horn with a giant rhino, which stared back at her with its tiny little eyes and huffed a hot, wet breath at her, coating her with slime. This made her forget about moodiness. She squealed and scrambled back, the sweet smell of chewed grass in her nostrils and a greenish film slicking her face. Sidling up the creek, she slowly worked her way farther and farther upstream, until she found a place where the trees grew too close together for the rhino to pursue, or at least she hoped they did. With heart pounding, she inched a little closer to the trees. Then, finding a burst of courage, she took her eyes off the rhino and charged once more into the verdant maze of the jungle all around. As she ran, she listened for sounds of the rhino's pursuit as much as she listened for any sound of the hunting elves. Preoccupied as she was, it was only by purest reflex that she was able to duck beneath the spear thrust of the giant mantis that tried to stab her through. She saw the blur of movement, yellow like maple leaves in the fall, a blur against the green and yellow of flowering vines. She sensed the movement more than she really saw it, in the way one sees normal things, and with that gift of reflex with which natural athletes are blessed, she managed to tumble aside and roll under one of the arcing roots of an enormous rosewood tree. The mantis jabbed at her again. She slipped back under another protective arc, the whole of the root like a great wooden serpent rising in and out of the soil in waves. Her assailant stabbed once more. Splinters of wet wood flew. Perny dove back the other way. This time, the mantis's spiked limb thrust itself a hand's width deep into the hardwood flesh of the tree root, allowing Perny to roll to her feet. She spun round and got her first good glimpse of her attacker, an insect twice as tall as she was, working to yank itself free, having struck so violently its spiked forelimb was stuck in the root. It jerked at its caught extremity, scrambling with the 5 that remained free for purchase to brace itself. Its spindly legs articulated like fingers made of sticks, and its angled feet thumped on the mossy jungle floor. It turned its head toward her, facing her, its huge eyes staring down at her, emotionless and watching. They gleamed wetly in the filtered morning light, each eye shaped like an inverted tear bubbling out of its triangular head. Its mandibles opened slowly, just once, then closed, giving the impression of its having licked its lips. It looked back to its work, yanking at the trapped spear tip of its forelimb. Perny knew better than to wait and see how long that extrication took, and without another thought, she was off and running yet again. She sprinted for all her skinny little legs were worth, her little heart pounding in her chest as she stretched every stride to its fullest. Perhaps at this pace she would catch the elves soon. She burst out of a thick stand of trees and ran up a short incline, coming upon a wide patch of ferns. They were big ones, bright green and nearly as tall as her waist, with delicate leaves all intertwined, transparent together like a vast silk screen. The gentle rise and fall of them all had the effect of a green mist clinging to the ground. She searched for sign of the elves, but found none. She risked a glance back over her shoulder to see if the mantis was closing in, but the jungle was so dense and so dripping with vines and ivy that she couldn't see more than a few paces into it, the rest an impenetrable mass of unchecked growth. Still, she heard something back there, something slapping leaves and snapping limbs, so she ran on. It didn't matter whether it was the rhino or the insect. She ran through the ferns and found, as she did, that they threw up clouds of strange yellow dust. It got in her eyes and blurred them some, but it didn't sting. It tasted sweet, like citrus in honeyed tea. She kept on as best she could, but she startled something living beneath the ferns, something big, which ran heavily across her feet, a cascading passage of many, many pointy feet. She caught a glimpse of something greenish-gray, and then traced its path by the rustling of the ferns, headed off in a direction to her left. Whatever it was, it moved with astonishing speed. She was glad that whatever it was running from her rather than after her. She was certain she could not have gotten away. She shuddered, but pressed on in her chase, running once more through the ferns, stirring up the powdery fluff. Twice more, something brushed against her legs, and twice more, she saw it, or them, run off and disappear beneath the cloud of ferns. The fourth time it happened, she tripped over it and fell, crashing into the ferns and landing face first into the powder beneath the misty fronds. She found herself in another world of sorts, a jungle canopy in miniature, one that existed beneath the larger one. The ground was covered by a layer of the yellow dust, soft, like crushed chalk. She looked around in the filtered light and saw that there were creatures everywhere, long, flat creatures that seemed to hug the ground with what had to be at least 100 long, slender legs. They reminded her of the centipedes back home, only these were much larger than those by far. A pair of them skittered closer to her as she lay there, and she dared not move. They watched her through eyes that waved atop antenna-like appendages that sprouted from their heads. As they drew near, she could see that their bodies were segmented, and from the dull sheen of their gray and mottled pink backs, she thought they might be covered with some kind of shell. They emitted a twittering sound from mouths that were tiny compared to the rest of their bodies, almost absurdly so, barely as big as an apple seed, yet meant to feed a creature nearly as long as Perny was tall, and more than 3 handspans wide. Perny noted it and counted herself fortunate, for it seemed unlikely that such creatures would eat meat, at least not meat as large as Perny. However, she wasn't completely comfortable yet, given the way they were looking at her. Others were coming too, the chorus of their vocalizations coming in response to the first two. Perny looked out across the micro-jungle she'd fallen into, and realized that she was being surrounded by the strange creatures, or at least nearly so, and she had to throw off the natural curiosity that had left her there staring as she was. She climbed to her feet and found that she was somewhat dizzy. She blinked to clear her eyes. One of the creatures touched her leg. With a shriek, she sprinted for the trees again, but found that she was having trouble seeing where she ran. Twice she ran straight into giant tree trunks, and a third time she tripped over a fallen limb and went sprawling into a patch of mud. The 100-legged creatures were everywhere. She staggered down a steep embankment, trying to grasp limbs, vines, or trunks for balance as she stumbled along. Every time she touched one, there were the soft touches of those many legs upon her heels, the chattering twitter in her ears. Glancing around, she spotted a rock nearby, small enough to lift, but big enough to use against one of these strange bugs. She went to it and bent to pick it up, and as she did, one of the creatures rushed at her and ran right up her back. It was heavier than she thought, and its weight bore her to the ground. She blinked, trying to see through her blurry eyes as the ground came up at her. She could feel all its legs moving upon her skin like so many staccato heartbeats as the creature skittered around. It stayed on top of her as she rolled, scrambling in place like the woodsmen did back home when they rode the logs down the river toward Leakant. No matter how she rolled to get out from under it, it stayed right on top of her. She stopped rolling, and with a thrust of her arms pushed it off, at least 20 of its pointy legs all waggling to hold onto her hands and wrists. She had to fight to break it loose, screaming and jerking and kicking at it until she was finally free. She ran back and picked up her rock. The creature was already there waiting for her. She smashed its head in with the rock. 2 more were behind her, one once again crawling up her back. The second one began climbing up the front of her legs, but she bashed it off with the rock as well, denting in 2 segments of its shell. She tried to shake off the one on her back, but it was too well placed, its gripping legs too efficient at holding on. She scanned around her everywhere, looking for something else she could use. She saw there was another stream a few 100 spans away. She wondered if the creatures knew how to swim. They were awfully heavy, but then So were horses, and Perney knew they swam just fine. But perhaps the creatures couldn't hold their breath. Perney could, and she could hold it for a good long time. She'd been practicing all her life. She threw down her rock and ran through the haze of her increasingly cloudy vision. She ran toward the gurgle of the water flowing over stone. The creature came around to her front, entangling her arms and covering her face. The second one, apparently not dead despite the bashed-in body plates, caught right back up to her with ease and entangled itself in her feet. Once again, she sprawled face first to the ground. The creature covering her face adroitly scrambled around her, logger-like, and managed to be on her back by the time she hit. She screamed as the second one also clambered aboard, and she soon realized the weight of them both was too great for her to stand. The first one slid around her ribs as she got to her hands and knees, and once again put itself right in her face. She saw the small mouth open right before her eye, only a vague black spot in the thickening goo that was her sight. Something was coming out of it, something short and sharp, but hollow at the tip. She screamed again and found a spasm of strength and rage. She teleported herself into the creek, some 20 paces away. She didn't do it on purpose. She couldn't even say how she'd done it, but it happened just like it had those times before, back at Calico Castle, like when she'd somehow teleported onto that orc's back as it was attacking Alton, like when she'd teleported out of harm's way in the fight upon the knoll as the orcs laid siege to their home, and like she'd done when she suddenly found herself teleported inside of Titamon's tower, all alone, with the orcs just down the stairs from her. It was her magic manifesting, nascent power, uncontrolled. But uncontrolled as it might be, it worked. She was out of their grips, but not out of danger, for the two creatures were immediately right at the edge of the stream. They'd run the distance almost as fast as she'd teleported. But perhaps this time it wasn't fast enough. They darted back and forth along the water's edge, but they didn't come in. Soon it was clear that they couldn't swim, or at least that they weren't so inclined. Perney grinned, relieved, even jubilant with the sudden victory. The magic victory. Master Alton would be proud when he found out. But the creatures weren't going away either. Worse, one of them ran upstream, streaking off at a speed nearly impossible to see, and then, a few moments later, it came back again on the other bank, cutting off her escape. On land, she was surrounded. She weighed her options. Obviously, she didn't want to go upstream, for there was something up there that had allowed one of the bugs to cross. That meant she could either stay where she was and wait for them to go away, or head downstream and hope for better luck. She stared off in the direction of the current, trying to see what might lie ahead. But the creek vanished, like everything else had today, into the green knots of the jungle. It occurred to her she was never going to find the elves. Downstream seemed the only option that didn't involve waiting helplessly, and who knew what the 100-legged bugs were going to do? They were obviously communicating with one another, so there was no telling how many more were on their way, which meant it was time to get moving. She lifted her feet and began to swim with the gentle current, her efforts and the flow moving her along at a pretty good clip. The creatures ran right alongside her. She hoped maybe they would run off when they got into the thicker part of the jungle, but they did not. They kept up with perfect ease, each of them running up and over obstacles. At one point, the one on Perney's right had to run off into the distance to get round the curve of stone that slowly rose up and became at first a sheer cliff, and then a slick overhang for a time. But it came back when Perney swam farther along. It ran right down the rock face once the overhang became simply vertical again, like a spider on a wall. And when the wall of stone diminished and became low, moss-covered bank again, it scrambled along as if nothing inconvenient had happened to it at all. The creatures stayed with her for the better part of what she gauged to be an hour, until finally the little stream meandered its way into a large pool, gently tumbling down a short slide of rocks, over which Perney slid before being dumped into the pool. She saw that 3 other streams also joined here, and it was with some hope that she looked back to see if her many-legged assailants were finally going to be thwarted by this watery impasse. Sure enough, both of them were atop the slope of the stone, neither willing to get their feet wet, apparently, and both staring down at her, waving their eyes on those long, sinuous eye-stalks, and emitting their strange twittering. She wondered what they were saying to one another as they looked down. She hoped they would remember not to mess with her again. Suddenly, as if startled, they both spun and ran away. The movement so fast their turning and departure made them look like vanishing puffs of smoke. Perny laughed. Finally. She also realized as they ran off that she could see again, and had been able to since she'd teleported into the creek. That was a fortunate accident, she thought. It must have been the powder in her eyes, she realized. What else could it be? A nasal, keening sort of sound spun her around to look behind her. 4 giant creatures, a little bit like dragons, but standing on just 2 legs, stared across the pool at her. The smallest of them could not be less than 3 spans high, and the largest one was pushing 5. They seemed to balance upon their tree-trunk legs, sort of stooped and tilting forward, with long tails that thrust out rigidly behind them and moved slowly side to side. Like the insects that had just been chasing her, these too had eyes that moved on long stalks, though not so long proportionately as the bugs had been, and all 8 of those eyes watched her as she trod water, considering her new predicament. She moved herself farther away, daring a glance down to see how deep the pool was. It was clear enough to see the bottom, no more than 4 spans deep. The big one could wade right in and get her if it wanted to. She slowly swam away from them, backing toward the opposite edge of the pool. Another nasal whine sounded from behind her. She turned to see another one of the monsters standing there. It stalked back and forth along the edge of the water, gnashing its teeth hungrily. From the side, she could see that it had stubby little wings on its back, like the wings of a bird that's just been hatched, wings that didn't seem to have grown with the rest of the creature. This one roared at her as it made its way back and forth along the edge of the pool. It continued to do so for quite a while, roaring and pacing. She couldn't get out downstream now either. Perny looked back and forth from the 4 to the 1. Hardly any difference when it came down to it. 4 or 1, she couldn't get past any of them. She looked back up the way she'd come, from atop the waterfall. She didn't think they could get up that. Maybe she could teleport again. She closed her eyes and tried to remember what she'd done all those other times. What she'd done to get out from under those wide, flat bugs with all their gripping legs. What she'd done to get to Master Daulton when the orc attacked. She thought and thought and thought. But nothing came. Still, she trod water in the center of the pond. She cursed Master Grimswaller for not teaching her how to use her teleportation magic. He'd been too busy teaching stupid healing instead. Healing flowers. Who cared about stupid flowers? Teleportation was real magic. It was magic like Master Daulton had. He was the greatest teleporter in all the world. A Z-ranked teleporter. The highest of the high. Nobody had that much power. And she was going to be his apprentice one day. Maybe after she finished learning how to be the Sava an Lansum. That wouldn't be so bad, learning that. They could teach her that first. Then she could go back and finish off that Earth woman Orly Pewter. Perny might have missed with the blaster when she tried to shoot Orly last time. But next time, there wouldn't be an elf to save her. Then Perny could marry Master Daulton as soon as she was old enough. She figured that would be pretty soon anyway. The loud gnashing of teeth of the strange dragons turned her toward the bank with the 4 monsters on it. There were figures moving all over them. It took her a moment to realize it, but it appeared that the monsters had suddenly broken out with a terrible case of elves. The 4 beasts, in that span of time Perny had spent in thought, had contracted the outbreak and were now crawling with elves, who filled the beasts' leathery hides full of spear holes. Perny watched in awe as a score of elves dispatched the monsters so quickly It was as if the great creatures were but the likenesses of themselves, illusions easily dismissed with the prod of a spear-point. They hardly had time to snap their jaws or swing their mighty tails around before they were all dead. And in the next set of breaths, 4 of the elves, just 4, ran around the pool, leapt the stream, and set themselves on the lone creature on the other side. It was dead in just over 12 seconds. Perny smiled as she watched. They were wonderful killers. She'd never seen anything like it, except in those few moments she'd watched the Queen's assassin, Shadesbreath, do his work, fighting to free her in the stairway beneath Titamon's rooms. There was a grace to their brutality that moved her like music, a song in harmony with her very soul. Not that she understood such things in such terms, of course, but she felt them, deeply. She was affected by what she saw as others are affected by great art or profound philosophy. By the time the elves were pulling her out of the water, she was laughing, just this side of hysterically. Chapter 3. Sir Alton Meade stood before his fiancée, Orly Pewter, staring open-mouthed at the Queen. Her Majesty, Queen Carol of Kerr, sovereign of all humanity on planet Prosperian, glared back down at the two of them from her throne, her expression implacable, cold as the marble columns rising to the ceiling high above.
"Absolutely not,"
Her Majesty said as she summed up her decision.
"The fact that Director Barry or anyone else in the Northern Trade Alliance, or frankly anyone on Earth at all, is willing to consider this idea is appalling. The hostiles killed hundreds of thousands of people on their world, too. I cannot fathom what the man is thinking. Perhaps he isn't. He is a kind soul. I gathered that about him immediately. Kindness is a fine thing, but when it is not convenient or prudent to practice it, I do not."
Orly swept a strand of platinum-blonde hair out of her eyes with her hand. The movement of her head, shaking incredulously as it had been for the last several minutes, kept putting the strand there.
"But, Your Majesty,"
she said,
"how can you say no after all that Bluefire has done for us? For everyone? If it weren't for her, both our worlds, Earth and Prosperian, would be destroyed. We remain alive because of her, and yet she is lying out there in space right now, all alone, in pain, suffering. Surely you can't intend to just leave her there like that?"
"I know very little of pain that can be suffered by these living planets of yours, Miss Pewter. The only one of my experience, your Bluefire has, in the end, done far more damage than good to humanity. You credit her with our salvation, but to be frank, were it not for her actions to begin with, all the people back on Earth would still be alive. Not to mention the entire lost population of that other planet, what was it called? Andalia. I believe your sympathies are misplaced, if not entirely, certainly to a ponderous degree, though I'll grant they do speak to your kind heart in their way, much as Director Bahri's do."
Orly began to speak again, but Her Majesty cut her off.
"Miss Pewter, that will be all. I've made my decision, and you begin to press the limits of your privilege, even as the—"
The pause was long as the Queen's eyes narrowed, her face taking on a cunning, almost predatory aspect for the span of a single heartbeat, before returning to its normal, stoic state.
"As the fiancée of the Galactic Mage."
Were it possible to fling dung at a word with the inflection of one's voice, it could be said such was done at the reference to their continued state of betrothal. Alton noted the tone, and by his posture and the long breath of air that slowly escaped his lips, the Queen knew full well his displeasure, as did all the courtiers along the edges of the great chamber. Such was the nature of that sigh that many of the silk-bedecked lords and lace-beplumed ladies all stopped in their own private conversations to watch should Her Majesty's wrathful scepter be made to fly. The War Queen, as she was known throughout the land, was not one to be sighed at like some child beneath the impatient eye of a beleaguered parent, and such was the nature of Alton's long and audible breath. They all paused, some slinking behind the protection of a colonnade, others behind the armored figure of a nearby officer of the army or the palace guard, watching and awaiting her certain ire.
"By the gods, Sir Alton!"
erupted the Queen, as if on cue.
"Don't you dare blow that insolent wind at me! I say, I will have you in chains if you make another such. Your title does not give you privilege to breathe your discontent at me."
Alton made a prudent inclination of his head.
"I'm sorry, Your Majesty. My frustration got the better of me." "I should say it did. You are fortunate that I adore you so, or I might have to sick my elf on you."
She glanced back over her shoulder to a space of wall behind her golden throne, which to all present appeared simply that, a space of wall, the veined amber hues of polished marble beneath the royal coat of arms. Despite the vacancy, all in attendance also knew who stood there, or at least who likely stood there, for that was the place where Shadesbreath waited in attendance to the Queen as her royal assassin. It was impossible to say if he was present or not, as always, but the mystery was, as Her Majesty often put it,
part of his charm.
"Thank you," Alton said, swallowing his irritation. She normally didn't put him through this sort of thing, which proved that she was still angry about the wedding that he and Orly had tried to deprive her of. For what else could the derisive sneer have been? And that might be of some use to him. If Her Majesty was still in a mood about his and Orly's having evaded her attempts to throw them a huge gala wedding, which she still held as a possibility now that he and Orly had been forced to put off their wedding aboard the spaceship, what with Perney's abduction barely a week ago, perhaps he could turn the misfortune into something of an advantage after all.
"I am grateful for Your Majesty's lenience,"
was all that he said.
"As you should be,"
said the Queen.
"Now do be a good boy, and go help your teleporter guildmates. I want my Space Post network underway. I'm in a fit of anticipation, awaiting the absolute colonization of outer space. My diviners do nothing day in and day out, but look for possibilities. I can hardly contain my enthusiasm. I feel as if I'm 20 again."
"Indeed, Your Majesty," Alton said, "the work has begun, and the Transportation Guild Service offices are abuzz with activity as we speak." Orly shifted uncomfortably next to him, her own agitation palpable. "However, my Queen, if I might be indulged a moment further on both regards, I would like to point out that there are issues of security involved with setting up TGS offices all across the galaxy. As you know, space travel is dangerous. It seems to me that the best way to ensure the safety of our people out there, particularly those manning the small TGS offices you intend to set up for our Earth friends, is to make as many allies, as many good, strong allies as we possibly can, which certainly means that we should make them out of all the known species that occupy our—" He turned to Orly, his brow furrowing as he struggled for the word. "What do you call our part of space?"
"Sector,"
she supplied.
"Yes, our sector."
He turned back to the Queen seated upon the dais above them on her golden throne. Were it not for the crimson velvet cushions, she, in her golden plate mail armor, might blend right in with her chair. Perhaps that was by design.
"My point, Your Majesty, is to say that I believe, as your Galactic Mage, that the most prudent course to ensuring the fastest and most thorough expansion of Her Majesty's influence and power throughout the stars would be to secure such relationships as are possible, whenever possible. Given that Blue Fire is one of only 4 planets we know about that supports any kind of life, it seems beyond essential that we do what we can to secure to our bosom as quickly as possible that rather significant 25% of them that Blue Fire represents, especially as hers is one that is still home to an intelligent species."
Her Majesty scowled down at him. Her eyes narrowed to slits, and for a time the movement in the galleries, which had just begun to relax and murmur again, once more tightened up behind the columns and armored folk. But then, just as the storm had begun upon the royal brow, it vanished, replaced by mirth.
"By the gods, Sir Alton, you've been in Crown City too long. You're starting to sound like one of us. I think I like the barefooted country boy better. At least I could see him coming when he thought to manipulate me. It appears your vision is still fine, my queen."
She laughed again.
"Oh dear, but you really are turning into a syrupy denizen of politics, aren't you? You're going to be as bad as Vorvington soon."
This, of course, reddened the face of the pudgy Earl of Vorvington, who stood in the gallery not far from the throne, as he regularly did. Alton smiled, his head tipping sideways and his eyebrows rising to acknowledge the truth of it.
"Fine, Sir Alton. I will indulge your idea to a point, though I will not give my approval for it. Besides, I've already spoken to Director Bahri about this issue. He has given his qualified permission on the condition that you do not attempt to move the other hostile's heart, or whatever it is you have planned, until all the dead hostile orbs, their husks, as it were, are removed from the Earth's solar system. Is that not correct, Miss Pewter?"
"Yes, Your Majesty," Orly said. "That was his condition. That, and that the NTA has emplacements built there before we try. He wants to be ready to destroy the heart chamber again, if things don't go according to plan."
"I believe you are forgetting his final condition,"
she said, a saccharine smile upon her lips.
"Yes, Your Majesty. There was one more. He also insisted that we do nothing without your consent."
"That is correct. And, my dear, your plans need a lot more massaging before I will consider it."
She shot a glance at Alton that suggested his suspicions about her motives might be right.
"I will, however, grant you permission to attempt to convince me again when you have put a little more work into the idea. Something besides the great bleeding of that kind heart of yours, Miss Pewter. I think you ought to do a good deal more looking into what it is you plan to do. You say you want to bring yellow fire back to life, but do you even know if the host world, the hostile you call red fire, is truly dead? You say that yellow fire has merely been dormant for 1,000,000 years, that blue fire's mate was just sleeping after some sunny accident rather than truly dead. And if we suppose it to be so, then what's to say that red fire hasn't simply been dormant these last 5 months, since you say you blew him up? What evidence do you have that your explosives worked? Or, for that matter, that any of what you plan to do next will work as well?"
Alton started to answer for Orly, his mouth opening reflexively, but he shut it without speaking. He had no way to confirm that the hostile world known as Red Fire, the world responsible for over 1,000,000 human deaths, was truly dead. The orbs attacking planet Earth had all stopped moving, their angry red colors turned to ashen gray. That had seemed like evidence enough, but perhaps it was merely circumstantial at best.
"Yes," said
the Queen, seeing the same expression on both faces before her.
"You don't know a great deal. And while my gratitude to Blue Fire is as vast as the galaxy itself, I think the two of you ought to go gather the facts before you press me for my permission on such a poorly planned and poorly researched epic undertaking. Make sure it's dead, Sir Alton, with absolute certainty. As the Galactic Mage, that is most assuredly your jurisdiction. And find out if the yellow one is actually still alive. I hardly think it befits my position to endorse an idea that is barely half-baked. Wouldn't you agree?"
Again came the cunning look, flitting as it did like a flung dart meant for Alton alone, the faintest narrowing of the royal eyes. She smiled, barely perceptibly, and the light coming through the stained-glass windows high above glinted beneath those lowered eyelids. Orly started to say something, but stopped. Alton was glad of that. Clearly she realized they'd just gotten Her Majesty to move from absolute no to something approaching a maybe.
"You are, as always, quite right, my queen," he said. "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Oh, stop it," the War Queen said. "You and I both know those words taste like bile upon your tongue. If I truly wanted another Vorvington, I'd simply get myself one. Miss Pewter, what is it your people call that duplication process I've been reading about? Was it cloaking? That can't be right."
"Cloning, Your Majesty,"
said Orly, with the first vestiges of a smile.
"Ah, yes, that was it. Cloning. I believe I would rather have the NTA scientists whip me up a whole batch of fat Vorvingtons than to see you turn to another fawning courtier, Sir Alton. Gods know I've more than enough backstabbing and arse-kissing as it is."
Alton grinned, but he kept the tilt of his head forward, slightly submissive all the same.
"Of course, my queen."
She laughed again, a great merry laugh that filled up the gilded hall to its gold-encrusted rafters. The bonds of tension that bound the courtiers burst at once, and they all laughed with her, some nervously, some simply out of joy that they'd not been struck by the flung scepter of royal outrage today. To be included in a mild insult was, by comparison, a great relief. The queen, when her fit of humor had passed, looked back at the two of them standing there and smiled. Her gaze passed from one to the next, then back again. Finally, it settled on Sir Alton. The smile faded to absolute seriousness.
"You play the game well, Sir Alton. And if you're smart about it, everybody wins. Everybody."
The smile returned as she waved them away with the royal scepter.
"Now be off with you, both of you. I'll hear not another word of this until you have something I can consider, something that won't make me look the fool in the eyes of posterity." "We will, your majesty, and thank you."
He bowed, Orley curtsied, and the two of them backed properly away. Alton kept his grin in check until they were well beyond the palace gates. They hadn't quite gotten what they'd come for, certainly not what Orley had had in mind, but they'd gotten more than he'd actually expected that they would, which was a start. Maybe there was hope for Blue Fire after all.
Chapter 4. The elves dashed off into the woods again, gone just as fast could be. Little Perny stood watching the last waggle of a young rubber tree as the motion of sea winds passing settled back to stillness again. This was her third day doing this, and she was convinced now that he did that purely for her benefit. She'd seen him move enough over these last few days to know that he didn't have to touch that tree if he didn't want to. Yesterday hadn't gone any better than the first day in terms of catching them, but she was determined to do it somehow. She thought perhaps it was those little things, those signs of dancing rubber trees, that she was supposed to look for to keep up. So, with a determined sigh, she set off at a run again. She ran past the rubber tree and through the dense underbrush for a time. She came across an animal trail and stopped, looking about for some sign, something else to track them by. There was nothing. She listened for silence in some direction, any direction, hoping for a cessation of the cacophonous screeching and squawking and howling and whistling along some sliver of the jungle somewhere. Maybe the creatures of the jungle could help her find which way the elves had gone. They did not. She ran on. She ran down the animal trail for so long she finally had to stop and catch her breath. She did so and began running yet again. She came to a stream again, perhaps the same one she'd first encountered the other day, perhaps a new one. She had no way to know. She stopped and got herself a drink. She looked around. The sweat sticking her silky elven tunic to her body annoyed her. She looked all around yet again, but still there were no signs of them. She thought about running on again, even did so for a dozen steps or so, but soon realized that seemed pointless too. She might be going the wrong way as easily as the right. Still panting, she stopped and looked up into the canopy high above. Maybe she could spot them from up there. Casting her gaze around, squinting through the green ubiquity, she found a thick kapok tree covered with climbing vines. She went to it and set to climbing it herself. A practiced climber, she made quick progress, and soon found herself 100 spans above the jungle floor. She took a thick vine in her hand to secure herself, and peered around to see what she could see. It looked nearly the same from up here as it did from below. Green. There were, here and there, small clearings that she could look across, but no movement at all. She supposed the creatures of the jungle didn't survive for very long, making it so easy for predators as that, especially the elves. She thought it might be funny to make them come up here and find her, instead of her running after them again. So she climbed another 20 spans up and found a comfortable place in the boughs where she could rest and watch. She lay up there for some time, silently gloating over her own cleverness, when a wave of noise came at her from far off to the right.
She rolled onto her stomach and peered through the leaves, the line of her sight just below the lowest level of the canopy, like looking along the bottom of a great green cloud. Something was coming. Lots of somethings. Great dark things with legs like spiders, only directed upwards rather than down, reaching into the cloud. They came in a flurry of falling leaves and shrieking racket, at least 40 of them, all roughly in a row. A pack of them, or a herd, or whatever such things comprised. Her first thought was to climb down before they got to her, but a glance below reminded her just how high up she was. She'd be several minutes exposed trying to shimmy down all that. She considered climbing higher into the canopy, but the sight of those creatures frightened her. What if there were others hidden in the sea of leaves? Her fingers spidered down her side to where her little knife had always been. The little knife she'd had for many years. The one the elves had taken along with her sling and the miner's pick she'd gotten from Master Spadebreaker when he died. All she had left to her was to hide. She crushed herself into the leafy vines around the tree trunk as best she could, wriggling under them like she might a thick blanket on a cold winter's night. She thought the noise she made was awful as she did it. The piercing shrieks of the creatures swinging toward her grew louder and louder with each passing heartbeat. Soon the racket was nearly deafening as they approached. They came all together like the first winds of a terrible hurricane. She peered out from her hideaway and watched them as they went by, the leading edge of the storm passing on both sides. They were great hairy things, and what she'd mistaken for spiders' legs were arms. Lots of arms, at least 6 that she could count on each creature, thrusting out from oblong bodies that from one end sprouted long tails of pale, smooth flesh like rats, and from the other, hairy-faced heads, with faces that were frighteningly like those of men. They reminded her of the apes that the carnival men from Murdoch Bay brought when they came to Leakin during the Harvest Festival holiday, but only in the vaguest sort of way. The whole group of them swung past her hiding place at marvelous velocity, their many arms reaching up into the leaves to clutch branches with absolute surety. Occasionally, one or another of them would suddenly seem as if it were falling. It would start to plunge toward the ground, and for the first few instances of it, Perny had watched in expectation of a mighty splat. But none of the creatures fell. They gripped vines in 1 or 2 of their hands, and they held them confidently as they fell, the vines falling with them, limply at first, but soon enough they went taut. In that instant the creature would swing forward in long and graceful sweeps, sometimes so close to the ground that the bulging curves of their undersides, or perhaps what served as their backs, though Perny could not be sure, would brush the tips of the low brambles before they were once again slung upwards toward the canopy. In these moments, these great swinging arcs, the creatures on the vines would get out way ahead of their companions, shrieking and raising a racket that made Perny cringe. But then, as the rapturous noise had barely just begun, another of the many-handed apes would suddenly be plummeting toward the ground. Soon after, that one was way out in front, screeching its supremacy back to the rest. Perny was sure it was a game. The whole of their passing came and went in less than a minute. They swept in, swept past, and swept out of sight again. The storm gone, and only the diminishing racket of their cries marking that they'd ever been by at all. Perny shook a little with fright at first, but she recovered most excitedly. She'd never seen such things before. Great Forest was home to nothing so wondrous as that, at least not that she'd ever seen. And as she thought about what she saw, she realized, too, that they might have just shown her the way. She couldn't run with the elves very well, but perhaps she could keep up with them like that, by swinging from the trees. She pressed her lips together firmly, determined, as she stared up into the shadows of the canopy. It was so thick above her that she couldn't see the sky, not even a patch of it. She knew there would be creatures in there for sure. She'd been listening to them for days. If she only had her knife. But she didn't have it, and she did want to learn how to not be afraid of an orc. She supposed learning that might start with not being afraid of whatever lived up in those trees. It surely couldn't be any worse than those bugs with all their legs and waggling eyes, much less that pack of 2-legged dragons, with the stubby wings and giant gnashing teeth. And besides, swinging from those vines looked like fun. She climbed a little farther up into the canopy and found a long limb extending far out from the trunk. It made something of a tier in the canopy, and she found she could run right down it for over 60 spans. Other limbs from other trees crisscrossed it as she went along. She hopped over some and ducked under others, never losing any speed. Soon the limb became too thin, barely as wide as her hand across, and it wouldn't be much farther before it began to bow beneath her weight. It grew increasingly springy the farther down it she ran, and there were more and more forks in it, each of them sprouting tufts of leaves that tangled up with the tufts from other trees. Still, she could get good lift from it, so, spotting another branch that looked promising, she took the last few running steps and then bounced, riding the flex of the branch down and letting the rebound launch her into the air. She flew to the next branch and landed easily, just as nimble as a chipmunk, not so unlike her play back home in the great forest used to be. She trotted along the new limb, looking around for one of the thick vines she'd seen the 6-armed ape swing from. Soon enough, she spotted one and made her way to it, straight as an arrow shot. She paused near the end of the limb, at the farthest portion that would still support her weight, and realized there were still at least 3 spans distance between her and the vine. She looked up into the leaves where the vine disappeared. She looked down to the jungle far, far below. She hoped the vine was secure up there somewhere, then backed up, all the way back to the trunk, then sprinted forward again, once more bouncing on the limb and then hurling herself toward the vine. She was in free fall for what felt like forever. She heard the vine tearing through the canopy above her as she fell, snapping smaller branches and stripping away leaves with a particular hiss before they began to flutter down after her. Beneath her, the bristly mass of a low-growing clump of spiny palm trees seemed to rise up at her like a cluster of spears. She gripped the vine tightly and gritted her teeth. If the spider apes could do it, she could. Freefall ended so abruptly that, despite her firm grip, she still slid half the length of her body down the vine. The thin stems of the young leaves that grew from the vine and the coarse fibers of its outer bark gave way as she slid. But she clutched it with all her might, clamping down with hands and feet. The bark gave way to firmer, moister stuff beneath, and with some small amount of friction burn, she was able to break her fall. She stopped just short of the leafy spears beneath her, and her feet grazed more than a few as she swung across the jungle floor with only 3 spans to spare. But 3 spans above it she was, and that was plenty. She swooped over it all in a rush of air, the wind blowing back her hair and peals of purest joy blowing out across her lips. The arc of her swing carried her right back up into the canopy again, just as it had the spider apes, and she was still squealing rapturously as the massive python caught her by the wrist. At first she had no idea it had happened. It was all part of her thought to reach out to grab the nearest branch. But soon the green and yellow tendril of the serpent was winding down her arm like a corkscrew. She tried to yank herself free, but it was obvious that she had nowhere near the strength. In a matter of moments, the snake had yanked her loose from her vine and hauled her up into its coils, where it began to squeeze. Chapter 5. Orly peered out at the planet far below, her hands resting on the stone windowsill of Calico Castle's tall central tower, now far from its usual place upon Prosperian, as she leaned forward to take in the spectacle. The planet, called simply R3, was a massive rocky world some 12 times larger than Earth. It was in the system named for its sun, Fruitfall, which was the designation Orly had given it when she'd first seen it, and a name that had been officially pulled into the networks back on Earth, making it permanent, to Orly's private delight. In orbit around R3 were 3 moons, 2 that were approaching the size of Earth's own moon, and 1 that was nearly as big as Earth itself. This was the moon that she and Alton were calling Yellow Fire, for now, for this was the moon that they believed once held, and hopefully still held, the heart of Blue Fire's mate. and it was to confirm that fact that they were there. Alton was just finishing pulling on his bulky spacesuit as Orly, already suited up, wistfully gazed out upon the grayish, planet-sized moon. It was the first time she'd allowed herself to consider that she might be wrong. What if he wasn't down there? What if Yellow Fire really was dead? What if they found the chamber deep beneath the dead moon, and there was as little life within as there was without? What if...
"Well, are you ready?"
Alton asked, turning her around.
"I am,"
she replied.
"Do you really think there's a chance for them?"
Alton's left cheek pushed up under his eye, where uncertainty tugged the corner of his mouth up a bit.
"Mine is not the scientific world,"
he said diplomatically.
"Though in time I might get to it. Until then, I leave such conjecture to you and yours. I am simply here because I love you. And, of course, because I do hope to help Blue Fire find happiness. So, in that, I am very hopeful that the flower bulb of his life force, as you once referred to it, is still viable at the least."
She smiled. Hope was good. Hope was what brought them here.
"Well, let's get to it then."
"Do you have your Higgs prism ready, so we don't have any surprises like the last time?"
He rubbed his back absently as he recollected how the heavy gravity of the world called Red Fire had caught them both off guard the first time he had teleported them there. It had only been a scant 6 months since they'd first been there, and the memories of the pain were still fresh. She smiled, patting a black box clipped to her suit's utility belt.
"Already set. This time we aren't in such a hurry as before. I had time to calculate the moon's gravity yesterday while you were still looking for the planet with your scrying spell."
She moved away from the window, stepping over and around a clutter of ancient artifacts and piles of stacked books. She and Alton were in the study of the deceased mage Titaman, Alton's mentor of many years. He'd been murdered just before the great battle with the orcs and demons had broken out, and Alton had not been able to find the will to tidy the chamber up and make the place his own. So it was mostly as the great sorcerer had left it, which made navigating through the jumble of old furniture and magical antiquities treacherous. Who knew what priceless item she might break? Or worse, what awful curse or magic trap she might unleash? Carefully, she picked her way to a sturdy table of gray and ancient wood upon which sat a small box of hard plastic, nestled amongst the heaped leather-bound books and baskets filled with a variety of nameless magical ingredients and oddities. The very presence of that box amongst all the ancient things made it stand out as entirely alien. She opened it and pulled out a black device with a few dials and a small display screen, just like the one clipped to her belt.
"I got you your own this time,"
she said as she approached. She turned the dials on it to a setting Alton recognized as the symbol for the numeral 1 in the writing style of Earth.
"When we get down there and you drop the magic dome, tap this button right here."
She pointed to a large and conspicuous button near the bottom of the unit, before clipping the Higgs prism onto his suit's utility belt and attaching the short length of its nylon tether.
"Roger that,"
Alton said, making a face at her as he parroted the words the Earth people used when speaking to one another on their comms. She smiled up at him, her pretty face tanned beneath the glass dome of her helmet, her time on Prosperian giving her color she'd never had while stuck on a spaceship. Her blue eyes sparkled green and red and amber in alternating turns as they reflected the lights blinking on the control panel of his spacesuit. Seeing her made him smile.
"Let's double-check the landing," he said. "One moment."
He turned and went into the small chamber built into the tower's western wall. Not that there was any real sort of west, now that the tower was out in space, floating as it was in orbit above R3 and its largest moon. Inside the chamber, normally used as a clean room or teleportation chamber, Alton had set a large wooden basin which was filled nearly 3/4 full with water. This was the method of magical scrying, and into that water Alton had cast a form of seeing magic through which he could now watch the surface of Yellow Fire. He locked the spell in place on a particular patch of the moon, not far from the base of a rather abruptly upthrust mountain range. He took the time to study the area, noting the conspicuous lack of greenery and the total absence of any sign of life. Or even weather, for that matter. The whole of what he saw made it appear as if the moon was nothing but a great ball of ash. Nonetheless, there were no apparent dangers lurking near, and so he concluded that it was safe enough to teleport the tower down to the surface, where he and Orly could begin the search for yellow fire, or at least for his hopefully alive but dormant heart. Casting the teleportation spell was a matter of moments. The size of the tower and all its stone, much less all its floors of books and furnishings and its 2 living occupants, were nothing to him. Alton was a Z-class teleporter, teleportation the strongest school of magic he possessed, the strongest of his 7 schools, 7 of the 8 possible. Such access to the varied magics of Prosperian was rare, and it was a rare mage indeed who could toss towers about the galaxy so easily as Sir Alton Meade. But he could, and it was through that rare gift that they found themselves there above yellow fire, and in the moment after Alton's glance into the scrying basin, that they found themselves upon the surface of the large grey moon.
"Well, here we are,"
he announced as he came out of the teleportation chamber and rejoined Orly amongst the jumble of books and dusty magical things.
"Let me know when you are ready for me to drop the Polar Piton's shield."
Well, don't drop it yet,
she said, looking startled.
You don't even have your helmet on. And let me check to make sure the teleport didn't do anything funky to our suits. Your people and your damn magic are always messing with our technology.
He feigned indignation.
"You people, eh? And here I thought you meant it when you swore all that fealty to Her Majesty on the Crown City walls the day the demons came. Some subject of the kingdom you turned out to be."
She laughed.
Of course I meant it, but that doesn't change the fact that your magic tends to scramble computer brains sometimes.
He nodded, his face serious again. Many a near mishap, and more than a few that weren't so lucky as to be just that, had occurred when the channeling of magic disrupted the circuitry of the Earth machines. The people of both worlds were still working on trying to figure out why that was, why it only happened sometimes, and how distance and specific schools of magic came into play. There was so much to learn, but there was also hope that some insights would be found soon, as there were teams from both worlds working on that very thing. So much could be gained by both worlds if they found a way of unraveling that mystery. But until then, the mix could be dangerous.
Put your helmet on,
she ordered with a twinkle in her eyes. She took it off the table where it sat near a low-burning candle. She lifted it up and set it, gently and lovingly, into place. He reached up and fumbled with the latches for a time, which put an exasperated expression upon her face.
God, you're like a big infant with these things.
"Hey," he protested, "look at these gloves. How can I be expected to perform delicate operations when each of my fingers is as big as a pig's foot?"
I'll give you a pig's foot,
she said, smiling again. With a few deft movements, she had his helmet locked into place. She made sure the suit's dorsal unit was secure, then checked the control panel on his chest and the other on his sleeve.
All good,
she said.
Let's go. And don't forget to take it down slow. Let the air out of here easy first, or we'll be picking up Titan's stuff from halfway across the solar system.
She pointed to the heaps of things around them to make her point. Alton nodded, then closed his eyes. He let his mind slip into the manna, the place of magic, which for Alton was a constant pink mistiness, like a cloud had settled upon all the universe and no wind stirred. Most magicians saw manna differently, as currents, rising tides, waves, and undulating whirls of chaos. But Alton had a ring. He had the stone within the ring, really, hidden underneath, given to him by blue fire. It was a piece of herself, and a piece of the Father's gift, a part of that which had given her life. The ring smoothed out the tempest for Alton, gave him manna that was nearly as instant as his thoughts. He no longer had to speak the words that shaped ideas and formed the constructs of spells, as other humans did. And so, with that quickness afforded by the ring, he plunged into the manna, and with it, into the magic dome he had cast around the tower, the dome known as a polar piton's shield. He reached out with his thoughts and found the thread of magic that wove the dome together. Holding in the air they breathed, maintaining the steady temperature, and even sustaining the very gravity that held them both comfortably to the floor. He found the thread, tugged at it gently, and, heeding Orly's warning, unraveled the invisible protective shell slowly so as not to send all the air beneath the dome blasting through the windows in a rush. He let it leak out through small openings until it was all gone. The air he could manage. The gravity he could not. He braced himself as he opened his eyes, awaiting the crushing mash of gravity that had smote him when he'd dropped the shield on the planet Red Fire, a great weight that felt as if 10,000 smashing bricks had fallen upon him. But it did not come. Intellectually, he'd known it wouldn't. Orly told him this moon was much smaller than Red Fire was. Smaller than planet Prosperian even, if not by much. But still, the mind and memory do their work, and it was a matter of several moments before the tension left him and his taut muscles could relax.
"I confess to having been nervous there,"
he said by way of letting her know that it was done. For without saying so, there was no other evidence that the dome was down. Orly turned and looked out the window. "It looks kind of like our moon on Earth." Alton, having never been there, couldn't say much to that.
"Well, let's be on with it, shall we?"
Orly picked up a large toolkit and slung the strap over her shoulder.
"Yes,"
she said.
"Let's go."
Not long after, the two of them emerged from the tower's stairwell and stepped out onto the dusty surface of the moon. Orly looked around, tapping the optical controls on her sleeve to get a telescopic view of the horizon all around. She scanned a long, slow arc. Only the mountainous area ahead broke the monotony of the vast gray plain.
"Nothing,"
she said.
"Looks pretty dead."
"Well, hopefully it's not all dead,"
he said.
"Let's go see if he's still alive down there somewhere."
Chapter 6. Perny stood amongst the hunters again, just as she had yesterday, and the day before, and the day before. 24 days in a row, to be exact, all exactly the same. The hunt would gather here outside the cave that had become her home on Fel an Ital. They would wait for Seawind, who was always last to arrive, and when he did arrive, they would all run off and leave her to run pointlessly into the trees. Her admiration for their killing craft had begun to wane by the 7th day of trying to run with the hunt, which had been yet another day of the elves having to save her from predators. And such had been the case on every occasion since, but for one, and that had hardly been any better. By the 14th day, she'd been stung 23 times by 9 different types of insects, 3 of which were considerably taller than she was, and twice she'd actually been pulled into a giant termite lair, the same one both times. The big snake that had snatched her off the vine on her 3rd day had nearly crushed her in its coils. Actually, it had crushed her for the most part, but as usual, Seawind's magic made the injuries go away, and since then it had been nothing but birds, reptiles, insects, and various types of cats, canines, rodents, and more often than not, mystery beasts, one after the next. The only day she hadn't been nearly or partially eaten was the day she'd plunged straight off a cliff with a sheer drop of some 400 spans to a rocky beach below. She'd only been spared death on that occasion because Seawind had arrived as she went over. He was kind enough to throw his spear through her leg, abruptly ending her fall, and then haul her up by the length of slender rope he'd somehow managed to get tied to the end of the shaft. Yesterday, she'd actually been in the mouth of a 12-span crocodile, which had begun to spin her round and round in a death roll at the edge of a riverbank, when the elves finally showed up. And so today, she had decided that she was going to tell them she was done. Every day before, Seawind or Jovive had come into her little chamber in the cave, woken her up, and somehow convinced her to try running with the hunt again. Every time, they somehow managed it, though she could not be sure why. And every day it was the same thing. Her getting mangled by some jungle beast. Over and over again. But she wasn't going to do it now. Not this time. This time, she'd had enough. One croc too many, by her way of seeing things. One croc, one cliff, one centipede thing too much. She sat upon a log with her jaw set and her skinny arms crossed upon her chest, waiting. The youngest elf, for that is what she decided Sandu was, watched her with a look that made her even more determined to go home. He'd taken a spray of acid in the face a few days ago from a giant bird that had plucked her up and carried her off to its nest. Some kind of green and white eagle with a parrot's beak and eyes as big as Perny's head. For a time after, there was some fear he might lose his sight, even with Seawind appearing almost the moment it occurred and working healing magic on the spot. "Why don't you go home, little human?" Sandu said as he watched her staring at him. "You'll never run with us. Your species is slow and weak. I said it when you got here, and I'll say it again. What is the value of coming here to die?" "Joviv ran with the hunt, Sandu," said another elf. "She is human." Perny did not know the elf's name. She knew none of them by name beyond Seawind and Sandu, even though the elves in this group were the only elves she'd seen since coming here. Just these. They rarely spoke when she was around. "That was before my time," said Sandu. "And in the 290 years since, what other human has? Joviv was an accident. The gods forgot themselves when they made her."
"There has been no need for another,"
said Seawind, appearing atop the brown-mounded projection of cave mouth, and having come from somewhere far beyond.
"Well, this one isn't it. I've heard the stories. Joviv ran with the hunt on the second day."
"That is true. She did. I was there. And before her, Bartholomew ran with us on the 9th. I fail to see your point."
"We approach the full passing of the moon, Seawind. Perhaps his time with the humans has made Shadesbreath's judgment weak. Perhaps he has misread the signs."
"He has not. If you choose not to run with the hunt, to make her, that is up to you. But the rest of us will run until it is done."
"I'm not going to run," Perny said. Her voice sounded small, snuffed nearly to nothing by the noise of so many creatures all around. The elves and the animals, the forest swallowing up her words. She felt it, and repeated herself, though the elves, keen of hearing as they were, had heard it fine. "I said I'm not going to run."
"You must run. It is the only way,"
Seawind said.
"I want to go home. I'm not doing it any more."
"But you are getting better."
Seawind even managed to sound as if he believed it. But she knew better. Grown-ups always say things like that, even when they weren't true.
"I am not," she said. "I'll never run with your stupid hunt. It will always be the same. Next time, the croc really will eat me. Or you'll miss my leg and spear me through the head when I fall. The snake will get me, or the spider apes. I hate it, and I hate you. I want to go home."
"I'm afraid you can't go home until you have mastered the spear."
That made her look up at him then. She hadn't heard that before.
"What do you mean, mastered the spear?"
"When you've mastered the spear, you will be eligible to take your first test. Pass it, and you will be free to go."
"I can throw one as well as you,"
she said, defiant and reasonably convinced she could. She'd been throwing her homemade spears nearly all her life, ever since the first day she'd discovered the value of a good, straight stick. She reached for his.
"Let me try."
"You cannot have one until you can run with the hunt. You already know how it must be."
"Well, I won't."
"That is up to you."
He turned to the rest.
"Are you ready?"
All nodded but Sandu, who sent both Seawind and Perny a nasty look.
"Very well. Off with you then,"
Seawind said. And as always, they seemed to simply melt into the trees. Only Seawind stayed behind.
"I won't go,"
she said, resetting the cross of her arms and huffing loudly to make sure that he would hear.
I won't.
Patience, little Sava. You must keep trying. It will come to you.
No, it won't. I'm slow and stupid, just like Sandu says. You said yourself the others before me could do it faster than I could.
The others before you had different gifts.
What gifts?
I cannot tell you now. You must do this on your own.
He squatted down before her and looked her straight in the eye. His huge almond-shaped eyes seemed kind to her then, possibly for the first time.
But you can do it, little Sava. You didn't come here by accident. It is the will of Tidalrath. It is simply a matter of time.
Her mouth wriggled like a worm on a warm rock, but she didn't know quite what to say. He spared her having to, however, for he jumped up, touched her cheek gently, and ran away, off into the trees after the rest of them. Again. She watched him go. Arrows hardly shot away so fast. She would never run like that. Not in 1,000 million years. So what did they think it was that she could do? And why wouldn't he tell her how Jovive and that other woman before her had done it? There was obviously some kind of secret. It must be magic, she thought. But she couldn't use magic yet. At least not predictably. Not even when she was mad. She hadn't been able to get out of the crocodile's teeth, or the beak of that giant bird. She'd surely been about to hit the ground that day she went off the cliff. So what then? She sat right there on her log and thought and thought and thought. She felt like there must be some kind of riddle. But, for the life of her, she knew not what. After a time she gave up trying to think about it and let herself cry for a while. She missed home. She missed Kettle. She missed eating real food instead of stupid fish strips and fruit. She wished Master Alton were here to save her like he always was for stupid Orly Pewter. What had Orly ever done for him? Nothing, that's what. She kept trying to get him killed. That's what she did. But Perny would never get him killed. She would protect him with her life. But first, she had to get out of here. But how? She wondered at it some more, and found herself wondering what Master Alton would do if he were here instead. She wondered, and then she knew. She knew exactly what he would do. He'd already done it. With a grim smile, she got up and headed into the trees. Walking, this time. Chapter 7. Unlike even the rocky red storm that the surface of Red Fire's world had been, the moon that had once been the living yellow fire was now as quiet as a tomb. As Alton and Orly trekked across the ash-dusted plain, nothing moved, not the least trace of life. Nothing to make sound, no rustle, rattle, or rumbling. There wasn't even anything to add visual noise. No color but gray. There were no flowers or trees, no weeds, no lichens clinging to the dead gray rocks. There wasn't even the least amino acid curled unseen in some hidden pond somewhere, in some puddle beneath some craggy rock. There was just nothing. It was so still and vacant even the winds had died. The very air had been terminated, burned away by the blast of the blue sun. Fruitfall. One great flare, and all things were destroyed, right down to the atmosphere. And yet, despite the bleak vacuum of lifelessness, Orly had hope as she and Alton made their way into the jagged teeth of upthrust peaks before them. Somewhere among them would be a cave, an entry that would lead them down into the place where Yellow Fire lived, or had lived, so many millennia ago. So many millions of years, perhaps. No one knew. Not on Earth or Prosperian. There was no way to know. And Blue Fire couldn't tell them. Blue Fire didn't measure time like they did. For her, there was only the time before Yellow Fire's love, the time during, and the time after it was gone. But it didn't matter how long. As long as they had hope, there was still a chance. In size, this world was much smaller than Red Fire. Much smaller than blue fire, too. But that hardly counted as an advantage when it came to the work Alton and Orley had at hand. In speaking to Alton as blue fire often did, blasting his mind with esoteric images and emotion mainly, though increasingly with some nascent grasp of words, blue fire had imparted a sense of direction to him, a mental map of where it was that they needed to go to find yellow fire. To call what she gave him a memory would perhaps be overstating the case, but he had what might be better called an instinct for finding yellow fire now. At least that's how he explained it to Orley. It was a feeling that would trigger when the time was right, a sense that left was better than right at some intersections of passages, or that down was preferable to up. Intangible as it was, unsettling and hard to trust, the type of memory he had received had worked before, not so many months ago. It had worked when he had led them through the caves, caverns, and fissures into the depths of the vast world red fire, hunting the heart of that murderous world down. It worked then, so it would work now. What lessened her worry all the more was that, unlike their trip to kill red fire, for this trip they had the advantage of Alton's magic. Without the crushing assault of red fire's thoughts intent on blasting Alton's brains apart, they could do without the anti-magic enchantments that had kept them safe. This was a great luxury, and so with that advantage, and the fact that Orley had brought 2 Higgs prisms rather than 1, they hoped to make quick and safe work of the search. She let him lead the way, and just as before, Alton's instinctive memory led them directly to a pass leading into the craggy mountains, and after an hour or so, they reached the entrance to a cavern.
"Well, here it is," he announced unnecessarily. "According to my cloudy borrowed memories, somewhere in there is where Yellowfire's heart should be."
She smiled, a short, determined thing, and strode in. He followed, then quickly took the lead. They wound about through low caves until they came upon a great fissure.
"We'll have to go down that,"
he said, a boyish grin upon his face. It was a wide crack, perhaps 100 feet across, split open long ago when the moon was still a living world, the rent made by some ancient shifting of the surface that had broken this place apart. It was pitch black inside. Orley peered down into the darkness and shuddered. Alton saw it.
"What's the matter?"
he asked.
Nothing,
she replied.
I just had a flash of us falling down that damn pit back on red fire. I thought I was going to lose you when you drifted out of range of the Higgs prism that day.
That was an anxious few moments, wasn't it?
His grin was even more boyish than before.
But we came out all right.
He was clearly having fun.
Yes, thank God.
She looked at him through the helmet glass, then glanced down at his Higgs prism.
You're sure you are going to be comfortable using that?
It's only 1 button, he said. I confess to being a slow learner, but I am confident that even I can handle that much Earth technology.
He waggled one thickly gloved finger at her, then made a show of repeatedly poking an invisible button right in front of her.
You see, I'm really quite good at it.
She laughed, a bit of color blushing her cheeks.
All right, just ignore me. I think I'm just really anxious about finding him alive.
Unlike Orley, Alton seemed perfectly at ease. If anything, he was nearly as giddy as a child. This was precisely what he'd hoped to do his entire life. Discover and explore things out amongst the stars. He could not have been happier if he tried, and she knew it. As much as he cared about blue fire, he wasn't as attached to the idea of bringing yellow fire back to life as Orley was. She wasn't even sure he really believed it was possible. He said he did, but she thought he might just be doing all of this because she'd asked. But she supposed that was okay. He was here, and he was a happy companion.
Here,
he said upon approaching the edge of the abyss.
This will show us how far.
He pulled a rock out of a sack that he was carrying and cast an enchantment spell upon it. The spell lit the stone with a soft white glow. Then he tossed it down into the hole. They watched it fall for a time, the luminous enchantment washing the side of the fissure in pale light, revealing the lines and narrow ledges along the walls for a while until it faded away, shrinking to tininess, and then blinking out of sight in the distance. She looked into Alton's visor and saw that his eyes were closed. She knew that he was writing it down with a magic seeing spell. She smiled, to match his own. He was so carefree in all of this, so delighted to be here, so content to be with her. If she weren't so afraid it wouldn't work, that yellow fire could not be saved, and that blue fire would be alone in the universe for all of time. And worse, that all of Alton's warnings, all of the Queen's worries, all the Director's worries might come true. The hostiles reawakened, the whole war resumed, another 1,000,000 people killed. If she weren't afraid of that, she might be enjoying it as much as he was, too. But at least there was hope, and she was here with him. They knew they were doing the right thing, or at least she did. She knew it in her heart. But what if? Finally, after a long wait staring back and forth between him and the pit, which seemed to her bottomless, his eyes snapped open as if knocked wide by the rising energy of his broad grin.
"Got it," he announced. "I'd bet it's 12 measures deep at least. Pretty spectacular crevice for a world much smaller than Red Fire was."
He pronounced all this, named the distance as if it were an amusement park ride, something to be enjoyed with candy and rapturous screams as they plummeted into its depths. And before she could comment on it, they were at the bottom of it.
"See?"
"You're a nut,"
she said, but had to laugh. She'd gotten used to him teleporting her around like that. It was disorienting, but exhilarating just the same.
"But you do make this much easier than falling with a Higgs prism."
She checked his suit, then her own, to make sure there were no magical mishaps. Her air mixture setting had changed, and Alton's suit clock had to be reset.
"Well, somewhat easier."
He shrugged and offered only a crooked smirk as she worked on their suits. It was only a matter of minutes, and then the two of them went on, traveling just as they had before on Red Fire, blindly following passages, led by the unfolding memories Blue Fire had given him of these places that he had never been. They walked on and on for hours. Even though she understood, at least mostly, how the memories worked, Orly asked at least 5 different times if Alton was sure they were going the right way. When they came into a low, round chamber in which curled strange wisps of dry gray material, dangling in sheets from the cave walls and ceiling, he nodded. He reached up and touched a bit of the stuff hanging all around them. Whatever it was, it crumbled like old, dry tree bark. Alton nodded a second time.
"Yes, this is definitely it,"
he said as he picked up a sheet of the stuff.
"All of this was bright at one time, I'd wager. It was all glowing and alive, like the green glowing parts of Blue Fire and Red Fire that you've already seen."
He grimaced as he added,
"This is the dead flesh of Yellow Fire."
"I feel like a grave robber,"
she said. She cringed and sort of hunched her head down into her shoulders some.
"Maybe this was a bad idea."
"It wasn't,"
he replied, sobriety replacing his merriness for the time.
"You were right. Blue Fire gave up what little she had of happiness for us. We owe her this much, and Her Majesty won't sign off on it until we've determined it's all possible."
"But what if I'm wrong? Maybe this is crazy."
"If you are wrong, then so be it. Her Majesty already thinks you're crazy, and I couldn't care less if you're as batty as a cave. I love you all the more for trying. You will be the conscience of my next several centuries, and rightly so. These creatures we've ironically dubbed hostiles live for millions of years. Why should one such world suffer across eons for the brief happiness of Earth and Prosperian, populated with such temporary creatures as the likes of humanity?"
"Why do you say brief? We may die, but our race lives on. There's no need for us to be temporary at all. I agree with what I think you're saying in principle, but I don't think it's fair to write us off as a race."
"Look how close we came to wiping ourselves out. All of us. Hells, the humanity on 3 worlds is already down to 2, and we damn near finished off the lot of us barely 6 months ago. We stopped it that time, but what's going to prevent us from doing it properly the next? I should say the odds are pretty high that we will get to the threshold again. The history of Prosperian certainly gives enough evidence for that, just as I am sure your world's history does as well. Why else would your people have a fortress city on the scale of that monstrous Fort Minot? Why would your people have such incredible weaponry? What were your people shooting at before you discovered life on other worlds? Surely not nothing.
He didn't wait for her to answer.
My people are all the same, and now we're in the process of merging your technology with our magic. You have to admit, that does seem the recipe for finally pulling off whatever will see an end to us all. Don't you think?
Despite all of it, he grinned at her.
Don't misunderstand me, my love. I am entirely for enjoying it while it lasts.
The breath of Orly's resignation was loud in the confines of her helmet. She didn't want to argue with him. She thought it was too pessimistic a view, though she could admit he was right in a way. But she wasn't ready to give up on humanity's chances any more than she was on Yellow Fire's. No matter what the future held, Blue Fire deserved better than she had gotten since the war came to an end. The only fear Orly really held to was the one in which Alton's warnings, and those of Her Majesty and Director Bahri, might come true. She didn't want her kindness to bring about more misery and death. That was the real risk here. Fortunately, Alton's levity would not allow her to dwell on her concerns, and soon they were making their way again. For another 2 hours, they moved farther into the moon. In places, the dead skin of Yellow Fire's corporeal flesh lay so thick in the spaces they passed through that they had to push through it blindly, the mess of it higher than their heads. It crumbled like the burnt remnants of wood, more easily in places where it turned to powdery ash, and less so in others, where making progress was akin to wading through gray popcorn, chest deep and seemingly endless. By the time they'd pushed their way through the clogged arteries of the moon and into a cavern where they could move freely and see beyond their helmets, they were both breathing heavily. But emerge they did, and they soon found themselves in a giant subterranean space that opened up all around them in such magnitude that its distance devoured all forms of light. "I think we found it," Alton said, looking about. The beam of his helmet's light glinted off great formations of crystals clumped everywhere around them on the walls and floor nearby. Some of the crystals were as thick as Orly's wrists, and the formations of them several feet long, all jagged and sharp.
"Looks like it,"
she agreed. There could be little doubt. This was just like the inner chamber of the 2 other hostile worlds she'd been inside.
"But how do we find the heart chamber without the help of it being a different color and glowing obviously for us? Everything is dead and gray in here."
And it was true. There was no color in the chamber at all. The crystals were as gray as the ashen surface far above. Shining light into the crystals revealed nothing unusual. They were lifeless. Alton bent down and let his helmet light shine into a clump of crystals nearby. He peered into it for a time and shook his head. "It's not eating the light," he said, "like the liquefying stones do." She nodded. She understood well enough. He'd been hoping for the light-eating effect the yellow magic-enhancing stones had. The crystal he called liquefying stone. He'd used one small piece of it when he'd first begun his journeys into space. Orly had seen the effect, too. Light had this odd way of vanishing into it. These crystals just reflected the light back, the gray merely becoming a little bit brighter. Alton said that liquefying stone ate light. It pulled it with an inexplicable anti-luminous gravity, an effect that was nearly nauseating to watch for very long. Alton's mentor, Titaman, had first found the stones on Prosperian. He'd kept 3 of them. Later, Alton discovered there were millions upon millions of them lining the caverns that served as Blue Fire's womb, and there were more on the walls of the tiny chamber where her heart was. The whole of Blue Fire's inner self was studded with the yellow stones, all of which ate light, and all of which could soften mana into the hands of human sorcerers. But here, on this world, that effect was gone. It was obvious they were the same sort of crystal, but these were dead. It was as obvious as the difference between a living human heart and a dead one. Whatever worked within those crystals had been snuffed out with everything else. And that didn't bode well for Orly's plan.
He muttered. Maybe this isn't it after all.
Orly thought he sounded like he was trying to sell that to himself.
Why not?
It's not taking in the light. Liquefying stone eats light.
I noticed, and I think that is how the hostile worlds find each other. Like they can sniff each other off the rays of the host sun. Or at least, it's how males find females,
Orly said.
It has something to do with how Red Fire found the liquefying stone that High Priestess Maul had when she went with Conduit Husseldorf to find Earth. I got that much from Blue Fire in my dream, the day Red Fire attacked her like he did.
Well, nobody is going to find these,
he said, pointing down at the formations and then pointing around in a wider arc.
It's not doing it.
Orly suppressed an urge to swear. She chewed on her bottom lip for a moment while she considered it.
Well, why should it?
She said after beaming her light around the chamber a second time.
If you think about it, it's to be expected. Yellow Fire is dead or dormant right now.
Yes, but there's a big difference. If these stones are dead because everything's dead up there too, well then, that seems to portend disappointment.
He pointed through the unseen ceiling, the ceiling they both assumed must be above somewhere.
But it should still work if the heart is alive, shouldn't it?
Orly shrugged.
Ask Blue Fire. I only got what I got from her in a dream, remember? But if my bulb hypothesis is correct, perhaps it's all working as it should. Think about it. Daffodils don't bloom while they are dormant, so perhaps hostiles don't either, in their way.
His brow wrinkled, and he hummed low, almost too low for the helmet microphone to pick up.
I suppose.
He didn't look convinced.
Just ask her,
Orly said again.
I kind of hate asking her anything, he said. It's so brutally sad to talk to her these days. I have a hard time recovering afterward. A conversation with her is like finding out everyone you've ever known and loved is dead. Again. And for the first time. It is like the rediscovery of the most awful tragedy. Every single time.
It was his turn to shudder.
I'd rather not quite understand if I don't need to.
Well, if you don't, how will we know we're in the right place?
We are, I think. We just have to find the heart chamber like we set out to do.
Well, then we're back to our original problem. Where is it?
It should be over there somewhere, he said, tilting his head to the left. Let's go.
She knew he was guessing, but she followed anyway. She understood that Alton's way of communicating with the distant world of Blue Fire was deeper than her contact with the creature in dreams. Alton shared Blue Fire's mind when he talked to her, felt her feelings. Great, planet-sized feelings that were overwhelming and strong. He felt those emotions as if they were his own, and amplified. She didn't blame him for wanting to avoid such an experience if possible. They made their way along the floor of the cavern. In places, the going was easy enough, and the hard soles of spacesuit boots prevented injury or discomfort caused by the points of the crystals they trod upon. But in other places, the crystal formations were very large, and squeezing through short forests of them that grew inexplicably large became arduous and risky to the integrity of the spacesuits. Twice they had to teleport to the other side of formations of that kind, also risky to the suits, though less so, perhaps. Fortunately, neither instance caused any problems with the spacesuit controls, and only cost them the time it took for Alton to cast a seeing spell to find the other side. Progress was slow, but at length they chanced upon something glowing dimly in the distance, a pale purplish radiance coming up from the floor.
"Look!"
Orly shouted, seeing it first.
"Look! There!"
She laughed out loud.
"I just knew it! There! He's still alive! He's still alive!"
She started running toward it before Alton had even spotted it.
"Wait!"
he called after her, but she was already well on her way. They ran up to the edge of what seemed a small crater, small enough that Orly could have jumped across, but deep enough that climbing down into it would make it awkward getting back out. Peering into it, they saw the source of the purple glow, a round patch of crystals barely an arm's length across, They stood side by side, staring down at it for a time, Orly barely daring to hope that it might really still be alive.
"Do you think it's possible? This is really going to work?"
she said. His head rotated in the fishbowl of his helmet to look at her.
"It was your idea. Of course it will work."
He flashed his beautiful smile at her, and then started climbing down inside.
"Alton,"
she began, reaching out to touch his arm.
"What?"
She looked into his eyes, so steady, so perfectly committed to this plan, so wholly given to the passionate entreaty she had made that brought him here, despite his own misgivings at the start. She drew in a long breath and smiled.
"Nothing. I love you."
He smiled again, his teeth tinged with a touch of blue by the reflected lights of his helmet controls.
"I love you too. Now, let's see about getting Blue Fire someone to love as well."
With that, he climbed down into the hole. Chapter 8. Calico Castle's tall central spire settled in its proper place with a great rush of air. Its sudden arrival out of the teleport spell blew dust up from between the cracks of the uneven flagstones in the central courtyard, and blew the skirts and apron strings of the kitchen keeper, Kettle, all about. She squinted and looked up to the window high above, then back to the Earthman standing next to her. She pointed at the tower, her stout arm raised as she said,
"There you be. That's the master what finally come home. You can keep your questions to him, 'cause I hanna got time for 'em, and weren't likely to have a proper answer anyway."
As if he heard it, Alton stuck his head out through the window, and from the perspective of poor Kettle down below, he might easily have been some form of alien monster looking down at her. She knew quite well that Alton had taken Miss Pewter to some distant world, and for a moment upon seeing that helmeted head, she was right sure they'd both been killed, and this bulbous-headed freak had returned to eat the rest of them. The engineer standing beside her, however, was entirely familiar with the spacesuit design, and he waved an eager hello.
"Sir Alton," he called up, "we need your input on a few things before we can continue down here."
Alton's gloved hands came up, and they could see him pawing at the helmet for a time, until a pair of smaller hands, a woman's and without gloves, came into view and deftly unlatched Alton's glassy lid. He lifted the helmet off, and looking slightly exasperated, called out, "I'll be right down."
"Well, and there you have it,"
said Kettle, sounding put out by the entire affair. Without another word, she set straight off for the kitchens and her culinary domain. A few minutes later found Alton and Orly emerging from the large central doors of Calico Castle's main hall, both out of their spacesuits and in more comfortable Prosperian attire. Alton's gray and brown robes fluttered in the breeze of his long strides as he eagerly approached the engineer, several steps ahead of Orly, who was hopping after him as best she could, while still pulling on the second of her tall black riding boots. He reached out and shook the man's hand enthusiastically.
"Master Sambua, I'm glad you are back. Orly and I were just talking about our great need for you."
The engineer's eyebrows frowned, but his brown eyes were bright and his smile wide. "I'm happy to know I might be of some use to you both," he said. "And, as I said, I do need some input from you now." He turned back and directed both of their gazes to the work being done on Calico Castle's eastern tower. Shorter and less robust than the one that had just arrived, the eastern tower was the one that had been Alton's for much of his youth. It would still be the one he used, were it not for its destruction in a terrible and nearly fatal teleporting accident several months ago. However, the rebuilding was well underway, and Alton would have use for it again. Except just then, the rebuilding had come to a stop. Both Alton and Orly noticed that none of the workmen were doing anything. The longer they looked, the more obvious it became, especially to Alton, who had delighted in watching the bright violet lights of the welders as they joined the steel beams together with their amazing electric rods. He still fancied that the technology to melt metal so easily had to be magical, despite Orly's having assured him it was quite commonplace on her world, even an ancient bit of technology by her reckoning. But none of that was going on. The bright stars of the welders sending down the rainfall of orange sparks were completely missing, as were the calls of the men to one another, and the droning of the machines that hoisted the girders and metal plates into place. All the work had stopped, and most of the workmen were nowhere to be seen. Still, Alton had to smile, as he did every time he looked at it. His tower, being rebuilt by men from another world, a gift from another people. It was a strange set of coincidences that dated back through time. The rebuilding of Calico Castle's 4 corners, the towers all rebuilt or repaired at one point or another in time by people with the need to express their gratitude. At least, those towers that could be rebuilt had been. Those that had not been enchanted beyond repair. But unlike the masonry of kings or even elves, Alton's tower was being rebuilt by aliens, and in a style so marvelously different than anything ever seen on Kur before. On Prosperian. He could hardly wait to see it done. But for now, nothing was being done. The Earthmen sat on their toolboxes, staring at the 3 of them standing there, Alton, Orley, and the engineer.
"So, what is it that I can do for you, Master Sambua?"
Alton asked. "Well, Sir Alton, seems the boys went into town yesterday, and after a few drinks, found themselves in a conversation with some of the locals who told them about a curse. It appears the locals believe that anyone who builds a tower here will die by some terrible magic." Alton wrinkled up his face at the absurdity of such a claim. He glanced to Orley, who only shrugged in response.
"That's absurd," Alton said. "Why would they say such a thing?"
"Well, Sir Alton, and I mean no disrespect, but, well, some of the boys came back, on the suggestion of the people in town, and tried to approach that heap of rubble over there." He pointed with a movement of his head to the remnants of Calico Castle's northern tower, which, as described, was indeed nothing more than just a heap of rubble. "You see, Sir Alton," and it could be easily observed that this conversation was very uncomfortable for the engineer. "The guys here, well, they've done a lot of work with broken buildings over the years, and while I admit that the stone masonry around here is not the sort of thing we see much of anymore on Earth, well, it's just that there's something about that heap of rubble that makes it impossible to approach." His gaze darted downward for a moment, as if he were almost too embarrassed to say what came out next. "And, being perfectly honest, sir, I recognize that this may all be psychosomatic and all, but being that your people do have magic after all, well, I tried to show the boys how to have a little backbone, so to speak, and, again being perfectly honest, I couldn't walk up to it either. Like there's some kind of dark force preventing me." Alton tipped his head back and laughed, and for a moment Orley looked as if she were going to scold him for being mean. But then he stopped and clapped the man on the shoulder and looked him square in the eye.
"It is cursed," he said, "and there is a curse of sorts here, but it has nothing to do with the men who built it, or any of your men for that matter. It's the magicians who live in them who die, not the masons and carpenters, nor, of course, the welders as they come along."
The engineer looked relieved, but still not entirely convinced. He glanced back over his shoulder at his men, who were all still watching, several of them nodding that he should go on. He turned back to Alton. "Well, they're fairly adamant about that last part," he said. "Those men back at the bar, it was the workers that get cursed, they said. Burst into flames, or turn to zombies and werewolves and such."
Alton smiled. "I suspect, Master Sambua, that they were having some fun with you and your crew. And just as likely, more than a few of them believe some of it too. The first thing Titeman told me when I came here as a boy was that Calico Castle got its name because 6s always kill themselves. I was quite frightened at the time, being only 11 years old and being told by everyone I was a 6. But I survived, although perhaps because it turned out I am a 7. Nonetheless, wizard or not, some people have been afraid to come to Calico Castle over the centuries because of it." Titaman has mentored young mages with 6 schools of magic over many of those centuries, and, well, 6s have a habit of destroying not just towers, but themselves. Just enough magic to be terribly dangerous, and not quite enough to hold it together. That is why the towers have all been rebuilt so many times, and, well, so differently over the years. That is the only curse. It's certainly not anything to do with the castle itself, and it has never ceased to amaze me how so many people were afraid of Titaman. He was probably the kindest man who ever lived upon Prosperium.
The thought brought him pause, and with a sigh he looked up at the tall central tower from which he and Orley had just emerged. He still thought of that structure as belonging to the great old Mage. He thought he probably always would. The feeling passed, and he turned back to the engineer.
"That's the truth of it, and you have it on my honor."
The engineer's brow furrowed as he took it in. He knew exactly as much about magic as he'd been able to read in the fleet documents provided to him by his company prior to coming here from Earth. Still, vague as it all was, he looked as if he supposed it might make sense. He glanced back to the eastern tower where the work had stopped. "And that one?" he said. "That was yours that got destroyed?" Alton blanched at that, but nodded.
"Yes, that one was mine."
"So not only the 6s destroy them, then?" Alton laughed.
"Well, you do have me there. But no, that was an accident of a different sort, although I suppose not so much different as I keep telling myself. But here I am, still alive. So no curse. Just a poor bit of planning, or perhaps just bad luck."
"Ah," said the engineer. His tone suggested it was all clear now, but his expression suggested otherwise.
"Needless to say, Master Sambua, there are no curses for workmen here. Nothing magical set upon the stones. Your people are perfectly safe in that regard."
The engineer nodded then, genuinely looking relieved. "The men will be glad to hear it. Thank you, sir. I know we must look silly to you asking that."
"Not at all. I understand completely. You should hear the things I am asking Orley almost constantly about your world. If anyone looks silly, it's likely me most of the time."
"It's true,"
Orley said, leaning forward and touching the engineer on the shoulder conspiratorially.
"but I don't dare say anything, for fear that he'll turn me into a toad."
Alton pretended to be angry, and threatened her with that very thing, adding after it,
"And it won't be my fault if you end up dinner for some passing heron either, so you ought to watch out."
They all laughed, and it was with the expression of one who has had a huge burden removed that the Earthman returned them to Alton's own point of inquiry. "What was it that you and Miss Pewter wanted to ask?"
"Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. It appears we're going to need some considerable amount of Earth machinery, and we were wondering how well things are coming along, as we may be in need of my tower sooner than we thought."
"Yes," said Orley. "We're going to need the basement garage you guys built for us to hold some equipment. Stuff we'll need for something we are working on. There's just no room in this one."
She pointed with her thumb, jerking it over her shoulder at the tower that had been Titaman's. "Well, that's got a basement too, as I understand," said the engineer. "What do you need that will need more room than that?"
"For one thing, that basement is crammed with magic stuff," she said. "But mainly, it's just not built to be a suitable cargo hold, and we can't pressurize it in the absence of Alton's magic shield. What you guys built down there is what we need."
She directed her eyes toward the ground beneath the gleaming steel structure being built. "Well, I'm happy that you're happy with what we've got underway, Miss Pewter, but as I said before, it will be at least 5 months before she's done. And Miss Kettle in there," he looked toward the kitchens as he spoke, "has made it perfectly clear that we are not to tell Sir Alton that it's done until we've placed the last stone in the outer wall around it. She said this place needs to be sealed up tight against orcs before he takes that tower into space, or, well, basically she's threatened to brain us all with a frying pan. I saw the look in her eyes, and I'm half convinced she could do it, too."
"She can,"
both Orley and Alton said at once. They looked back and forth between each other, surprised, then laughed. They looked back at him, nodding in unison as Orley added,
"Definitely."
"So, there you have it," Master Sambua said. 5 or so months for our part, and we haven't even seen the Prosperian masons yet for that outer wall. We sent one of those little messenger lizards they have twice in the last week, but the Master Mason says they've got to prioritize rebuilding Crown City first. He says they'll get to us when they can.
"Well, that's going to be a long time," Alton said. "Crown City was nearly half destroyed. It will be years."
The engineer nodded that he understood. "We're looking for someone on Earth, but there aren't many stone contractors anymore."
"I suppose we could just use someone's barn," Alton said. "I don't suppose there is much difference in the end."
"Alton, it's going to have to serve as a base for our machines. It needs a power source. It needs a proper pressure hatch and vehicle access. We need a ship, not a barn."
"Well, what about Roberto?" Alton said. "Didn't Her Majesty just buy him a ship?"
"She bought him a ship?"
Orley looked surprised.
"That's what I'm asking you."
"I haven't talked to him in a month. What ship?"
"Do you recall when I went to Crown City 2 weeks ago? It was just after Kettle threw that rather large fit, insisting that I hadn't tried hard enough to get Perney back."
Orley nodded, clearly remembering it well.
"Well, as I was being brought into Her Majesty's private audience chamber, I heard her talking to the Lord Chamberlain about getting the goad together for dear Roberto's spaceship. I didn't get most of it, but it seems the Queen and your friend have something in the works."
Curiosity flitted across Orley's face. Then she nodded.
"Let's find out. Take me to Little Earth, and we'll see if we can't get him up on the entanglement array."
They bade the engineer farewell, and good luck with the convincing his crew to get back to work, now that the fear of curses could be allayed, and in a matter of moments they appeared in the knee-high grass of the meadow outside of the walled fortification known as Little Earth. Within the walls was a small village, built by the Queen's people to serve the people of Earth as a Prosperian base. It was a 40-acre stretch of land, upon which fleet transports and other craft could land, coming and going as they pleased. The whole compound was only 2 measures from Crown City, near enough to be convenient for travel in between, but remote enough that the wayward effects of magic would not very often disrupt the machinery. They strode purposefully through the grass to the gates where 2 Marines stood sentry outside. Wide smiles cracked the men's somber facades as the famous couple approached. "Lady Pewter and Sir Alton," they said nearly in unison. Both of them, young enough to have barely sprouted beards, looked starstruck at seeing who had come.
"Well, I'm not technically a lady yet," Orley said. "I have to be granted that title or be married to a lord."
She jerked her head in the direction of Alton standing near, and added,
"And he keeps finding ways to slip out of my clutches."
"Hey," Alton said defensively. "You know that isn't true."
She relented.
"I know. We do have rotten luck, though."
Alton didn't want to get her going on that point, or the whole afternoon might go up in flames, so he quickly redirected the conversation, sufficing himself to finding the right time to reset the ceremony as soon as possible. With Perney being snatched away by the elves, it was difficult to find the right, mood at Calico Castle. Kettle was such a constant source of warmth and love in his life that he just couldn't bring himself to do it yet, not when she was still to be found crying in the kitchens most nights. And the Queen had been adamant about there being nothing he could do in regard to getting Perney back. The whole affair was the makings of many centuries, the product of treaties, and worse, the blathering prophecies of both men and elves. Interference on his part would be seen as either an act of war or blasphemy, and for many, both. He was as helpless as Kettle was, and all he could do was sigh with her and tell her that Perney would be okay, that she'd be famous some day, and important to all the realm, which, of course, Kettle could not care a lick about. They passed through the gates and entered the main compound, making their way up a modest dirt lane that was not unlike many to be found in quaint old villages all across Kerr. Orly still smiled when she saw the thatched roofs, and to Orly's ears the creaking wood of the steps was the sound of happiness. Inside the command building they were greeted by her father's secretary, a lean, older man with the look of a long-time military bureaucrat. He looked up, nodded politely, and indicated that they should go into the office beyond. Her father, newly made general, rose and greeted them both with a smile so wide and welcoming few sunrises boded as much warmth. "Baby girl," he said, coming around the large wooden desk and clapping her in an iron hug. "I missed you this week."
"We were busy finding yellow fire,"
she said, looking a little embarrassed, given that she hadn't told him what they were up to. She hadn't wanted him to worry. If eyes could growl, his would have. But he let it pass, moving from her to clap Alton into another bear-trap hug. The dull thuds of his strong hand clapping Alton on the back sounded like drumbeats before he finally pushed him away. "So, you better be careful with my girl out there, young man." The words were gruff, but there was love in his eyes. He and Alton had one thing in common. Both would die for her. It was a bond that had been forged over the course of seeing how close they could get to proving that, time and again, and the two of them could not have been closer or held one another in higher esteem had they been of the same blood. Alton grinned at Orly, who was radiant upon seeing them together, and so fond of one another. They were all smiling as they took seats, the general behind his desk, and the young lovers in chairs before it. After a few lingering pleasantries, Orly got to the crux of their visit.
"I need to get in touch with Roberto,"
she said at last.
"Alton thinks the Queen might have bought him a spaceship. Have you heard anything like that?"
The general laughed, his silver-haired head tipping back as he did. "Oh, she did all right," he said. "And not just any ship. I have... let me see." He tapped up something they couldn't see on his computer screen before he resumed. "I have 236 messages from various cartels and trade union folks within the NTA all whining to me about it." Both Orly and Alton looked surprised, though Orly more so, since she knew what that implied better than the Prosperian did.
"Why?"
she asked.
"What has he done? He can't possibly have had that ship long enough to piss that many people off. He only got his discharge papers a month ago."
The general laughed again, his smile wide and his eyes glinting with affection for Roberto. "You're correct. I have no doubt that your friend will piss them all off in his own good time. But for now, they're mainly in a fuss about his exclusive deal with Her Majesty."
"And that is?"
Orly prompted when her father paused. "She's given him an exclusive deal on the entire goblin tea trade with Earth."
"She what?"
That came from both Alton and Orly at once. "You heard me right. Her Majesty gave your boy Roberto absolute and total exclusivity on all trade of goblin tea from Prosperian to Earth. All of it. Period. They get it from him, or they don't get it at all." Alton took a moment to think on it, then began to laugh. "Huzzah for him! That's outstanding!" Orly, however, did not laugh.
"You can't be serious,"
she said.
"Roberto? My God, do you have any idea how obnoxious he will become?"
She knew full well the qualities of goblin tea. There were no varieties of coffee on Earth as potent as goblin tea. Not even the synthetics or the genetically modified stuff. While goblin tea itself wasn't magical, there was some magic in the growing of it. Or at least that's what people said. Both men were laughing heartily as they considered what she said, and they even more wholeheartedly agreed. "He will be impossible," Alton said between chortles. "I couldn't be happier for him." "And well deserved," the general added. "It couldn't have happened to a better man." Orly looked exasperated by the very idea of that much money and influence being handed to Roberto so quickly. Sweet, loving, and courageous man that he was, her dearest friend in all the world, entirely aside. It was obvious by her frown that she still felt he was entirely too debauched to be given that kind of wealth.
"Well, I hope it doesn't ruin him," she said. "I can only imagine how much he will abuse the power once he has it."
She tried to be stern about that, But the two men she loved so much both seemed so happy for Roberto that the infectious nature of their happiness finally pulled her in. All the same, as she sat grinning with them, she added,
"He will be impossible now, you know."
"Indeed," said Alton, and at least on that they all agreed. When they were done speculating on the nature of depravity possible in a man with uncountable wealth, a new spaceship, and powerful friends on 2 worlds, they finally got to the point of calling the man himself. It took the general some time to find Roberto, but soon enough his cheerful face lit up the large monitor on the wall behind the desk, and, as always, his brown cheeks rounded with effervescent natural humor. "You're damn right she bought me a ship," he said to their question on that regard. "Brand new. Only the 5th of its kind, too. I got to jump the line on the waiting list. You have to see it. It's epic. Fast and tough. They say hostile shafts will bounce off this thing even without the shields. In fact, the plant manager told me I can park this thing at the bottom of the ocean, can sit down there for a year, and it won't so much as creak. Not that I'm dumb enough to try. I'm going to get the codes tomorrow, and then that baby will be mine. I'm thinking of naming her the Sweaty Boobs, because she's all shiny curves and polished titanium. Makes me drool just looking at her."
"Don't you dare," Orly said. "If you call it that, I'll never speak to you again."
"If I had half an NTA credit for every time you've threatened me with that, I could have paid for the ship without the Queen's gold," he said. "Plus, my life would be so much quieter."
"Well, just don't think you're actually going to name that ship the Sweaty Boobs. I swear, Roberto, I'll be so mad. Nobody will respect you. Just don't."
He grinned back a big, wide show of teeth, as raw mischief ran amok behind those glittering brown eyes. "Well, whatever you name it," Alton said, "we need to know if you might spare your ship for a time to help us bring back Blue Fire's husband. I know Orly has mentioned it to you before, but we've got a quasi-working arrangement with Her Majesty to investigate whether it's possible. We've found Yellowfire, and we've also discovered that his heart seems to be still alive. Orly thinks the transplantation is going to require some fairly complicated machinery that only your people can provide." Roberto's face got serious for a moment as he thought about it. One round cheek rose as he crinkled up his nose. "Why can't you just, teleport it into place?" He made his signature wriggling fingers gesture as he said it, his standard simplification of all magic, as if some form of digital spasm was all it took. Alton only laughed. "I wish it was so easy."
"It's not," Orly jumped in. "We need a geological team. A good one. And we're going to need room for them and their equipment once they figure out what to do. I have some ideas, but I'm not going to speculate. We're only going to get one chance at this, and I'm not risking Yellowfire's life and Bluefire's happiness on a guess. And that's why we need your ship."
"When do you need me?" There wasn't the least hesitation in his voice.
"How long until you have your crew?"
"I've already got them," he said. His grin was a narrow-eyed thing, which caused Orly to shake her head, unwilling to ask about something she saw glimmering there.
"Well, since you are already there, can you see about finding us a science team?"
"I'm not exactly on tongue-kissing terms with NTA," Roberto said. "They gave me my bonus and my honorable discharge, which is better than I can say for Captain Assad. But they aren't too happy about that little incident with me trying to break you out of the Fort Minot detention facilities that day."
"So, don't get a military team. Go private. Check out some universities. That's where most of the good ones will be anyway."
"All right. I'll see what I can do. How soon do you need them?"
"As soon as possible. Every day we wait is another day of agony for Blue Fire."
"Gotcha. I'll tell you what. I'll meet you guys outside of Murdoch Bay in 7 days. My first mate is finishing up her contract on the freighter I pilfered her from." He grinned again, mischief openly galloping across his face. "Then I'll see you there."
"Murdoch Bay? Why Murdoch Bay?"
"I did mention I've got a business to run for the Queen, didn't I?" Orly looked suddenly very uncomfortable. Her last experience in Murdoch Bay had nearly led to her last experience Ever. She glanced nervously to Alton, and then her father, then seemed to swallow the apprehension back, realizing Alton would be with her.
I don't even want to know, but 7 days is fine. We'll see you then.
All right. See you then. See ya, Alton. Ta-ta, General. He laughed at that. God, I love saying ta-ta to a general. I'm so damned glad to be fleet-free.
He winked at the general, who smiled and nodded back. Then the monitor went black. "Well, there's your ship," said the general, turning back to face the two of them. "It looks like your mission is getting underway."
Yes, I'm glad of that,
Orley said, though some of the energy in her voice was gone. They looked to Alton for confirmation of the propitious nature of Roberto and his ship, but his expression was rather grim. He knew what had happened to Orley last time she was in Murdoch Bay, too. He'd seen the look on her face when Roberto mentioned it. The course of events in recent months had caused him to postpone dealing with those responsible, but he had certainly not forgotten. It seemed perhaps the time had finally come for meting out the rest of his revenge. Chapter 9. Perny made her way carefully through the jungle, tracing the path she'd taken on her first day running, or trying to run, with the hunt. She walked this time, however, and she gathered a few strands of young lianas and carefully braided the vines into 2 lengths of cord, each of which were just a bit shorter than the length of her arm. She worked as she walked, her fingers practiced at it, having learned to plait both from Kettle, on her own hair, and from Gimel, Calico Castle's groundskeeper, to braid her pony's mane. There wasn't quite a path to follow the way she went, but the direction she took was directed by those places where light shone through the underbrush, stripes and spots of illuminated space, beyond and between the drooping limbs and vines and roots and stems that snarled and twisted and fought to block her way. She'd come this way thrice since that first day, though at different points she'd darted off in one direction or another, and never quite entirely retraced her tracks. Still, her long practice with wandering in great forest back home did not leave her entirely unprepared to find her way through this wilderness, and with a little patience she stayed fairly straight on course. Soon enough, she spotted the twisting roots of the giant rosewood, rising up out of the forest floor and diving back again, looking like half-exposed links in some great wooden chain. She recognized the embankment near it right away and stopped. She looked up at the crest, scanning the foliage all around. Narrow beams of sunlight made their way through the canopy and dappled the leaves and the snaking patterns of bark and vine, all of which twisted together in a chaotic sort of symmetry, peaceful and seemingly unoccupied. But Perny knew better. Somewhere in there was an enormous yellow mantis, hiding and waiting for her to come near. She squinted and saw the wet sap that had run from the gouges the creature's spiked forelimb had caused, a red-orange ooze of tar, tacky on the top, like the surface of creamed soup that's begun to cool. She knew the mantis wouldn't move, that it was more patient than she was, so she looked about and found a large flowering lily with broad, flat leaves. She went to it and bent one of the leaves between her fingertips. It was as thick and supple as it had appeared to be, a sturdy jungle variety. She folded the leaf, bent it back and forth, even tried to poke her finger through. It tore, but not without a good deal of force. She glanced around for signs of movement nearby. Nothing. She tore off a quarter of the leaf, a span of it a little wider than the palm of her hand and twice as long. She folded it over once, then hunted around for a stick or pointy rock. She found one right away, and soon had poked holes into 2 places through her leaf at the longer ends. She threaded her homemade cords through the holes, one at each end, and secured them with simple square knots. When she was done, she held up what she had made. A sling, not much different than the one she'd used so many times at home, the one the elves had taken from her the moment she'd arrived. She spent a few more moments looking for suitably sized rocks, gathering a dozen of them into a pile. With a last check on the security of the knots, she gave her new weapon a try. Dust, splinters, and bits of bark flew out from the tree where the rock struck, barely a hand's width above the oozing flow of sap. A second, right after, blasted away more wood and nicked the top of the sap, cutting a wedge across the rubbery flow. The third stone knocked the little bulb of goo right off the tree, stone and sap both rolling off into the dirt. Smiling and feeling like herself for the first time since arriving on this island, Perny loaded another stone into her sling. This shot, like the last, was perfectly on target, and with it she concluded she had the feel of her new weapon. She loaded another stone, and then gathered up the rest, tucking them into her waistband, her boot tops, anywhere else she could find, given that the elves seemed opposed to stitching pockets in their hunting clothes. Tipping her head back, she looked up into the tree, looking for signs of something yellow, something that would give away the location of the mantis hiding up there somewhere. She found it straight away. 3 spans up, in a cluster of leaves. The play of dappled sunlight made it blend in perfectly. Perny saw it watching her, saw the angled lines of its massive, piercing spikes, the edges of each serrated like crocodile teeth. Another thing she was all too familiar with these days. She spun her sling in ever faster loops. Round and round and round it went, the air whistling as the weight of the stone passed. With a hiss, the stone flew away, followed by a dull thunk. Then came a rustling, then the snapping of twigs, and down came the mantis in a rain of leaves. It hit the ground with a heavy thud, and for a time its legs still moved, opening and closing the angles at its knees. It looked as if it were trying to run in slow motion through the air and back up into the tree. But the eyes didn't move. Not this time. There was a hole punched through one of them, and green fluid seeped out into the dirt. And not long after, even that stopped. Perny thought about taking one of its spiked forelimbs for a weapon, but she had no knife to cut one off, so she had to satisfy herself with a sling. But her recent success suggested perhaps it would be enough for what she needed to do next. It was time to go back to the fern meadow and face the giant centipede-like things. Once more, she made her way carefully through the trees, again braiding a length of cord, though much longer than before, and this time stripped from the fibrous insides of bark pulled from a variety of long, ropey vines. She pressed on for quite some time, hopping several streams and recalling which way she had to go with her practiced woodsman's sense. It was the work of an hour's walk to find it, but finally, as the sunlight piercing the canopy came through in nearly vertical lines, Perny climbed a narrow rise and found herself once again looking across the thigh-high fluff of what seemed a fog of ferns. She got down on her hands and knees and peered underneath the level of the fern leaves, as if looking for something beneath a low table. The light, filtered once more through the screen of ferns, was dim enough that Perny couldn't see beneath it very well. She crawled right up to the edge of the fern meadow and peered deeper inside. Nothing moved. There was only the yellow powder everywhere, a soft, dusty bed of it that covered the entire expanse beneath the delicate fern leaves. She saw no sign of the many-legged monsters anywhere. There were, in a few places, high spots in the powder, long lumps barely discernible at first, but as she watched, distinctly dune-like in how they appeared. Modest dunes, to be sure, but they were conspicuous once she noticed them. She counted 4 of them within range of her sling. Willing to take a chance at being wrong, and completely unwilling to go into the dust and risk her vision once again, she stood and crept away from the ferns. A quick scan of the surrounding jungle suggested she was still alone. She set herself to the task of setting up her trap. She began by making a noose at one end of the sturdy cord she had made, this one nearly as thick around as her thumb. The other end she tied firmly around a nearby tree. She stretched the line of her handmade rope out toward the ferns as near as it would go, and then spread the noose out on the ground near her feet. Satisfied, she hunted around for a nice big bashing rock, something big enough to mangle the many-legged monster, if her plan should go awry. Once she had one of suitable size, not much bigger than a pine cone from back home, and with a reasonably sharp point as well. She knelt down next to her spread noose and extracted 3 of her remaining sling stones. She loaded her little weapon and squinted into the dim space beneath the ferns again. Locating one of the long lumps in the powder, she set her sling spinning furiously. The stone shot out and struck the lump with a puffy thump. Just as she had supposed, up from the dusty yellow stuff came one of the long, squat creatures, its head end up and its eye stalks moving all around. Perny remained motionless as she watched it, looking for the source of its recent injury. She couldn't tell how much, if at all, she damaged it, but clearly it was alarmed. It didn't seem to see her standing there, but in a matter of moments, one of the other lumps in the powder shook itself and rose up from the dust as well. This one was bigger than the first, the flat gray length of its gently arcing shell a full 4 hand-widths wide. The 2 of them chattered at one another, the little round O's of their mouths like dark spots in the dusk light of their under-fern world. Perny feared they would wake up others, so she quickly sent another sling stone on its way. This one struck the first creature right below its eye, breaking the appendage halfway off. The creature flopped over on its back with the force of the impact, and all its legs began to tie invisible knots into the cloud of dust stirred up by its violence. The larger one let out a low, frightening hiss, and with it, up popped 2 more creatures from powdery dunes nearby. All 3 directed their wavering eyes to right where Perny was. They chattered at one another for a moment more, and Perny sent another stone at the smallest of the 3 just before they charged. Her stone struck true, catching the creature like the last, right at the base of an eye stalk, and like the one before, this one hissed and flipped onto its back, though only for a moment before it rolled up tightly into a ball, a perfect sphere of itself, its grayish shell all wrapped around it to protect its soft parts from yet another attack. The other 2 came on strong, and their astonishing speed cleared the distance between them and their assailant almost instantly. Perny barely had time to grab up the noose lying there and hold it out before they were upon her, the larger one running straight up her thighs, belly, and chest in less time than it takes to sneeze. Its pointy feet all brushed and touched her, at least those that were upon her. Half its length was still standing upon the ground, its body bent in an L shape, giving it enormous leverage. The power it had from that leverage drove her over onto her back. She fought and pushed at it, trying desperately not to let go of her rope as she fought. She punched with both hands at the soft underside it exposed to her, an endless trunk of shifting limbs, all those jointed legs moving at once all around her, tapping and prodding her body and her face. The second creature, as eager as the first, also put itself into the mix, and between the 3 of them, insects and human, they were quite a tangled mess. Between Perny punching and the added use of her knees, combining as well with the activities of the second creature, which were sometimes at odds with its companion, she was able to shift enough that she could lift her arms above her head, raising with them a few of the creature's legs as it reached for her face. Her assailant opened its little mouth and thrust out its hollow mouth spike. It made a flat slap with its head, aiming for her right eye. She jerked her head out of the way and pulled her noose down over its head, yanking violently. The eye stalks were sinuous and slid right through and up again, but some of its legs snapped on one side as she mashed the noose down in a way that bent them against their joints. She got the noose perhaps a third of the way down the creature's length, like pulling a stocking over a frenzied fighting foot. The combination of having several of its legs entangled and the pain of the 3 or 4 broken limbs set it to hissing and thrashing. In its agony, it fell away from her and rolled up in a ball. The release of its groping feet and the push and pull of its weight sent her tumbling sideways, which in turn knocked the smaller insect off of her as well. She scrambled to her feet and ran for the bashing rock where it lay upon the ground. Unfortunately, the smaller insect was far quicker than she, and by the time she was but a step away from her rock, the bug was on her back again. It climbed up her body so fast she staggered and pitched forward, nearly colliding headlong into the tree to which her noose was bound. As it was, she struck it with her shoulder and was spun painfully around. She landed hard on her back, with the insect, in that instant that she spun, clambering around her body to stand upon her chest. Once again, there came a hollow, pointed mouth tube swatting for her eye. She turned her face in time, and the little spike went through her cheek instead. It stuck all the way through and into her tongue as well, and for a moment she felt the force of the creature trying to suck it out. But the suction released an instant later, replaced by the taste of blood. She mashed her fists at the creature and tried to roll away. It scrambled around her as she rolled, its feet astonishingly nimble, and it was on her back again when she stopped and got to her hands and knees. She fought her way to her feet, and then ran backward, slamming the creature up against the tree, pinning it against the bark. The strength of its legs was frightening. It pushed her away from the tree and quickly scrambled back around to her chest. She tried to stagger back to where her bashing rock was, but the creature was too long, and its lower half was tangling her legs up all the way past her knees. On instinct, she threw herself face forward into the dirt, intent on landing her weight upon it again. The creature, sensing it, scrambled around to her back before she struck. She got a face full of moss and dirt instead. She actually managed to smile as she reached forward and grabbed her rock, though. It was right there. She faked rolling to her right and rolled left instead. The creature, though fast, was confused by the shift just long enough that she managed to get back onto her hands and knees. Once again, she staggered to her feet. Again, the creature was at her chest. She dodged the slap of its mouth spike with her head as she struck the first blow with her pointed rock. She nearly dodged another slap and took a long cut in her cheek, the same side with the hole in it, and this just under her eye. She dealt 2 more strikes with the sharp rock, one of which crackled on impact, like the crunch of dried twigs, and suddenly the bug was rolling away from her. It, like the other 2, curled up into a ball. Bernie ran to it as it rolled up against an exposed root and beat the sphere of it in with the rock. She pounded and pounded on it with the pointed end of her stone hammer, smashing through the creature's armor casing as if it were the shell of some great pumpkin-sized egg. The bug was a heap of pale green and yellow goo by the time she was done wailing on it, with bits of ruined shell jutting from the mushy mounds like wedges of broken dinnerware. She smiled down at its corpse and thought about picking through the wreckage to see what sorts of things might be in there. But she still had more important things to do. She saw that the big bug was still curled up around the noose, so she risked a glimpse under the ferns to see if there were others lurking menacingly down there. There were not. The first one she'd hit with a stone appeared to have run off, and the second one, the one that had rolled itself up, was now lying half-opened on its side, the balled-up defensive mechanism slightly agape, like the mouth of a dead man lying there. She nodded. Good. This had gone better than planned. She turned back to where the big one lay, still motionless on the ground like a large gray globe, its segmented armor gleaming dully in the wan morning light. She didn't know what to say to it, but she was about to try. Chapter 10. Perny sat and watched the armored ball of her captive for a long time. For the first hour or so she kept glancing nervously back toward the fern meadow, expecting more of the insects to come scuttling out and attack. But that didn't seem to be the case. So, after a while, she worried less and started to wonder more. She'd already figured out by her first day in the jungle that these creatures somehow communicated with one another. That much had been apparent by the way they chattered back and forth, and by the way the 2 that had chased her had clearly been working in concert. The question was not if they communicated, but how. Was it all vocal? Master Alton's dragons spoke to him all the time. Dragons, at least the ones she knew semi-personally, communicated telepathically. She'd even heard that the little homing lizards that Prosperians sent flitting about with notes strapped to their backs had some kind of telepathic link to one another, even with other homing lizards that they had never met. so she knew it was possible for animals to do such things. What she didn't know was if that sort of contact that could cross over between species, was possible with bugs. For a half-hour she'd been trying just such a thing, and it was proving less than productive. At the wizard's school in Leekent, Master Grimswaller had taught her how to use her magic telepathically. It was very simple, really, once one understood how it worked. And it was with the practiced method that grumpy Master Grimswaller had taught her that she continued to reach out to the balled-up bug lying there, trying to connect to its bug mind. She let her thoughts seep gently out across the intervening space, projected toward the insect in as friendly a manner as possible. "Hey!" She thought at it for perhaps the 40th time, shaping her thoughts in the gentle way she would have shaped the words were she speaking to a skittish pony, goat, or calf. "Why won't you talk to me?" Still nothing. She knew that trained telepaths could block out others' thoughts. Master Alton did it constantly. But depending on what type of block they had in place, she noticed that sometimes she could tell that there was a block, meaning she knew there was someone there. Not always, as Master Grimswaller had explained, but sometimes. But she wasn't getting that with this silent bug. She sat down on a rock near the tree and leaned back, making herself comfortable. She could stay at this all day if she had to. All week. All year. No stupid bug was going to outsmart her. She wondered if its shell protected its mind somehow. Who knew what a weird bug like that could do? She wondered how long it was going to stay rolled up in a ball. It reminded her of the little pill bugs back home, the ones Kettle called roly-polies when Perny was a very little girl. Thinking of those little bugs made this one seem less sinister somehow. She wondered if maybe they were related in a way. She thought it might be nice if they were family, like cousins who had gotten separated by the sea, like she was separated from all her family, or at least the only family she had ever known. She missed Kettle something fierce, and she was certainly sick of fish strips now. She was sure that she would never eat them again when she grew up. In fact, the best part of becoming a deadly assassin would be to beat the next person who tried to make her eat fish into a bloody pulp. She would mash them and throw all their stupid fish outside for the wildcats to eat. Stupid fish. She realized she had nearly fallen asleep when her head jerked up with a jolt. She blinked a few times and found herself face to face with the insect she had caught. It had crawled right up to her and raised itself up to stare at her. She squealed and slid sideways off the rock she'd been sitting on, but she rolled quickly to her feet and darted out beyond the reach of the length of the rope that tied the insect to the tree. But she need not have, for the creature once again rolled up into a ball. Perny frowned at it and wriggled her little lips in curiosity. She walked right up to it and prodded it with her toe. "You can come out now, you know," she said. "I'm not going to hurt you, so long as you don't try to bite." She tilted her head, the long drapery of her blonde hair, rather dirty and unkempt these days, swaying with the motion and partly covering her face. "Or try to climb me like a tree," she added, in case it thought to catch her on a technicality. The creature did not respond, and it simply lay there, looking like one of the big balls of pitch the siege engineers had stacked up beside the catapults the army had placed along Calico Castle's walls. She tried once more to push her thoughts outward to it, prodding gently, seeking its mind. This time she found it. She found it so suddenly that it startled her, causing her to lose the connection as quickly as she'd discovered she had one. She giggled and clapped and jumped up and down. She'd known it would have a mind. She'd just known it would. She tried again, feeling as she did that she now understood how Master Alton must have felt when he was first taming his dragon Teot. Master Alton hadn't been much older than she was now at all. This was certainly just like that, and she was very excited. Imagine how impressed he was going to be when he found out. Of course, she still had to tame it properly. She sent her mind in search of the creatures again, her thoughts tapping softly across the space like one of the creature's strong but supple limbs. She patted upon the surface of its mind like a kitten, batting at a string.
"Hey,"
she thought at it,
"let me in. I've got work for you."
She got back what could simply be translated as a no. Just that. Somehow she'd hoped for some kind of emotion and interesting intelligence, but it just said no. Or at least its thought made it perfectly clear. Just no.
"Well,"
she thought at it again,
"I don't care if you say no to me. I need a ride."
She walked right up to it and gave it a gentle kick.
"Now get out of that little ball before you make me mad."
She put her hands on her hips, and her face wore the very stern frown that she'd seen Kettle use so many times before.
"Get up,"
she said aloud.
"You've rolled around enough."
This, of course, did nothing to unwind the creature from itself, so Perny gave it yet another kick. Harder this time.
"You listen here, Mr. Bug. You'll do as I say, or it's going to go poorly for you. Do you hear?"
Now she sounded just like Kettle, too. She sent that thought telepathically across the intervening space, and she made the mental threat of yet another kick to go along with it. The bug sent back another no. Perny kicked it yet again, this time hard enough that it rolled down the gentle slope, bounced up into the air some when it hit a root, and then came to the end of the rope, which jerked it to a stop.
"Now unroll, you big mean bug, or I'll have at you with my pointy rock. You can see how that went for your friend."
She sent that thought telepathically as well, and then glared down at the bug for quite some time, waiting for its reply. No, it sent back. No anger, no fear, no sense of stubbornness. Just no. Perny thought about kicking it again, but that last one had rather hurt her foot. The shell on those things was pretty hard, and this one was bigger than the one she'd bashed in with her rock. She thought back to what she knew of Alton's taming of Teot. She remembered him telling her the story once, out beside the well when she was very small. He said he'd had to scare the dragon into being nice to him. But how? How does a little girl scare a giant bug into being nice? Especially a bug that only knows how to say no to everything. She thought that if she could ever get this grouchy bug tamed, she might have to name it Kettle, since no was Kettle's favorite word, too. She watched the bug lying there at the end of the rope, the taut bit of Perny's cord the only thing that kept it from rolling down the slope and into the little stream. And then it hit her. The water. Neither of the bugs that had chased her that first day had wanted to get their feet wet. Maybe that would be enough. She sent that thought to the bug telepathically.
"I'll drag you right down to the water and sit on you until you be nice,"
she told it. No, came its reply.
"All right, that's it then,"
she said aloud.
"I've had enough of you."
She went to the tree and untied her rope. She nervously unwound the last bit of knot and waited, half expecting the creature to unroll itself and run. It did not. She wound the rope around her wrist securely so that the bug could not escape, then marched right back to the balled-up bug.
"Last chance," she sent to it. "Straighten up, or it's a bath for you."
No. Without another word or thought for the bug, she strode right down the slope to the creek, only needing to give the bug the least bit of a tug to set it rolling right along. It came down beside her, then bumped and bounced past her, winding the rope around itself as it went. As it rolled farther away, picking up speed, Perny leaned back against the rope to stop it, but that only spun it around, allowing the rope to unwind as the bug continued on. Perny ran after, though she didn't have to for more than a few steps. No sooner did the bug hit the muddy edges of the creek than it popped right out of its spherical form and braced itself, spreading flat, legs out wide, and stopping short of the water. Startled by the nearly instantaneous transformation, Perny's quick reflexes were the only thing that saved her from tripping over it and plunging into the stream. Instead, she seized the opportunity and hopped onto the creature's back, turning herself sideways to its length and sliding to the middle of its trunk, where she stood balancing herself with slightly bent knees. The soft soles of her elven boots flexed gently over the arc of the creature's back, and for nearly a full second she was perfectly perched up there. Then, of course, the creature bolted back up the slope, tossing her off with its lightning-quick speed, as if someone had just jerked a rug out from under her. She landed in a pile in the soft mud and had enough time to look up before the insect hit the end of the rope again. Had she not been dumped several inches deep into the mud, it might have dragged her off, at least for a bit. But the suction of the mud and Perny's determination not to let it get away were enough to flip the creature over onto its back as it reached the length of its tether so suddenly. Its legs all went to spasms as it twisted and thrashed, trying to right itself, at least all those legs that were not broken and hanging limply or jutting out askew. It did manage to get itself over, and it turned back at her, its eye stalks waggling furiously. For a moment she thought it was going to charge her, so she crawled back into the water and got to her knees. Her arm was extended to its fullest length to accommodate the length of rope she'd had to play out, and she leaned back against it and tried to haul the creature closer to the stream. The creature flattened itself against the forest floor, spreading all its legs out until its body looked as if it were bread dough ready for the rolling pin. Perny realized that if she pulled on the rope too hard now, it might slide down the bug's length, breaking more legs, and then slip right off. It seemed that they were at something of an impasse. Which was fine. She didn't need it to get wet anyway. She needed it to be afraid of getting wet. She sent it another telepathic nudge.
"I'm going to stand on you again,"
she told it.
"Do not move so quickly this time."
She did not get a no from it, and instead she felt its pain. Its legs hurt, the broken ones that she'd snapped trying to get the rope over its head, and the one that had broken when it hit the end of the rope just now. It seemed its limbs were very strong for grabbing and running, but not so much so when bent the opposite way. She hadn't thought about that part, or of the pain that would have caused.
"I'm sorry,"
she thought immediately, sending sympathy along the way.
"but it's your own fault for fighting me."
She approached the bug then, hauling in the rope, hand over hand as she drew near, keeping it taut and causing the bug to remain spread out in its attempts to prevent itself being dragged into the water that it so clearly feared. She got right up to it, only a hand's breadth from what she thought of as its face. Its eye stalks tilted back to watch her, curving like a pair of snakes about to strike.
"I'm not going to hurt you," she said, "so long as you do what I say. Let me see if I can't fix your legs."
She knelt down, keeping tension on the rope all the while, and with her free hand, she reached forward and touched the creature on its shell, an angular bit of armor shaped like a slice of pie between its eyes. She closed her eyes and began to sing the song of the wilted daffodil. It was a healing song that she'd learned from Master Grimswaller back at school. A simple song, meant for healing flowers and nothing more. But she'd made it work on Alton one day when it really mattered, and she thought she could do it again now. She reached out into the mana that seethed and roared silently all around. She still thought of it as a scary place where great pink waves and purple swells rose and fell with terrible violence. It was everywhere, and there was a ferocity to it that both frightened her and filled her with awe. She knew that someday she would tame it all and be just like Master Alton. She knew better than to take up a lot of it, though. Master Grimswaller had taught her that much, most of all. So she plucked up a tiny little bit of it, like pinching spilled salt from a tabletop, and she dragged out a sticky strand of mana, which she pushed into the place where her hand touched the insect on its head. She sang the song of healing then, carefully and slowly, wishing as she sang the words she'd learned that the bug might be healthy again, believing that it would be best if its broken legs were whole. She imagined them growing straight and strong again, as if they were but stems of daffodils slowly rising from the ground. She even felt bad about it, too, for having broken them, and her spell was infused with the simple sympathy of a child, pure and uncomplicated, and the plain-spoken thoughts of merely wanting pain to go away. After a time, she felt that it was done, for the words of the spell were gone, sung out to completion. She opened her eyes, her returning awareness almost dreading to see the bug looming over her again, as it had not long ago when she had nearly nodded off. It wasn't. But it was standing normally again, no longer mashing itself down against the ground. Perny stood up and looked at it. It looked back at her with its bent gray eye stalks. "Are you still hurt?" she asked it telepathically. It made no reply. "I'm going to stand on you again," she informed it with thoughts and words alike. Then she stepped onto its back, just as she had before. "No," it conveyed telepathically, as she did so, the sense of negativity. But she didn't care. She stood on it, drawing back on the rope, hoping it might help her balance if the bug took off again. Which it did, and the rope didn't. And while she did do a fair job of bracing for the speed of the bug's acceleration, it simply moved too fast for her to stay aboard. She tumbled off sideways when it made its first sharp turn, which it did right away. Still, she managed to ride it for nearly the length of 5 full spans. What she needed was some way to balance herself from side to side. She scanned the area all around, and finally she spotted a fallen branch lying half in and half out of the creek. She made to go get it, but the bug flattened itself out again, making an anchor of its weight. Perny grew irritated at this belligerence. She set herself at a sideways angle, braced her feet, and gave the bug a yank with all her strength. It flipped over onto its back, its legs once more scrabbling in the air. It flopped and twisted and got back upright, again scuttling to face her flat and straight on, perhaps even understanding that she might yank off the rope. She wondered if it was smart enough for that. She tried to run around to get a sideways angle again, but it rotated with her all the while, keeping its body lengthwise to her, its head down and pointed at her like a dart. She feinted right, then jumped left, and gave the rope a yank. She wasn't remotely fast enough to trick it, but she was strong enough to once again break one of its legs, which prompted it to roll right back up into a ball.
"Stupid bug," she said. "That's what you get."
She half dragged, half rolled the bug over to where the branch lay up against the bank. She pulled it out of the water and studied it. It was a little longer than she was tall, and rather crooked for all that length, but it was thick enough for what she needed it to do. She snapped off all the forking branches coming off of its main length, having to stand on it with her foot and yank mightily before some of them would break. But after a few minutes' work, she had a very crude sort of pole with which she could try riding her captured bug again. She turned back to where it lay near the water, gazed down at its body rolled tightly up in its shell, and shook her head.
"For such a big mean bug, you're kind of a scaredy mouse, aren't you?"
She sent it a telepathic command to unroll itself, but all she got back was no. She was rapidly becoming convinced that that really was all the creature could say. She did, however, get the vague sense of pain again. Impatiently, she once more cast the healing spell, again squatting down, and this time laying her hand on the curving surface of the protective shell along the insect's back. In a matter of minutes, it was done, and once again all the creature's legs were whole. She stood and stared down at it with a frustrated sigh.
"Now, listen up, you. I've squashed a lot of bugs before, and I've got no problems doing it again. You're going to straighten it out right this moment, or that's all it's going to be. You hear? I'll break every one of your legs if you don't start listening to me."
She sent that thought with all its conviction and imagery at the bug, her hands on her hips again. She was tired. It was hot. Her face and tongue hurt, and the day was growing late now. The stupid elves would come find her any minute and take her back to the stupid cave. To her astonishment, the creature unrolled itself. She smiled.
"Good bug," she said. "Now, take me for a ride."
She took up her crooked stick and hopped upon the bug's back again. It was somewhat awkward trying to manage the rope and the stick together, but she got herself situated as best she could.
"Go on,"
she said, sending the command telepathically. The bug took off again, its acceleration so astonishing that despite having her stick to brace with, the slightest angular motion dumped Perny right off again.
"Stupid bug,"
Perny muttered as she once more clambered to her feet. She saw that the bug was standing nearby. This time, at least, it wasn't flattened out and ready for another tug-of-war. That made her smile.
"Good bug,"
she said.
"Maybe you aren't all the way stupid after all. Now, let's go again, before the elves come and try to take you away."
Chapter 11. A high, hot sun heated the streets of Murdoch Bay, as if the city were one great kiln. The general frugality that ruled in the city of greed often precluded the wasting of wealth on indulgences for the weak. Indulgences that included such devices as awnings or trees planted simply for the purpose of throwing shade. The starkest example of this tendency could be seen along the landward edge of the wide avenue known as the Decline, up which Alton and Orley now strode. The Decline was a back-and-forth boulevard that traversed the length of the great black cliffs beneath which most of the port city was built. It slowly wound its way down, taking nearly 3 measures to cross 300 vertical spans, and ultimately brought the downward-destined traveler into the heart of Murdoch Bay, a city that was home to no small number of brigands, pirates, and thieves. All along the rock-face side of the snaking boulevard were businesses, though such a designation could only be loosely applied for most, as more than half were surely fronts for one nefarious enterprise or another. These establishments, be they legitimate or not, were built one beside the next, their bare storefronts looking out over the edge of the sloping avenue and their back rooms carved deep into the rock. And most noticeable to Orley as they climbed was the fact that barely 1 in 5 of them offered the simplest accommodation of a shady overhang. As she and Alton made their way up beneath a blazing sun, she found it hard to imagine how so many businesses could lack even the most basic of commercial courtesies, that being something as simple as shade and an invitingly opened door. Yet despite the heat and the inhospitableness of the street, it was up this ramped row of businesses that Alton and Orley went, the sweat running freely from them both. They were headed to the top of the cliff, intent on meeting with Roberto on its plateau. The top of the decline marked the end of the city, and beyond it there was naught but open wilderness, treeless and stark. Orley welcomed it. Rough, heat-blasted lands were at least honest, unlike Murdoch Bay. The sooner they were out of this place, the better, as far as she was concerned. Orley's hand rested conspicuously on her blaster, her fingers already curled around its grip, and her lean muscles visible beneath her sun-browned skin, taut and ready to draw. Her eyes, hidden behind dark sunglasses, swept nervously back and forth. Alton kept her close, with his arm around her, his hand in the small of her back. He knew how anxious being there made her, and his green eyes scanned the faces and shadowy spaces between buildings, darting from one to the next, and up to the high places of the shallow rooftops, where there were structures ambitious enough to encroach sufficiently into the avenue to make such things necessary. Mainly, she saw awe and admiration in the countenances of the people there, and no small amount of fear. Fear of Alton, the Queen's Galactic Mage. She wasn't sure if it was because he was the Galactic Mage, or because he was the Queen's. But either way, she counted their journey fortunate in that his face had become so recognizable as to provide some measure of defense. Although, even with that working for them, she wasn't fool enough to think his association with the crown, his title, or even his reputation as the most powerful living magician on Kur would keep them safe in a city like this. His mentor, Titaman, had been more powerful than he, and even Titaman, an 8, a wizard of nearly 800 years' experience, no less, had been struck down by a lowly fiend. And that had happened in Leekent, a much gentler city by far. A knife in the back was all it had taken to kill the greatest magician the kingdom had ever known, and Orly had been helpless to do anything about it. She held no delusions about Alton's reputation being sufficient reason for either of them to drop their guard here in Murdoch Bay, especially on the decline. So they walked together up out of the city, Alton nodding politely to those who would wave enthusiastically at the two of them and their celebrity, but mainly watching for anything provocative with the words to a fireball spell partly muttered upon his lips. He hardly needed words these days, not with his ring, but Orly knew that he muttered them out of habit anyway, holding the conflagration he would unleash to defend her only a half-heartbeat away. No fools dared to tempt him, however, and neither fireball nor laser beam was let fly before they crested the cliff and found themselves looking out upon the dry lands that sprawled away from the city for measure upon measure, a vast expanse of prickly yellow weeds, squat, stunted trees, and enough loose, rocky soil to make a horse want to rub its hooves for thinking on it very long.
"Is it always this hot down here in the spring?"
Orly asked, as she wiped away a rivulet of perspiration that threatened to run into her eye.
"This is brutal. It's as if this rotten city can't offer anything nice at all, not even its springtime weather."
Having been briefly imprisoned in Murdoch Bay as part of Lord Thaddeus Thoroughgood's plot to capture her and then rescue and seduce her for himself, Orly's singular earlier experience with the city had not been a good one. This scalding heat did little to improve her attitude toward the community. "No," said Alton, he too wiping at the moisture that poured down his brow. "This town is pretty much the dung spout of society, if truth be told. But money seems to love it here, and the Marchioness controls a great deal of wealth by having this place as the commercial capital of Southmark."
"Well, they deserve each other, that old hag and this crappy town. I can't believe Roberto would want to have anything to do with this shithole. It gives me the creeps."
"If he's going to be in the goblin tea business, he's going to have to do it from here."
He pointed off toward the east, where barely visible on the horizon could be seen a faint green line.
"That way is Gallenwood and the Feshti River. The sea air and the desert heat make a perfect humidity for growing goblin tea, while the river provides fresh water, and the forest gives home to the derma bees and coffee moths that pollinate when summer comes."
"Well, I do like goblin tea,"
she said. She was smiling, but Alton knew it was only partly out of her fondness for the mildly, deliciously intoxicating stimulant.
"Maybe this city does have at least one redeeming quality."
Alton nodded, agreeing, though she knew he was not much of a fan of the bitter black beverage that most everyone else adored. He complained that the effects of the stuff took forever to wear off, which she thought was both just like him and ironic all the same.
"So, where is Roberto and his new ship?"
Alton asked, as they moved out farther into the open and the heat. They were both scanning the area from side to side. There wasn't the least bit of a dune or hillock to obscure the view, so there was no place to hide a ship, even if someone wanted to.
"He said right outside the city, which means here at the top of the decline. He should be here."
Orly pulled a thin black tablet out of a flat leather pouch hanging from her belt and tapped up their present coordinates, using the data stream from an orbiting starship, the Aspect, the same ship she used to serve aboard.
"He'll be coming in over there,"
she said, pointing.
"About 300 yards past that pile of rocks."
From the way it looked, she suspected someone had been hastily buried there. They made their way in the direction she'd indicated, and as they approached, there appeared before them a long, slender craft, gleaming like liquid silver in the glare of the high and blinding sun. They both had to look away. The glare was so bright, and looking back required that they shield their eyes, though Orly only for a moment, as her sunglasses soon dimmed down enough that she could see.
"By the gods!"
Alton exclaimed.
"It's awfully bright, and I had no idea your people could cast invisibility."
Orly laughed.
"It's not. It's the surface of the ship re-imaging the environment."
Her lenses were finally dark enough to look directly at it.
but leave it to Roberto to get that entire surface chromed. I've never seen that before. Could that possibly be any more ostentatious?
"Hey, I heard that," came Roberto's familiar voice from a loudspeaker mounted somewhere on the ship. "And it's not chrome. It's titanium and silver-treated palladium glass." A moment later, a ramp lowered from a place at the belly of the ship, discernible by the dark rectangular outline that began to form and then grow until there was a tangible opening. Two tall and strongly built women, carrying large shoulder-mounted laser cannons, came down the ramp first, the barrels of the guns nearly 4 feet long, and ringed with spiral cooling tubes that were caked with frost and sent vapor into the air to be devoured by the heat. The two women took places at the base of the ramp, one on each side, each of them leaning back against the strap slung over their bared shoulders and thrusting their pelvises forward, where the gun braces pressed firmly to their shapely hips. Orley could not help but notice that both women were strikingly beautiful, and dressed to express it. Each of them wore form-fitting black pants and a corseted vest of satiny purple material that was far more provocative than one might expect for a pair of rather burly guards. Their bosoms bulged as conspicuously as their shoulders and biceps did. A moment later, Roberto descended with a third woman at his side, and two more only a few steps behind. All three of these women were strikingly beautiful as well, the two behind attired exactly as were the ramp guards. The fact that they too wore the corseted purple made it seem as if these might actually be their uniforms, though Orley could hardly believe it. For one thing, the woman at Roberto's side was not wearing purple, nor a bustier. Roberto, however, was wearing the same color, if not the same outfit, which drew a snicker from Orley that she only barely managed to contain. She could not help but gape at him. The swarthy Spaniard wore a long coat of bright purple silk, which perfectly matched the bustiers of the four women behind him, excepting that Roberto's coat had an additional treatment of gleaming gold macrame at hem and cuffs, and it was decorated with carved buttons of mammoth ivory, though none of them had been put to use this hot day. Upon his head perched a large three-cornered hat, custom-made, Orley was sure, black as night, and festooned with a feather 2 feet long, and just as purple as the shimmering jacket was. While his lower half was covered with his customary black pants and blaster belt, his trouser legs were stuffed down into boots that, like jacket and feather, were as purple as anything could possibly be. Even the soles of those gaudy knee-highs were gilded at the edges with gold leaf, tacked in place and made to match the macrame and the buckle of the hatband. Orley let go a long and most unladylike sort of snort, and she barely held herself at the furthest reaches of self-restraint as he approached. Roberto ignored her facial contortions and nasally rasps, and he bowed with a long flourish of his three-cornered hat as he came to stand before them both. Alton bowed formally back and opened his mouth, about to give the proper Prosperian greeting when one is addressing the captain of a ship, but Orley's guffaws simply exploded into a full fit of laughter at the sweep of the hat.
You're going to get your feather in the dirt," she managed to gasp,
but that was all before hilarity had her bent over completely at the waist and nearly wheezing for breath. Immune to her ridicule, Roberto's eyes shot wide with faint horror instead, and he snatched his hat back up and spun it around, bending the feather this way and that, and, to his further dismay, discovered that he had, in fact, gotten a few bits of grit lodged in there. He immediately set to picking them out with genuine irritation apparent on his face. Orley laughed for nearly a full minute more, and it was all Alton could do to stand straight and try and be polite.
"Go ahead and laugh," Roberto said, "but do you know how much this damn thing cost me? They had to do it 9 times to get the color right."
Now Alton was laughing too. Roberto looked back and forth between them, then to the beautiful woman standing at his right, the only one from the ship not wearing purple to match the rest. The other two women had stopped on approach, and now stood a respectful pair of steps behind them, their faces stoic, though not without traces of humor twitching in the corners of their mouths and glimmering in their eyes. The woman beside Roberto made a better show of keeping her expression neutral, though Orly thought she might be biting her tongue more than a little bit. Eventually, Orly stopped laughing, and with a shake of her head, and an expression that clearly declared what she thought of his ensemble, she clapped him in a long and hearty hug. He grinned a great big cheesy grin at Alton over her shoulder as he hugged his best friend in all the universe, and Alton smiled back, glad to know that Roberto was not only safe, but beyond thriving by the providence of the Queen. Finally the hug came to an end, and Orly pushed herself away. She squinted at Roberto with a devilish gleam in her eyes and asked,
"So, who are you supposed to be? George Washington the pimp?"
"As if he ever looked this good." Orly just shook her head, then turned to the woman beside Roberto. The woman stood nearly a foot taller than he did, making her 3 inches taller even than Alton, and she carried herself with stern dignity. Her shoulders and arms, bare for the sleeveless vest she wore, were long and sinewy, her muscles toned, and her skin dark brown, like the goblin tea coffee they'd come here to trade for. Her stance, like her physique, suggested that her body was equally suited to fight or flight, and the intelligence apparent in her eyes suggested she would know which was the better course in any circumstance. She studied Alton, then Orly, and seemed to catch Orly studying her back. They exchanged polite smiles. Orly thought she might be the most beautiful woman she'd ever met. Possibly the most dangerous, too. She wore on her hips a pair of holsters, each equipped with an old-fashioned 9mm pistol, and the belt around her narrow waist was packed with replacement clips. The grips of both weapons were well worn, and Orly suspected that Roberto had chosen wisely when he put this woman on his crew, her striking beauty entirely aside. Orly reached out a hand in greeting.
"Hi, I'm Orly. Please tell me you are only working with him temporarily. If you haven't signed any contracts yet, there's still time to get away. I can have Alton here teleport you anywhere you like. Save yourself while you can."
"Hey!" Roberto butted in before the woman could reply. "Don't be undermining my authority. They have to respect me and stuff." He turned and winked at the woman standing beside him, who smiled again, though mainly with her eyes. She and Orly exchanged a knowing glance as the woman took Orly's proffered hand.
"I'm Dikwada,"
she said in a rich Somali accent.
"First mate of the glistening lady. It's nice to meet you."
Orly started to speak, but then stopped, realizing what the woman had said.
"Oh, no,"
she said, turning back to Roberto.
"The glistening lady? You named it the glistening lady?"
"Hey, you're the one who said you'd be a constant nagging pain in the ass if I went with the sweaty boobs. So, this was the compromise. I actually like it better. It has class." Orly shook her head, clearly exasperated. She turned back to Deekwadar standing there.
"Well, it's very nice to meet you," she said. "I wish you the best of luck serving under your captain there."
"I've dealt with his kind before," Deekwa said. "I'm sure there will be far more original and problematic obstacles with this work than the captain's eccentricity."
"Hey, I can hear you talking, you know," Roberto said. "And, for what it's worth, you are in pretty desperate need of some eccentricity in your life, given what I heard about that freighter you were on. I could hear you yawning from halfway across the galaxy." Deekwa grinned at that, showing a row of pretty white teeth beneath her luminous almond-shaped eyes.
"Well, you got me there, Captain."
Roberto laughed as if he'd just won a major victory. "Damn straight I did." He looked back to Alton and Orly, and became suddenly serious. "She's the best damn pilot work in commercial space," he said. "Might even be better than me, assuming that's even possible." Deekwa's eyes narrowed, unrelenting mischief in them.
"Oh, it's possible."
"Well, this man here needs no pilot," said Roberto, pointing at Alton, and intent on finishing introductions properly. "He is strictly point-to-point. Deekwa, I present Sir Alton Meade, or as the Crown City people call him, the Galactic Mage. He's kind of a big shot, but when I first met him, he was just a barefoot magician randomly poking around in space." Alton grinned and pulled up his robes enough to expose his toes. "Not much has changed," he said. He let the folds fall back in place and reached out to shake Dikwa by the hand.
I am still at exploration too, which is why we need your help.
Well, the glistening lady is at your service then, she said. As am I. Captain Levi said we'd be assisting you, though he was a bit short on the details.
Unfortunately, that is because we were short on them as well, which is why we need you folks, and that science team. Speaking of which, Captain Roberto, have you had any luck in finding anyone?
Yes, said Roberto. I've got a geology professor from the NTA Branch University in New Mesa. Marx Bryant is his name. He's a geologist, anthropologist, and some other stuff. Lots of letters at the end of his name. His response to my message read as if he's pretty excited, and he says he can gather up a team as big as I can pay for. Which was something I wanted to talk to you about. Who's sporting the bill on this one? I mean, I'm not stingy or anything. I just need to know.
I am, said Alton. It's the least I can do for Blue Fire after all her help.
All right, Roberto said, looking relieved. Good. I was going to hit up Her Majesty if I needed to, but I spent nearly all my startup cash on this ship. Worse, the last time I talked with that little guy down there who's brokering most of the goblin tea, I got the feeling I'm going to be spending all that I have left to get my first load. Seems these people around here aren't too happy with the Queen these days, and they're taking it out on me.
Alton nodded. No, they're not fond of Her Majesty down here. They never were, although it's worse now, I'm sure. Tensions between Crown City and Southmark have been high since the war. But none of that will matter for you, I should think. You'll find they'll warm right up to you, once they see the colour of your coin.
The gleam of bright metal was also the subject of interest for more than a few onlookers who were beginning to arrive at the top of the decline with the appearance of Roberto's ship. Already a small crowd of people had gathered and were coming cautiously near, a handful of rather grubby folks, all eager to see a spaceship from another world. By the sounds coming up from below, many more people were on their way. It would be a full hour before Roberto could be made to stop showing off his ship, leading little groups around the outside of it, remarking on its speed, strength, agility, and all sorts of technical things that no one on Prosperian could possibly appreciate. By the time he was done bragging, he was nearly late for his appointment with the goblin tea supplier down at the waterfront. It was only reluctantly that he got Alton and Orley to agree to accompany him to the warehouse to meet, as he described it, the littlest man you've ever seen. Chapter 12. The 6 of them, 5 Earthborn and 1 native Prosperian, made their way through Murdoch Bay, backtracking at first in the direction Alton and Orley had come, but eventually working their way toward the waterfront. They walked together down the winding grade of the decline, Alton, Orley, and Roberto 3 abreast, followed by Dikwa Dar and the 2 women Roberto described as being 2 of his 4 personal bodyguards. As they descended, Roberto commented on how spectacular the view of the bay was, and when they'd passed through town and arrived at the harbor, he couldn't get over how incredible it was to see all the sailing ships moored there, a forest of masts jutting up for what he guessed had to be at least a 3-mile arc along the shore. "It's like going back in history," he said as they turned onto Front Street, which ran along the docks. "Look at those things. Those are epic 15th century caravels right there. Look, 3 of them side by side. And look there, that's practically a replica frigate right out of 17th century France."
"I didn't know you knew about that stuff,"
Orley said with a grin.
"And here, all this time I thought you couldn't read. I'm impressed."
"I love this stuff," he said. "I am seriously considering retiring here when I'm done. This is my 3rd trip to Murdoch Bay, and I have to tell you, I've never been any place as cool as this. This might seriously be the best city in the universe."
"Yeah, and they have a thriving slave trade here, Roberto. It's just wonderful. Maybe you and that asshole Black Sander, you know, the one who kidnapped me, can be neighbors and play golf together on weekends."
The unexpected bitterness in Orley's voice drooped Roberto's mouth as much as it did her mood. The excitement of his new ship and his new business had made him forget what had happened to Orley here. "I'm sorry," he said. "It's not that I forgot.
and I got the whole lecture about this place from Her Majesty. But she says that's only a tiny underworld element, and they're working to root it out. I swear, if I ever find out who helped Lord Darius snatch you, I'll burn a hole straight through their face. That's a promise."
He patted the blaster hanging from his hip as he said it.
"Well," said Alton, "this is the place to do it if you do find them. They aren't much for investigating murder down here, despite what Her Majesty likely had to say. Sometimes I think that if people in Crown City knew the half of what went on down here, they'd fill the streets in front of the palace in protest." "Why don't they, then?" Roberto asked. "You guys got newspapers and stuff." "I suspect most people don't really want to know, so they take pains to avoid learning too much. Active indignation takes time and energy. Most of the folks in Crown City are too comfortable to get up for something like that. Or, at least, they were before the war. Now they are too busy rebuilding. And Murdoch Bay is very far away." "Well, I can like the city without getting involved with the assholes," Roberto said. "It's that whole baby and the bathwater thing."
Alton frowned at that, having no idea what it might mean, but he had no time to ask, for Roberto had led them down the waterfront along a row of tall warehouses built one nearly right against the next. He led them out of the street and onto the sidewalk, right up to a door, high above which was a sign that read Govender Enterprises.
"This is it," he said, looking back.
Orly squeezed Alton's hand as she tilted her head back and read the sign. She nearly let out a low gasp, then whispered, nearly a hiss, in his ear.
"Govenders. That's the same name as the thrift shop where Titeman was killed in Leekend."
Her hand trembled in his. Alton's eyes narrowed as he studied the sign. His first instinct was to conjure a fireball.
"Hey, what's going on?"
Roberto asked, seeing the dark mood that had suddenly come upon his friends.
"The name up there,"
Alton said, jerking his head upward as he spoke.
"It is the same as where Titeman died in Leekend. Perhaps the same company."
"Or maybe a weird coincidence," Roberto said. "I've been in here twice before. There's just a receptionist, and the back office where the little guy is. Master Tenderthrift, they call him. He's actually a pretty mellow dude." Alton's teeth remained clenched for a moment more, but he relaxed a little bit. A fireball would have set the whole place on fire anyway. Besides, Govender was a fairly common surname in the kingdom, that was true, and Her Majesty had sent the royal assassin to investigate. Surely the connections would have been made. All the same, he shaped an eye slant spell in his mind, just in case. In the span of 2 heartbeats, he could have one on its way, with no collateral damage from flames. Roberto glanced at his 2 bodyguards, hoping to perhaps take the tension down a notch. "Hey, Sami, Fatima, you 2 stay out here, and keep your eyes open while we go in."
"What are we looking for?"
asked Fatima, the dark-eyed beauty standing to Dikwa's left. "Anyone who seems too interested that we went in here. Grab some pictures if they do."
"Roger that, Captain."
Both women swung their laser rifles around on their slings and let them dangle against their chests, ready for instant use. Fatima reached up and tapped a round black comm button clipped to her corset, activating the video feed.
"Everything we see will be sent back to the ship."
"Good," he said. "Now, everyone just take a laxative and loosen up before we go inside. These kind of people don't like dealing with people who look nervous." He looked to Orly last. "Which means you need to chill out, woman. Nothing is going to happen to you with all of us here. You've got the freaking Galactic Mage with you, for one thing. And Dikwa there can take out half a room before the other half realizes the thunder is coming from her guns." Orly offered a flat grin and shook off her nerves. She knew he was right, but she left her hand on her blaster just the same. They entered into a small front office where a gray-haired woman sat behind a long table. She worked with a frayed quill pen, adding figures to a parchment scroll that was so long it had run off the table and rolled across the room, stopping only because it had hit the wall. She did not move to acknowledge them until she had finished entering an entire row of numbers into a column she was working on. At length, she looked up at them with a stern expression, her eyes moving upward in her head more than any motion of her head. Her lips were razor-thin, cutting a straight line across a face of absent mirth. They only knew she had lips at all because hers were made visible by the narrow line of pale lipstick, and they puckered with irritation just before she spoke.
"He's waiting for you in the back, Captain Levi. You in the dark one. Not the rest."
"They'll be coming with me," Roberto said. "Part of the deal."
"I'm afraid not, Captain. You'll do well to learn the customs of our world if you expect to thrive in its trade."
"Oh, just send them back, Terrace,"
said a voice that came through the door. It was so low and booming, it shook dust from the ceiling.
"They are from another planet, after all."
"Not all of them,"
she replied, as she eyed Alton with one arched eyebrow.
"Just send them back,"
boomed the voice again. He wasn't yelling. His voice was just that low and loud.
"Very well,"
she said, making no attempt to conceal her irritation. She stood, thin as a stick, and reached into the neckline of her blouse, extracting a key from the near concavity of a bony bosom. With a quick snap of her wrist, she jerked the key on its gold chain and caught it in her fingertips, taking it to the heavy hardwood door behind her, which she opened with a click. Roberto went through first, followed by Alton and then Orly. Dequa pulled aside a curtain and glanced through a front window into the street before going in after them. The door opened onto a much larger office, in the center of which sat a tiny little man, who perched on an overstuffed chair of such magnitude that the sight of him upon its cushion gave him the aspect of a very small frog seated on a very large lily pad. Immediately upon seeing him, Orly gasped, drew her laser, and shot. "What the?" exclaimed Roberto, as he dove to the side, having nearly walked into the shot. The little man let go a yelp as well, and gaped at the hole the shot had burned through the leather of his chair. Had his face not already been ghostly pale by nature, he might have turned whiter still. Orly cursed and fired a second shot, but the little man was already on the move, his speed surprising everyone in the room. Dequa's long stride brought her in position to intercept in a matter of seconds, and she snatched him up by the back of his satin waistcoat and hoisted him on high, with a pistol pressed firmly to his head.
"What is the meaning of this?"
he boomed in a voice so loud it was like cannon fire. This time he was yelling, and the unbelievable volume of that voice stunned them all for a moment, likely saving his life, for Alton's ice lance hung hissing in the air, right above his hand. Another half instant, and Master Tenderthrift would have been skewered through. "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" Roberto said as he scrambled up off the floor. "God damn it! Everybody just freaking whoa!" He came back to Orly with his hands out before him, like a man trying to calm a wild animal. "Easy there, Tex," he soothed, reaching out and gently pushing the barrel of Orly's blaster toward the floor. "Orly, dude, put the gun away." "That's him!" she snarled. She raised the gun again, aiming more carefully this time. With the tips of 2 fingers, Roberto carefully pushed the barrel down again. "Orly, you're going to kill someone with that. You need to mellow out before the cops come and we're all screwed. Relax. We've got this. It's just business." "No, that's him. I told you. I tried to tell you. We haven't even been at this business for 15 seconds, and that's him." "That's who?" "That's the little shit who would have auctioned me off. He's part of it. Part of the abduction, too. I heard his voice when I was in the box on the slave ship." She aimed her gun again, prepared to shoot the tiny man right out of Dequa's hand. Roberto stepped closer to her, and with a firm hand on her wrist, he raised her arm up until the gun was pointed toward the ceiling, and not at anybody's head. "You said that guy was dead." She blinked at that, as if finally coming back into possession of her mind. "No, I didn't." "Yes, you did," Roberto said. Alton nodded. He had heard the story, too. The recounting of how Orly had been in a cage on a wide stage during a slave auction. She had specifically mentioned there being a little man with a deep voice who had served as the auctioneer. But Orly had also said, every time she told the tale, that she had watched him die. "I do recall you mentioning him," he said, speaking in low, calming tones. "But you did specifically say that you'd seen that little man blown to bits." Orly nodded. "It's true. I did see it. He was hit by lightning.
But it was lightning cast by Thaddeus's lackey, Annison. You said yourself Annison isn't a conjurer, remember? So it was all for show. Or most of it.
Alton did remember that, and he knew that Orley was at least half convinced the whole fight at the slave auction was an illusion meant to throw her off the truth. Alton had no way of knowing whether it had or hadn't been, however, as he hadn't had time to investigate. Not with everything that had happened since.
"Well, I'm not dead,"
shouted the man, dangling in Deekwa's hand like a little four-limbed bag of anger. He thrashed for a moment, nearly twisting free as his waistcoat ripped, but Deekwa caught him by an ankle and lifted him up again.
"Let me go, by the gods! I've never run a slave auction in all my life."
His spectacles, which had fallen off, swung pendulously from a cord around his neck, somehow giving a piteous credibility to his complaint.
"You're a liar!"
Orley spat.
"I have contracts with the Marchioness,"
Deekwa's gnomish bundle argued back. Roberto started to nod to that, his teeth tightly held together, but he didn't know enough to get into the specifics. He also knew that his lucrative goblin tea enterprise was burning down with every lick of the flames flickering around the hole Orley had shot through the little man's massive chair.
"Listen, Orley, this can't be your guy. How crazy would he have to be to get involved with slavery? He's got connections in high places. Good ones. Too good to lose. Her Majesty sent me down here to meet with him, you know? So, let's hold off on conviction and execution, at least until we can get a fair and proper trial."
Orley let go a derisive half-laugh.
"In my experience, there isn't much fair or proper about trials these days."
"That wasn't here," Roberto protested, desperately trying to save the fortune he'd already made considerable plans for. He knew she was referring to the hoax of a trial she'd gotten from the NTA, right after the outbreak of the war. "And the responsible parties for that one have been punished. Assad's flying first mate on a freighter barely half the size of the one Deekwa was on. How's that for justice? No pension, no nothing. Dude will be working a junk hauler for the rest of his life." Orley glared at him, her eyes narrowing, obviously aware that he was trying to distract her.
"Do you actually expect me to believe there is another one? Another little asshole with a mouth like a cannon?"
"Orley, I just want you to not do something stupid that you can't take back."
She glared at him some more. She looked to Alton, who nodded that he agreed with Roberto. However, the fact that the eye slant still glowed brightly above his hand also made it apparent that he would do whatever she needed him to do. She looked back at Roberto, one eye narrowing even more.
"Fine," she said. "But I know it was his voice on that ship."
She took her finger off the trigger of her gun.
"That's a good girl,"
Roberto said, feeling the tension in her arm release.
"Now put that thing away, and let's all play nice."
"And put me down," the little man demanded of Deekwa. "I'm not some child's toy to be manhandled."
Deekwa brought him back to the chair. She wiped out the low-burning flames with a pass of her hand, and then plopped him back down where he had been when they came in. She didn't holster the pistol, though.
"Good,"
said Roberto, followed by a nervous laugh.
"Now, hopefully, everyone can be reasonable, and not do or say anything rash. There's still a lot of money to be made. So, you know, bygones be bygones, as they used to say."
"Don't worry about your money, Captain,"
said the little man with surprising calm as he wiped ash off the shoulders of his green waistcoat.
"It's going to be at least a year before we can get a magician safely on their world, probably more like 2. So, for at least that long, you'll have the business, whether your friends try to shoot me or not. I confess, in my eagerness to be about this business, to making a huge error in showing you as much courtesy as I did today. You may be certain I shall never do it again. You or the Dark One. No others. Not even the Galactic Mage."
"Like you could stop him from coming if he wanted to,"
Orley sneered.
"Hey, can it? Please,"
Roberto said, the first bit a command, the last nearly pleading.
"Fine," she said, "but I think I'll wait outside."
"Yeah, good idea. Go keep Sami and Fatima company."
Alton moved to accompany her, but Deekwa saw the look on Roberto's face, and she stepped to the door instead.
"Stay, Sir Alton,"
she said. "I'll go with her. He asked you to come here with us specifically for what you know about the TGS."
Alton nodded. This visit was something of a trade, a service on his part, in exchange for Roberto's having agreed to help with the science team. Alton was about to get farmed for information that only he had access to as an extremely high-ranking member of the Teleporters Guild. He looked to Orly, who nodded that she was fine. Then she and Dequa went back through the office and out onto the street. When he heard the outer office door close, Roberto went straight to work. "So, you said you'd drop the price if I could get you some information about when the visas are going to start happening." The little man, Master Tenderthrift, nodded and laced his fingers together patiently, as mellow as if he'd not nearly had his head blown clean off his neck a few moments before. It was as if that was not the first time someone had directed a weapon at the man.
"Go on,"
he said. "Well, visas are coming slower than you hoped, because the Northern Trade Alliance has an even bigger bureaucratic nightmare than the Transportation Guild services. Director Bahri is all for letting Prosperians come to Earth, and so is the Queen. At least that's what they all say. But both agreed that there have to be policies in place first. And if you want the God's honest truth, most of the people at the NTA are scared crapless by the thought of having sorcerers suddenly coming to town. When we first got here, everyone back home was all for it. But that's because these guys—" He paused and tapped Alton on the arm as an example of what he was talking about. "Were just stories being sent back in data packet videos. But now that it's actually going to happen, suddenly the idea of having a bunch of little Merlins running around has everyone privately freaking out. You should have seen the guy at the NTA Reserve Bank get all fidgety when I told him what I wanted to do. He couldn't have cared less about what he would have made off me on the ship loan. All he cared about was guys like Alton here jumping into his vaults and stealing everything. They're all doing it. The military guys think the Prosperians are going to steal secrets. The big corporate players do too. And those guys are all about taking risks and making money. The fact that they aren't falling all over themselves to help connect the two planets says a lot. The simple truth is that everyone on Earth with money is working non-stop to gum up the gears. Nobody wants you guys there." Trader Tenderthrift, as he was most commonly known, let go a long, low hum, a rumbling thing that would have better fit in a dragon's chest than in one as diminutive as his. He straightened the spectacles on his nose and looked to Alton for his opinion in that regard.
"Is that how you hear it, Sir Alton? Do your fiancée's people fear you so soon after the romantic promises of Her Majesty's great speech at the fire fountain that day? All that rot about trust and reciprocity?"
"I could not say if they do or don't fear us," Alton said. "But I do know that the TGS Council is furious with the NTA about being denied permission to look for a place to set up offices on Earth. So I would say that might align with Captain Levi's news."
"So where are the offices, then? I hear that you, Captain Levi, have already managed to get a spaceship here to Prosperian. A new one, just purchased from a shipwright on Earth, as I understand. Clearly, some mechanisms for trade with us have been put in place by your people."
Roberto raised an eyebrow at that. "You heard that already? We came straight here." The little man pointed to a cage on the lamp table across the room. There were 4 small lizards lying contentedly and still, basking in the warmth beneath the lamp's steady flame. Homing lizards. Roberto should have known his contact would have people in the streets, and that had been a pretty large crowd gawking at his ship.
"Well, we do have 3 NTA TGS co-ops going up, but none on Earth. They're putting one up for ships on Amphitrite, but only ships is what I heard. No setup for moving people. Just the big black platforms that the TGS wizards will turn into those giant boxes they start teleporting ships with."
"And how far is this Amphitrite from Earth?"
"Amphitrite. It's a moon around Neptune. About as far away from Earth as you can get without leaving the solar system, or setting up shop on an ice cube."
"Could a single seer get a sing spell pushed that far? From that moon to Earth?"
This was directed once more to Alton.
"I've never seen this base, Master Tenderthrift, but if it's an outer world, then no, not really. Not without a conduit and a proper concert of magicians to help.
I could do it, but there aren't any others who could that I am familiar with. Well, perhaps Guildmaster Alfond of the Seers Guild could, but I suspect he and I are about it."
Tenderthrift rubbed his little chin as he thought about it, but there was little else he could do. Or else there was little else he wanted to talk about. He looked up at them and, as if seeing them for the first time, said,
"Well, then, I suppose it's for the best that I've got my friend Captain Levi here to help."
His mood was so altered then, so bright, that Alton couldn't help but frown, though Roberto didn't seem to care. Trader Tenderthrift was all courtesy and respect after, and it was barely a half-hour later that Roberto had a map and a signed release entitling him, to quote directly, to fill his holds to the top at the price of 20 gold crowns per bag-weight, which was, to Roberto's considerable dismay, a full 5 gold pieces higher than it had been the last time he and the Murdoch Bay trader had talked. The little man, smiling as he explained the price increase, said simply,
"Ah, yes, well, the good captain might consider asking his pretty little hot-headed friend to make up the difference."
There wasn't much Roberto could say to that. Chapter 13. Shadows deepened on the forest floor as the lines of light coming through the canopy grew frail. Perny was anxious, expecting the elves to find her at any moment now. She knew that they would arrive and discover her trying to stand on the back of her many-legged bug, which she had named Knot, due to the tangle of legs it became each time it rolled into a ball, which it did a lot, as in every single time she had to discipline it. She knew they would find her and her bug, and then they would take it away. Or worse, they would thrust one of their spears right through it, and her whole day's work would be lost. So she had to hurry. Her little body was bruised all over, and blood ran from cuts and scratches everywhere. But Perny wasn't the only one showing signs of wear. The bug suffered for its part, and Perny had been less and less willing to heal its injuries as time went on. Now there was a stretch of broken limbs down the length of its body, on both sides of its trunk, mangled angles where several legs jutted out in tangled clumps of uselessness, snapped, bent, or broken, either by the rope or by Perny's simply mashing them with her crooked stick. She found that the creature reacted best to pain, and she did think it was slowly beginning to recognize the advantages of moving away from the pressure Perny put upon its body, whether with her heels or the stick. Between the yank of her rope, the stomp of her feet, and the mash of her stick, all accompanied by thoughts she put into its mind, she was gaining some measure of control. She found that simple thoughts worked best, and the sooner she'd stop trying to communicate with it in the way she'd often heard Alton talk about speaking telepathically to his dragon, the sooner she'd start making progress with her bug. Simple thoughts, like pressure points in the mind, worked best. The creature seemed to think in the most basic of ways. It was either afraid, or it was not. It was either hungry, or it was not. And by not, it was a matter of total absence. It did not plan to be hungry later, nor did it look to Perny expecting to be afraid. It simply became afraid, or hungry, or in pain. But this also made guiding it easier, too, for she found she could put simple suggestions into its head by working its opposite. If she wanted it to go left, she would project pain on the right. Just the thought of pain, remembered pain, pain she'd sensed from it. This discovery had led her to learn how to guide it fairly well, and she'd spent the bulk of the afternoon breaking its various legs on either side and locating how that wound felt to it by listening to its mind, which at its most active seemed a sort of background noise. But, like memorizing the keys on a harpsichord, perhaps, she'd kicked and smashed her way up and down its length, and had a pretty sound repertoire of its particular agonies. And now, at the point of having just worked most of that out, she was ready to give it another go. Her last attempt to ride it had gotten her nearly 40 spans across a broad, flat moss bed. But when the bug ran up and over the great bulk of a rotting fallen tree, Perny had tumbled right off and nearly lost her grip on the rope. But now she had retied her rope to her wrist, and she had a plan for how to stay on the creature even while moving vertically. With a quick glance at the dying light, she climbed onto its back again. "Go," she said, and in saying so, sent it guiding thoughts, as she'd begun to do almost reflexively by then, a little tap of pain in its rearmost extremities, and off it went. It took off as it always did, like a greyhound at a race, but she was well used to it, and she spread her feet wide along its length and braced with her back leg. Leaning into the direction of its speed, she stayed right with it this time, and they were off like an elf-thrown spear. With subtle thoughts of discomfort and gentle tugs on the rope, she guided the creature around obstacles and under low-hanging limbs. They rushed around the outside edge of the fern meadow where the creature lived, covering the distance in a matter of seconds. Perny thrilled at the speed of the creature as the wind blew back her hair and whistled in her ears. She dared a long sweeping turn back around to her left, through which she had to lean back into the momentum of the turn, but she'd gotten better and better at that as she'd practiced throughout the afternoon. She only had to tap the crooked stick on the ground once as she came near to overbalancing midway through that time. It was time to test her climbing theory, so she guided the lengthy creature back toward the great lumpy mass of the old rotting tree. As it approached, at seemingly meteoric speed, she crept closer and closer to the insect's head, so far up that her left foot was placed between its eye stalks as it ran. Careful not to stand on them or pinch them beneath her boot, she waited until just before the bug got to the log, then slid her foot over the curving bit of the shell that covered its face, the hard wedge she'd noticed earlier when she'd cast the first healing spell. She shifted all her weight to that front foot as the bug went vertical and climbed straight up the mossy wall of the rotting tree. She balanced there upon its plated face, and then, as it crested the top of the tree, she stepped back onto its back and scooted to the tail end. She repeated the process going down the far side of the tree by standing on its armored rump, if it could be argued that it had such a thing. The descent was a bit trickier, and Perny nearly slipped off, but the bug was back on level ground so quickly that Perny simply hopped forward just before she fell and came to land on its back again, even as it began to move away. It wasn't perfect, but it had worked, and with practice, she'd surely get it down. She ran the bug around for quite some time after that, and by the time she had it climbing up and down the trees, twilight was settling toward evening. She didn't know the jungle at night time at all, and there was still no sign of the elves, so she decided to go back to the cave on her own. She knew the way well enough by now. She turned the bug toward the cave that was her home for now, and off they went at great speed through the trees. Twice she tried to guide it through spaces that were too thick with limbs and vines, and both times she was knocked right off the creature's back. She had a great welt over one eye after the second strike, where she hit a low branch so hard little spots swam in her vision for a time. But she got right back on the moment they went away. She was just approaching the root-covered rise where the mantis's body lay when she caught up with the hunt. She hadn't even heard them. They moved so silently. But suddenly, there they were, all 20 of them, running naturally together as easily as they pleased. It would have been impossible to say who was more surprised by the encounter, Perny or the elves. For Perny, she found herself among them so unexpectedly it seemed as if they jumped out at her from the shadows and the trees. But for them, it was as if they'd just seen some new type of monster appear. Sandu actually had his spear up and was in the motion of the throw when another of the elves caught him by the wrist just in time. Seawind began to laugh. It was the first time Perny had ever seen an elf laugh. All the others began to laugh as well. All but Sandu, who was still staring at Perny standing there on her bug. He saw the admiration in his companion's eyes, but shook his head, saying, "No." He walked right up to Seawind and said it twice more.
No, no, this does not count. Jovive and Bellatelemu ran with the hunt themselves. This is not the same.
Of course it's the same. Jovive ran as a jaguar on her second day. Bellatelemu as a hummingbird in 9. But the young Sava does not have the power to transmute. She had to find another way.
Then she is the lesser of them by far.
This is the work of 24 days, and it's not even her own weak human magic helping her. How can this be the life watch of the High Seat?
What you condemn her for, I applaud.
He turned briefly and smiled at Perny, genuine and warm. He turned back to Sandu.
Don't you see? This human runs with the elves using no magic at all. She will be the greatest of the three.
Sandu shook his head again, looking at Perny with what she thought was approaching sympathy, before looking back to Seawind.
She will be dead, and it will be on your count for eternity.
He turned back to her.
My people do you a great injustice, human,
he said, and then he ran off into the trees. Some of the others seemed to lose a degree of mirth after that exchange, perhaps agreeing with the departed elf, now that the novelty of Perny's unusual arrival had worn off. But Seawind was not among them. He came forward and placed a hand on her shoulder.
You've done it, Sava. You've run with the hunt. Something only 2 other humans have ever done. You're in a very small minority amongst your kind. And now you have earned the right to begin training with the spear.
He held forth his own weapon, offering it to her that she might feel its weight. She snatched it out of his hand and hurled it straight through the air, pinning a moth that had been fluttering past to a tree some 15 paces away.
I already know how to use your stupid spears, she said. You said you'd teach me to kill that orc, and then I could go home. I'm ready to kill him now.
He turned back behind him, and with a flicking motion of his fingers, gestured for 2 of his companions to hand him their spears. He gave one to Perny, and kept the other for himself, nodding only slightly in the direction of the one she now held. She frowned at it, then back at him, and then, with speed she didn't have time to see, he swept her feet out from under her with a snapping movement of the bottom of his spear. He struck her ankle so hard and so quickly that she flipped a quarter turn and landed hard on her ribs atop her bug, who, being startled and injured both, took off at a run. She rolled off it the moment it bolted, and it dragged her half under a bush by the rope around her wrist before she could gather her wits enough to send it pain messages to make it stop. She lay there in the leaves and twigs beneath the bush, panting heavily. She would make him pay for that. Chapter 14. A lean, straight figure of a man watched from beneath a broad-brimmed hat as the Earth People and the Queen's pet Mage returned to the silvery spaceship rested atop the cliffs above Murdoch Bay. The Watcher's coal-black eyes squinted above a hawkish nose, despite being shrouded in shadow beneath the hat. Unlike the rest of the crowd, murmuring and oogling the vessel, he was silent. His interest in a ship that could travel to the stars was not rooted in awe or curiosity. No, not this man. His interest was, as always, appraisal. The appraisal of value, certainly, but mostly he appraised it for difficulty. He'd already watched several of the young lads from town approach the 2 burly women standing guard at the base of the ramp. While a few of the boys were simple, uncouth drunkards, one of them had been a well-built deckhand with pockets heavy with coin. His ship, the Hestra's Sea Hound, had come in yesterday from a successful pompost run. With his share jingling in his pocket, the salty youth had sashayed up to the women and made his suit with abundant confidence, for which he was politely but instantly declined. When the youth stepped closer to make a second, more insistent appeal, the nearer guard, a shapely brunette with shoulders and arms easily as cut and toned as the young sailors were, turned the muzzle of her weapon toward him, and with a polite smile, said something to him in the alien language of planet Earth. The words were nonsense to Prosperian ears, but no one witnessing needed translation magic to understand what she had said. The Watcher beneath that wide, dark hat nodded as he observed. Pretty though these Earth creatures were, they were not the sporting type. He supposed there would be more collectors interested in an alien girl, but for now he had no orders for one. And, truth be told, the last one had been more trouble than she was worth. 3 times he'd been less than a half step in front of the royal assassin's blade for that job, and now that the heat was off, or at least handed off to the Queen's simpletons, he figured he'd had enough of Earth women. At least until there was an offer that made the challenge worth the risk. He lowered his head and quietly mumbled a seeing spell, doing his best to keep the gestures at a minimum. When it was cast, he pushed his magical vision toward the glistening ship, hoping for a peek inside. It was just out of his range. He cursed the gods that had gave him a lowly D-class rank in sight. Imagine what greater wealth he could have acquired over all these years with just another 30 spans. Unwilling to move out of the crowd, he let the spell go. He saw after that the man in the purple coat had returned, the man who he presumed was the captain of the ship. He'd returned, and in his entourage still was Sir Alton Meade, the Galactic Mage, another of the War Queen's most dangerous minions. The complexity of the challenge presented by that ship was rendered all the more difficult with the young 7 in attendance, and all the more appealing. What profit could be made from the alien items on that ship, the Watcher thought, if he could only see inside? What rare objects were in there that would be a first for anyone on Prosperian? The first and finest that only he could find. Things that not even the Queen herself could have. Things the alien people might not even want her to know about. Oh, the thrill of it. Just thinking of it. There hadn't been anything that piqued him so thoroughly as that spaceship since he was but a boy. Not since carving the wagging pink tongues of endless prohibitions from his parents' mouths had he felt such a rush inside. That had been a long time ago. But now, the thrill was back. Now he could pilfer an entire alien world. But he had to act fast, for it would only be a matter of time. Soon enough, the War Queen and her counterparts on Earth would open trade routes. They'd negotiate contracts, start guilds. Objects from Earth would become commonplace in only a matter of years, perhaps a decade on the optimistic side. Then it would be too late. The greatest opportunities would be gone, the windows closed, shuttered, and barred. It would be all cronyism and inside deals afterwards. Everyone else would fight over scraps. It occurred to him, even as he thought it, that the same could be said for trade going the other way. In fact, the more he considered it, the more it seemed likely that was the reason for the appearance of the ship. Why it was here in Murdoch Bay. It was here to start trading Prosperian goods on Earth. The fact that it was here and not in Crown City, where the deals were being done, said a lot about Her Majesty. For he knew full well it was she, and not the Marchioness of Southmark, behind the appearance of that ship. Had it been the Marchioness, he would have known. Which meant he was already behind the game. And worse, he had no requests. Not even that dusty old shrew in Galbron Hall had summoned him for anything. There was no doubt the Marchioness at least had wind of this sort of thing happening. But nothing from her. Nothing. He nearly spat for the indignity of it all. And it wouldn't do to go calling on her to solicit an arrangement of some kind. He might as well start hawking candies and sweetmeats in the market square. But that was fine. He'd find his own way. He always had. And the gods do shine their favor on the ready and the prepared. And it was then that, as if by divine design, a gentle telepathic nudge pressed upon his mind. He recognized it immediately.
"Blacksander,"
came the demanding telepathic voice of the Earl of Worthington.
"Lady Southmark wishes to see you immediately. We have business to attend."
Blacksander's mouth cut a thin line across his angular face, like a cut made by the tip of a rapier. And out of it, like a pale drop of blood, slid his tongue, licking his lips hungrily. This was going to be fun. Chapter 15. Perney stood on Nott's faceplate, halfway up the ancient crater wall, and looking down at Jovive, who was easy to see as she made her way slowly through the chest-high reeds. The wrinkled old assassin pushed apart the green blades with outward sweeps of her arms, and from where Perney was 3 spans above, it seemed as if the old woman were swimming through high grass. Perney cast a quick glance over her shoulder, making sure she hadn't gotten too high up. If she got too close to the crater's edge, she'd stick up and be visible against the sky. The old wizard assassin would spot her then, for Perney's powers of illusion were not very strong.
"You're only a sea,"
Jovive had said nearly a month ago when she'd revealed what Perney's 3rd school of magic was. Even Master Grimswaller hadn't been able to tell what her 3rd power was. But now she knew, and she'd been practicing with it since. Jovive said she'd never be very good with it, but it was good enough for a crude sort of invisibility. She crouched low, gripping her blunted spear, an elven shaft with a sap-filled silk bag where the spearhead should be. She was supposed to kill the old assassin if she could. Another 10 steps, and Jovive would get the blunted spear right in the face. Jovive stopped moving for a time, listening. She turned her head from side to side, her eyes narrowing as her vision dulled to give favor to her ears. She waited patiently for a time.
"Good child,"
she said after a while.
"you are as quiet as a mouse."
Perney smiled. She knew she was. Not was, too. All his little feet made no more noise than leaves settling to the forest floor. She sent him a thought for motionlessness. Just enough menace to freeze him, but not enough to roll him into a ball. She'd done that only a few days ago, when Seawind had finally allowed her to try fighting from atop the insect's back. She'd been high up a cave wall, and been a bit too aggressive in sending it a painful thought, frightening poor Knot into spherical form. She'd fallen almost 6 full spans. Knot had bounced and taken no injury. But for her, well, that was the first time she'd ever seen her own shin bones so closely before. Burst right through the skin and all. If it hadn't hurt so much, she would have enjoyed looking at it more. But now she knew, and she made sure Knot was behaving properly. Still as a stone, as he clung to the craggy rock face like a fly upon the wall. Perney hefted the spear, pitching the back end of it at a steep angle so as not to bump against the rock. She wished Jovive would hurry up and move. Like a strike of lightning, Jovive's own blunted spear came hurtling up at her. So quickly all Perney could do was jump. If she'd taken the time to urge Knot to move, she would have been struck full on. She dropped straight down, knowing she'd land loudly when she hit the shallow water, but as she fell, her arms suddenly wrenched upward when she hit the end of Knot's rope. For an instant, she thought he might be strong enough to hold on, but he was not. His little feet, unprepared for the shock, lost their grip, and down he came on top of her, the 2 of them landing, first Perney, then the bug, with a tremendous splash. Before Perney could clear her eyes, Jovive was nearly upon her, a wooden knife in her hand. Just before the old assassin could make the token slice across Perney's throat, Knot was dragging Perney back up the crater wall, the pulse of his fear throbbing in his insect brain. Perney swung beneath him like a clock pendulum, bouncing off the rock face and getting scratched up everywhere. He'd nearly dragged her all the way over the lip of the crater by the time she'd got him to stop. She tilted her head back, looking up to see where she was, then reached up with her free hand, prepared to climb up the rope. 2 hard objects thudded against her chest, one after the next in rapid fire. She looked down again and saw that both of Jovive's wooden knives had left black charcoal marks on her, one right below the next. She would have been a pincushion if those knives were real.
"You've got to get that creature under control,"
the ancient bodyguard intoned, though needlessly.
"It's going to get you killed."
Perney hung motionless for a moment, her shoulder hurting from the initial jolt, and all her scratches beginning to burn. She sighed, frustrated, and simply dangled there like some droopy little anchor dropped halfway into an empty sea.
"And I saw the butt of your spear above the reach line,"
Jovive was saying when Perney finally began paying attention to her again.
How many times do I have to tell you that your illusions are weak? You can't hide like an elf any more than you can run like one. You've got to think. You must use your powers and your brain."
Perny didn't want to hear another lecture today, and she didn't want to hear what she couldn't do. She didn't want to hear how she was weak and how she was going to die. Again. That's all anyone ever told her. "You're going to die," they all said. Always with some big stupid if to go along. Well, if there were that many ifs going to kill her, then she expected she ought to be dead by now. She hung there for a little longer, watching Jovive talk. The words made flat and round shapes of the old assassin's mouth as it moved, but the sounds all faded away. The woman was merely part of the scenery, a dull part, in brown leather, lost against the bright colors of the elven island with all its creatures and sounds and nothingness. Perny didn't want to listen any more, and she was tired of eating fish. The pain in her shoulder throbbed and broke her reverie. She might have been drifting off to sleep. She prompted Nott to pull her out of the crater slowly, so as not to cause further injury. She climbed onto his back once they were up, and she set him off at a run. She was done with lessons for today. And this time, unlike last time, she was going to go someplace they couldn't find. The biggest advantage in studying with Jovive out of the cave was that the old woman couldn't keep up with her anymore. Not for speed. Jovive's jaguar form wasn't fast enough, and her skills in transmutation prevented her from taking the shape of birds. Perny didn't know why, but she'd figured out the weakness all the same. Which meant that Perny could outrun her. The problem, the thing that Perny had learned the last 2 times she'd tried to run away, was what the old mage assassin couldn't manage in speed. She more than made up for in her tracking ability. The woman was harder to get away from than a bloodhound or a scavenger drake, but this time Perny had a better plan. Riding Nott through the jungle was a tough way to run. The leaves and branches and brambles got in her way. It was impossible not to leave a trail of broken vegetation when she rode through the trees, much less her scent. But the last time she'd gotten out, she discovered something new, if belatedly. Nott left no footprints in the sand. She thought maybe, because of it, he might not leave any scent behind as well. So this time, as she streaked off, away from Jovive's lectures, she headed straight for the ocean as fast as Nott could go. Soon enough, she made it to the coast. She'd gone north last time she was here, so this time she decided to try the south. She saw that there was a high set of cliffs a few measures down. It appeared as if the beach might end there, but she knew Nott could climb them if there wasn't enough beach to go around. Soon she discovered that there were enough rocks along the base of them to make it at least part way around, but Nott didn't like the cool mist of the water so near his feet. Rather than fight with him, she directed him a few spans up the wall and urged him to carry on. She'd gotten good at riding him along vertical faces, hooking her heels over the edge of his segmented shell, just above where his legs emerged, and leaning back carefully, just enough for balance, but not so far as to brush her back against the cliff. At the speeds Nott ran, and with altitude, that would mean death. She well knew that what she was doing would get her yelled at if Kettle saw, but she'd been so long away from the flower-doused old kitchen matron that she'd nearly forgotten what being scolded was all about. Seawind didn't scold. He was quick with a cuff or a blow, but he never scolded her like a child. And Jovive only lectured. Endlessly. None of them yelled at her either. Perny never thought she'd miss such a thing, being hollered at. But she did. Well, not exactly the yelling part, but the rest of it. She missed the look in Kettle's face. The look after the yelling was done, when Kettle's eyes sometimes filled with frightened tears. Nobody cried for her here. She tried not to cry too, but her shoulder hurt, and she missed Kettle, and she was tired of eating fish. She'd done everything they said, and she never complained hardly at all. But she was tired, and it wasn't fun anymore. She wanted to go home. As she looked out over the ocean in the direction where she thought Kerr might lie, She thought of all of them sitting at the table having tea. Kettle was serving up a plate of roast meat and steaming carrots. The carrots would be bright orange and dripping with butter and beet sugar sauce. She could smell the wine and hear Kettle yelling at Master Alton for trying to give her some.
"You can't give a wee lass wine,"
she would say, and Alton had tried to give Perney wine before. He said wine was good for her. Master Titeman had said it was too before he died. But then Orley had come along and broken the world, and her people had killed everyone, or at least gotten them all killed, and now she was trying to take Master Alton away and ruin everything while Perney was stuck here with the stupid, boring elves. They said they'd let her go home when she could pass their stupid test, when she'd mastered the spear and wasn't afraid of that nasty old orc. But now she knew they never would. Jovive would just go on talking forever, and they'd never let her go. She was already really good with the elven spear. Only last night she'd struck Jovive hard upon the knee when they were practicing in the cave. Really hard. It almost knocked her down. Next time, she would knock her down. But there wouldn't be a next time. She was going to get out of here somehow. The cliff face fell away before her as Nott whisked them along toward the end of its length. It appeared that the flat rock face was giving way, the cliffs opening onto a little cove. The cliff rose up again on the other side, some 50 spans away. She had no idea how long she'd been lost in thought. Riding Nott had become second nature to her. But he was very fast, and she was sure she'd never been here before. She directed Nott around the corner carefully and slowly. Rounding a bend as sharp as that was a complicated affair. Doing so required that Perney turn to face the rock, and that Nott bend himself around the corner and stop while she scooted around him from one face to the next. But soon they were around it, and she saw that she'd come upon a horseshoe-shaped cove. It was at least 200 spans deep, and nearly as wide at its widest point toward the back. And it had a bright pink beach. Perney sent Nott a threatening thought, and had him descend at a gradual angle until they could get to the narrow strip of sand. It was obvious that this place was like no other beach she'd seen before, and she'd seen plenty since coming to String. For starters, the sand was as pink as a poodle's tongue, and it was so soft it reminded her of goose down, like the kind Kettle made pillows with. Luxurious and inviting. She stepped off Nott and hopped around in it for a time, enjoying the warmth and softness of it on her feet. She flung handfuls of it into the air and saw that it sparkled like a million tiny jewels. She paused, realizing that she'd been giggling loudly, and turned quickly around, looking back the way she had come. Jovive was nowhere to be found, though that was hardly cause for comfort, given the nature of what the ancient woman had been doing these last 300 years. She tipped her head back and scanned the edge of the cliff all around, rather like Jovive had been doing while searching for her back at the crater they'd been practicing in. There was no sign of movement up there, though there might have been 100 elves hiding in the trees for all Perney could tell. She brought her gaze back to the cove itself and saw that the crescent-shaped beach fronted an odd stand of trees, hundreds and hundreds of them, all roughly the same. They were palm trees, not unlike those that she'd seen all over the island here, but these, all of them, grew in pairs, 2 trunks wound around together, and seeming to share a single tuft of fronds at the top, a great mass of them all jumbled together like the green head of some spiked mace. She went immediately to investigate, bidding Nott to curl up in a ball with just the right dose of fear, a mental blast of pain, his own, remembered and echoed back at him. It worked, of course, and confident that he was properly subdued, she left him rolled up there to go see about the trees. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the palm trunks had a texture like hard wax, each of them soft at the surface, but firm enough when pressed. She tried to cut into one of them with her fingernail, but she could not, and for a time it amused her to think that they might be made out of enchanted snot. She strolled from one to the next, noting that some had round growths like coconuts on them, and some did not. But beyond this difference, they were all the same variety, and were it not for the random and haphazard dispersing of the trees, she might have thought they'd been planted here all at once. The cove was much deeper than it looked from high above, and Perney spent nearly an hour wandering around in its depths before she grew bored of its constancy. Unlike the rest of the jungle on the island, this place was completely without variety. After a time, she decided there was nothing novel about the trees at all. So she returned to the beach, and Knot, still lying there in a ball. She bade him unroll himself and checked his thoughts to see if he was hungry. He was, which was not a surprise. She didn't mind feeding him just now, as it gave her something to do. With a great deal of grunting and yanking, she pulled the silk bag filled with sap off her spear shaft, making it little more than a slender quarterstaff. Still, it would suffice, and she took it right out into the waves. Surely there would be some shallow water fish to find. She spent some time wading deeper and deeper out, and by the time she was nearly to the mouth of the cove, which she recognized by the change in water color as the seabed dropped off steeply over a shelf, she heard the familiar bark of Jovive calling her name.
"Do not move another step,"
the old woman called, just emerging from her jaguar form.
"Come back inland, now."
"No," shouted Perney. "Don't tell me what to do." Just for that, she made her way directly toward the edge of the sea shelf, rather than looking around for fish. Besides, she'd probably find the fish she was looking for out there. Had it not been for the fact that her spear shaft stuck out a pace in front of her, Perney would have walked right into the magic barrier that evaporated the smooth black wood instead. The back half of her weapon dipped into the water behind her, having lost the counterbalance of the front, and it was the reflex following that feeling that stopped her, even before her brain had time to make sense of what her eyes had seen. She stared at the scant half-hand's width of black wood that remained jutting out from where she gripped the weapon in her fist. There was a faint and unfamiliar smell, and the end where it had been dissolved was cut cleanly and polished as smoothly as if a craftsman had decided to make it that way. She flipped what remained of it around, and taking a half-step back, poked it forward again. Once again, the foremost portion of it simply disappeared. When she pulled it back, again there was only the strange smell, and the shaft was again cut clean and smooth. With a shrug, Perney turned back toward the beach, still scanning the water for some signs of fish for Knot. By the time she got back to where her bug sat, Jovive was sitting next to the rolled-up creature, clearly preparing for another boring lecture she was going to give. And Perney had nothing for Knot. Jovive patted the sand beside her, and Perney plopped next to her and proceeded to ignore whatever the old woman had to say, because it was, as expected, just another boring lecture, this time about carnation trees or something like that, and lots of stuff about why Perney wasn't allowed to come here ever again, just like everything else she was never supposed to do anywhere all the time. Rather than pay attention, she looked out beyond the strange barrier and watched the water spouting from a passing pod of whales. They were free, she thought. They could go wherever they wanted to, and nobody told them what to do. She wished she were a whale. If she was, she'd go home. Which is when she realized what she should do. Suddenly, with renewed energy, she figured out how she could get home. She glanced over at Knot, still balled up next to her, and smiled. She patted the hard surface of his rounded shell. If she could tame a bug, surely she could tame a whale. And if not a whale, then some other creature of the sea. And unlike Knot, she was not afraid of getting wet at all. Chapter 16. A great black box appeared 50,000 miles beyond the planet R3 in the solar system known as Fruitfall. There were none to observe the appearance of the large black object, but had there been, they would have seen what looked like an enormous brick born from the very womb of space. And shortly after it arrived, they would have observed that the object began to dissolve. For it did dissolve, beginning at its top, and one leading edge, and then the rest, slowly melting away. The rate of this apparent melting increased, as if black paint were being washed away from an invisible box in which there had been placed a long, slender spaceship, which gleamed silvery in the light of the distant sun. Soon the black box was reduced to a black platform, a long, flat expanse of magically enhanced tiles as dark as space itself. The spaceship resting upon it was the glistening lady. Inside the ship, Captain Roberto Levi was seated in the pilot's chair, with his feet up on the small console that served him as he watched through the main ship's monitor, enjoying the show as the black substance of the TGS teleportation platform unboxed itself. When the walls of the dark teleportation bay were finally melted away, he saw that his ship had arrived above the looming giant rock R3, and not so far from their destination, the moon Orley said was Yellowfire's host world before the tragic solar accident. He let go a merry laugh as the last of the black walls seemed to ooze into the platform.
"You see that, Dequa?" he said. "That there is the future of everything. You've got to love those magical bastards. I'm telling you, a whole new era has begun."
"It is efficient, Captain," Dequa replied. "I'll let Dr. Bryan know we are here, and get word to Orley and Sir Daulton as well." Roberto nodded, and while Dequa was at that, he ordered the slender blonde at the helm to take them to the coordinates Orley had given them. The helmswoman called up the location on the monitor, then engaged the engines and set them on their way. Roberto watched with a broad grin as they approached, still giddy about how easily they had jumped so far across space. From a moon around Neptune in the system of Sol to a moon around R3 in the system of Fruitfall, 34 light-years in seconds. And with the TGS platforms that the Prosperians were going to be building across the galaxy for just this sort of thing, the Earth ships would no longer have to suffer the snuffing out of reactor cores. They were in the box, as the TGS teleporters liked to say, and that somehow changed the rules. It was the same way the fighter ships and transports had worked after being teleported to Neotatica in the hangar bays of the starships, a big part of what ultimately helped end the war. Roberto didn't understand why, but he didn't care why. All he knew was that it worked. Soon, there would be TGS depots everywhere, and the problems with distance and space would be gone forever. A new age truly was upon humanity. In less than a half-hour, the glistening lady was settling on the surface of Yellowfire's moon, barely 500 yards from the craggy stone teeth that marked the mountain pass, a pass that would lead to the caverns, which in turn would take the science team down to Yellowfire's dormant heart. Roberto was about to give the order for Dequa and a few others of his crew to suit up and prepare to accompany the science team, when a loud rush of air ruffled everyone's hair. They all turned as one to see Alton and Orley standing at the back of the bridge.
"Permission to come aboard, Captain?"
Orley quipped as she strode confidently up and embraced her long-time friend. She leaned away then and frowned.
"Hey, where's your hat?"
He laughed, then turned and looked around. It was on the floor near the command chair, blown off the back by the wind of Alton's teleport spell. He turned a glare of mock anger on Alton.
"Hey, you kink my feather? I'm going to have words with you, pal."
"My sincerest apologies,"
Alton said, though the grin upon his face suggested a distinct lack of sincerity. Roberto went through a round of introductions then, beginning with the blonde helmswoman Tracy Applegate, a bush pilot from the Free Districts in northern Canada, and then his weapons officer, Liu Chun, who he bragged was the daughter of the late General Chun, who was a hero of the hostile war. The man had intentionally crashed his fighter into a hostile orb just prior to its striking an elementary school being used as an emergency shelter during the worst of the attack. The video capturing his heroism had become iconic, the embodiment of the fight that had raged on Earth, and his name was known and revered by all. So much so that Orley gasped when she heard who Liu Chun's father was, and tears burned her eyes as she shook the lovely woman's hand.
"I read your father's biography,"
she said.
He was an incredible man. There are few whose bravery comes so reflexively, and he sounded so calm on the audio. I am honored to know you, and very sorry for your great loss."
Liu nodded and smiled.
"Thank you. He was a remarkable person. I miss him."
"Well, you do his legacy of giving to others justice in helping with yellow fire,"
Alton said. She nodded again.
"Yes, I think so too. It's why I left my commission behind and signed up with him."
She jerked her head toward Roberto. Orly turned to Roberto with the question in her eyes.
"I thought you just scooped up all the hot chicks you could find. You mean you actually had a volunteer?"
Roberto shrugged and smiled. "I did. She saw the call for the science team on the NTA boards and applied. I saw her credentials and couldn't say no. Just my luck she's easy on the eyes, too." Orly glanced back from Roberto to Liu, who, like the rest of Roberto's crew, other than Dequadar, of course, wore the low-cut, corseted uniforms Roberto had designed. The young woman did look remarkable in the form-fitting attire. Liu followed Orly's gaze down to her chest and back up. Liu shrugged, her expression that of one who has had to make some compromises. "I know. What can you say? Our captain seems like a good man, and a really shrewd combat leader from what I read. Besides, the mission matters more than the attire." Tracy leaned back from her seat at the helm and added, "And he pays 3 times better than anyone else out there. I can live with a uniform for that." They all laughed. All but Alton, anyway, for he was already thinking about the project underway.
"So, where is the science team you promised me?" he asked. "I'd like to meet them and get the griffins in the air. Every moment we waste is another moment of private agony for Blue Fire."
"You can be such a buzzkill, dude," said Roberto, as the smile died on his face. "But you're in luck. There they go." He pointed to the monitor, where just then a small gravity sled was being tugged out onto the powdered gray surface of the desolate moon by a pair of figures in bulky spacesuits, whose off-white coloring practically glowed in the bright light of Fruitfall high above. "That's Dr. Bryant, I'm sure. He's been ready for this since we left Earth. Probably been back there suited up since liftoff."
"Good," said Alton. "That's what I was hoping for. Someone who could really care about this project with us."
"Oh, he cares. And he's smart as hell, so don't let him scare you or piss you off. Either of you." Both Alton and Orly frowned, and for a moment, a rare one, Roberto actually looked a little embarrassed. It was strange to see that this time it was Dequa wearing the devilish grin.
"Well,"
Roberto exclaimed,
"he's just... well, all I'm saying is if he starts hitting on Orly or something, don't blast him with a fireball. That's all. He's harmless, I swear."
"Why would he hit her? And I certainly will not tolerate it, I promise you."
"No, not hitting like hitting. I mean, if he starts checking her out, flirting or whatever. You know, coming on to her." Orly laughed, but Alton looked very serious. She clutched his arm, and after a glance into her sweet blue eyes, he smiled.
"Very well, no blasting. I realize that the customs of non-military people from Earth may take some acclimating to for those of us from Prosperian, just as patience the other way will surely also be required. I will do my part."
Several hours later they were all deep beneath the surface of Yellowfire's moon. 9 of them, standing around the hole in the bottom of the huge chamber filled with the dull gray crystals sprouting from essentially everywhere.
"That's him,"
Orly said proudly as they looked down into it, the faint purplish pulse just visible below. Dr. Marks Bryant. "Call me Professor," the geologist had said, moved up to the edge and peered down inside. He took a reading with a large blockish device that emitted a narrow green line of light. He read the data on its screen, then turned to Alton. "This is the stone you call liquefying stone, correct?" His gloved hand was pointing to any number of the dull gray crystals in the hole.
"It is," came Alton's reply. "Or at least it sort of is. It's not the same as the few we had on Prosperian, nor is it like those in Blue Fire's cave. At least not any more. Hers and the ones that I got from Titanman all have what you might call an anti-glow, an odd luminescence that didn't glow so much as absorb light in an observable way. It's hard to explain, but they were yellow, and there is something about that which seems in operation when you look into them. It is the same with those that adorn the walls on Blue Fire. Even more so, really, for they are quite bright, and do emit light, glowing wondrously at all times. These here, obviously, do not glow, nor are they yellow at all. If they are eating light at all, I can't tell it by looking. However, in terms of arrangement, they do seem to be of the same variety."
The geologist nodded, his shiny bald head reflecting the white spots of several of the others' helmet lights as he bent back down. He put his gloved hand behind a formation of crystals near the edge of the hole and narrowed his helmet's light beam. He waved his hand back and forth, evidently looking to see if any light came through, but they too were dull and gray. He pulled his hand back and slid a small hammer from his belt. He backed away from the edge of the hole and went to a cluster of stones near Orly. He flashed her a wink before tapping on the tip of a rather long projection of crystals with the hammer. Nothing happened. He tapped on it a bit harder. Still nothing. He struck it several more times, increasingly harder with each until he stopped. "Well, it's tough," he said. He went back to the hole and simply peered into it for a time. He straightened and turned to one of his team. "Rope," he said, holding out his hand again, this time toward the members of his team. Two baby-faced young men, obviously twins, came forward and took positions on either side of him. One handed Professor Bryant a metal clip attached to a rope, which the geologist snapped to the left side of his belt. The second youth did not wait for him to look up, and instead simply clipped the length of the rope he carried to the geologist's other side. Professor Bryant was all business. "All right, let's see what we've got down there that's still alive. Stacy, run the tables while I'm down there, please." Another very young-looking member of the science team raised a tablet computer, much like the one Orly often used, though a good deal larger and sturdier of build.
"Got it, Professor,"
she said. The twins beside the professor moved to either side of the hole as the geologist sat awkwardly down in the bulky suit and began making his way down the 15 feet to where the glowing pulse of the heartstones was. "More slack on your side, Rabin, damn it!" he called up to one of the brothers as he descended. He started to say something that might have been further chastisement, but he cut himself off and let out a long, low "whoa" instead. It was more an audible and awestruck breath than a spoken word, but the effect was obvious. "You getting this, Stace?" he asked.
"I am,"
said his lab assistant, Dr. Stacy Walters. She was brand new to her Ph.D., and she wore an expression of absolute delight for having a part in the work, her eagerness visible upon her features, if barely so, given that the colorful motions from her tablet were reflecting from her helmet glass and obscuring the evidence of her joy.
"I've never seen anything like this. Look at the color signatures. Wow. And I think I'm detecting that light-eating thing in it, too. Lost wave patterns. That's weird. There may be some traces of the effect still in the gray ones around it, too, now that I know what I'm looking at. But that's not the strangest thing. Have you seen the density readings on this glowing stuff? This is insane. Where's it getting all that mass?"
Dr. Bryant read the data her computer was sending back and shook his head. "No clue. But if it's that massive, we're going to need a lot bigger power plant to lift it out than we brought. Don't want to be in here when that thing topples into the hole."
"I'm not even sure why it isn't falling straight through the rest of this," she said. "Those other crystals should crumble under that."
There followed some technical conversation back and forth. Alton, like the others, heard everything being said, but he could make no sense of most of it. He glanced to Orly, who was too busy listening to look back. When he looked to Roberto, the captain of the Glistening Lady had little to add beyond, "Must be heavy, I guess." And so they had to stand patiently and wait, letting the geologists do their work. A little more than an hour later, and several failed attempts at levity from Roberto later, the twins hauled the professor up out of the hole. Without even looking any one of them in the eye, he went straight to Stacy's computer and turned it round in her hands so that he could operate it himself. He spent another 20 minutes muttering to himself, and finally looked up with a white-toothed grin.
I believe I could get it out. We're going to need one of the big power plants and some digging equipment. Big digging equipment. And, well, then there's the hard part. We have to cut it with a water saw.
A what?
Both Orley and Alton asked.
A water saw, he repeated. It's a stone cutter that works with a high-powered, very fine jet of water to cut through stone. We can't use lasers because, well, whatever the hard stone is doing to light could draw the beam and kill him. And if we try a conventional saw, we risk killing him. If this really is his brain, or his soul, as Miss Pewter's portion of the file you people sent me suggests it might be, then there's no telling what damaging any of this might do anyway. A water saw is the best bet.
So why is that the hard part? Are they super expensive or something?
Roberto cringed inside his helmet, and he looked like he was preparing for an electric shock or a slap in the face.
Yes, actually, it's going to cost a fortune to put one in here. We're going to have one made because the one I need is going to be a lot bigger than anything we might find lying around somewhere back on Earth. And it has to be capable of extreme delicacy, too. Like laser scalpel delicacy, because the scariest part of this is going to have to be done by hand. There won't be any templates for this.
Why not?
Orley asked.
Because all these crystals are eating all my light. For the same reason we can't cut with a laser, even if that seemed like a good idea and didn't run the risk of overloading him or melting him or something worse, since we don't know anything about this life form. I can't get readings off of it at all. I could see what's coming out of it fine as you please. I could even see the gray ones, too, at least until I get close to the heart itself. But look.
He pulled out the device that emitted the green beam of light and brought it to where Alton and Orley stood. He directed it downward, centered a patch where the gray crystals met the purple heartstone in the viewfinder, and switched on the green beam. A line appeared on the little square screen moving straight across, and along the left edge symbols appeared. But nothing else was happening.
You see?
I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at, Alton confessed. It is not doing anything.
Exactly, said the professor, which is entirely my point.
He paused, looking to Orley, then got a strange expression on his face, as if he'd just noticed her for the first time. He flashed a winning smile at her and winked before turning away and returning to Stacy and the computer that she held.
There's no reading, and there's a haze where the gray crystals butt up against it. Some kind of overlap, making a murky boundary. So if we can't see where he ends and the gray crystal begins, then we can't trace it to set a template. Without a template, the computer can't guide the scalpel jet, which means it has to be done by hand, as in, it's going to have to be one of us.
Orley gasped.
But what if we hurt him somehow? You just said we might kill him by accident.
Exactly.
Alton seemed far less perturbed than the rest.
But it does sound to me like you think success is possible. That's a good thing. Can you do it?
I can get it all set up with absolute certainty, but I'd be terrified to be the one to make the fatal mistake. We'll need someone else. Someone with a steady hand. Maybe a high-end sculptor. Someone used to working with stone.
Stacy shook her head, looking at data on her tablet.
Nobody is used to working with this stone. Dr. Singh,
Orley exclaimed.
He's used to doing surgery. And after all, isn't that essentially what you're talking about? You called it a scalpel, after all.
The professor nodded inside his helmet dome.
As long as he's willing to live with the guilt of killing an entire world, I'm happy to turn it over to him.
Orley looked pleased, but when she turned to Alton, he did not. Her delicate blonde brows drooped.
What is it?
She asked.
I don't think he'll do it.
Why wouldn't he?
Because he hates me, Alton replied. He hates me, and he blames Blue Fire for all those deaths. I'm not sure he's the right man to ask.
Well, he doesn't hate me, she said. So let's just go tell him what we're trying to do. Maybe he'll be happy about the whole thing.
Alton's expression suggested he thought the odds long, but he let it pass.
Speaking of being happy about the whole thing, he said instead, I suppose I should tell Blue Fire that it does seem to be possible. The last time I communicated with her, she seemed beyond the capacity for hope. This might lift her spirits considerably.
Yes,
Orly said, clapping, though the sound could not be heard.
She will be excited to hear such optimistic news. We should tell her. If you don't want to, I know she depresses you. I'll tell her in my dreams.
Chapter 17. Alton had decided it would be best to give Blue Fire the good news in person, or at least he hoped she would see it that way, so he teleported to her world straight away. The moment he arrived on the ledge in her great cavernous body, her womb really, she found him there, and knew in an instant what was in his heart and mind. She felt his dread for being there. Orly love hates speak with Blue Fire, she said, using the rumbling of the stone all around him to make words for him to hear. She'd gotten better at speaking with sounds over the last several months, the time since she'd learned to think of humanity as a race rather than a disease. Still, she struggled with the language. It was one thing to have access to all the words in Alton's memory, all those in Orly's too. It was another thing altogether to assemble those random sequences of sound, those symbols made of noise, into her own feelings and ideas. And her words were so vast, they were hard to hear, for her voice was the temblor of her body, of the very stone all around. As soon as the quaking had passed beneath his feet, and then beneath his knees after he had been knocked down, he pulled a pair of tiny hummingbird feathers out of a small pouch tucked away in his robes. He'd brought them just for this, for the new spell he'd taught himself to prevent these sorts of rumbling, bouncing injuries. He cast the spell quickly, the feathers vanishing, consumed and converted for their part of shaping the magic, and right after, Alton gently floated up off the ground. Blue Fire interpreted his lifting away from the ledge, from her body, poorly. Orly love hate touch Blue Fire. She sent this thought straight into his mind, reverting in her humiliation to telepathy. She filled him with the ever-present sadness that filled her, grown worse in the days after the war. The great tide of her sorrow washed into his mind and soul like a wave. She added to its familiar brutality a sense of rejection as well, of repulsion. His repulsion toward her. She thought that she disgusted him. "Oh, stop!" he said aloud, trying to encourage her to use her new human words. "I am not repulsed by you at all. I find you beautiful, and I care very deeply for your happiness. But look at my poor, soft human knees." He lifted up his robes so she could see the small red puncture wounds where he'd fallen amongst the crystals, which always happened when she spoke as movingly as she did. "We humans are delicate creatures, and you are very strong. But I will touch you if you like." With barely the flick of a thought, he let the levitation spell go and settled back to the ground. "There, you see? It's not serious injury. I can have it healed the moment I get home." His hands and knees tingled. He checked his palms and then his kneecaps, and saw that the wounds were gone. "Blue Fire no hurt Orly love. Blue Fire die." "Oh, please stop," he said, growing annoyed. "You're so dramatic sometimes. They are silly little wounds. I'm sorry I even brought it up. I've come to give you wonderful news." Suddenly, he was suspended just above the floor again, as if he'd recast the spell. The cavern rumbled all around him. "Orly love, no anger for Blue Fire." Alton rolled his eyes. This was why, without really thinking about it, he had begun to avoid seeing her sometimes. Emotionally, she was a wreck. She had become this dried-up tuft of the great, powerful being he'd once known, But he knew it didn't have to last, even if she could not believe there was any help for her.
Orly and I,
he began, but then cut himself off. She did not know them by their names. She knew them by who loved them instead. That was the measure of one's worth. Such was the way of her kind. And so, to her, Alton was Orly love, and, of course, Orly was Alton love. He began again.
Alton love and I have found a great doctor of her people. He is very knowledgeable about planetary things.
He paused, and sent images of the crystals in her womb and in her heart chamber to her telepathically. He followed those images with others of the crystals inside of yellow fire as well.
We believe we've found him.
Upon seeing the images in Alton's mind, upon linking those images with the words he spoke and the thoughts behind them that he hadn't spoken yet, she recognized him. Yellow fire. She knew in that instant that the purplish pulse she saw in Alton's memory was her long-dead lover, her husband, gone forever, as she had so agonizingly and endlessly believed. She knew it, and then the whole cavern filled with a great quaking roar to match the torrential wail of her telepathic grief. Alton had to summon all his magical strength to block the press of her misery against his mind, and for a time he hung there in the air, defending his sanity in a way that wasn't so much different than he had when he was fighting off the great hatred of red fire. He opened his mind to the mana all around him, and pulled it in, using it to enforce the blockade around his thoughts. Had he not had the ring, and in it the stone blue fire had given him, he could not have staved off the onslaught at all. He would likely be lying there weeping and gasping for air for as long as it took her to stop. Or he would have been dead. But he had the ring, and so he rode the storm out, becoming more exasperated all the time. But in time it was done. When she was calm again, he apologized for showing her the thought. But still, he pressed on with his point, because he was sure it mattered. He and Orly both hoped that understanding what was happening might bring her cheer, lift her out of all this abject misery.
The reason I showed you that, Alton went on, is because this great man from Alton Love's world is going to try to bring yellow fire back, just like we said we would. I promised you and Orly, you and Alton Love, that we would try. And now it seems that it truly is possible. It's only a matter of a little more time, a few months while they build a machine to get him out, and then the two of you might finally be able to be together again.
There was a long quiet after that. No quakes, no images stampeding through his mind, put there by the violence of the cosmic-sized emotions that ran through her large and ever-sentimental heart. And then one came. One small emotion. Very small, hardly visible were such things to have physicality. She offered it up to him meekly, the barest mote upon an upturned hand, raised up for him to see, tentative, terrified. But for the first time, something new. It was hope. He saw it there in his mind, felt it, the quavering fragility. She showed it to him, then gave it a gossamer sort of mass with which she shaped a ring around the image of yellow fire's glowing purple heart. She held that in her mind and in his, as if cupped in tremulous, loving hands. Together, they stared at it for a time. It was the first time she'd seen yellow fire since his death, all those thousands and thousands, even millions of years before. He'd been gone so long, silent and dead so long, that she was afraid to look at him now. Alton saw the image change a little, as if they were now seeing it through a haze of smoke. But still, all around the heartstone flickered that delicate ring of hope. Alton smiled, upon his face and inwardly with his heart and mind. At last, at least one moment of happiness for her. Now, if it would truly work as they said it would, if Dr. Singh and the professor truly could cut it out without hurting it, then perhaps her happiness could become as permanent as her misery had been. Then there would be justice. He couldn't even help those last thoughts. They just came. All of them in his memories, to be read all at once. Once again, the entire chamber rumbled and rocked. Bits of dark stone fell down from temporary fissures that opened in the ceiling above.
Yellowfire, live! Alton love, new human make water. Yellowfire, die?
She sent along with the thunderous boom of her words the reflected image of Dr. Marks Bryant back at him. She pulled that right out of his memories along with the rest.
Not make Yellowfire die.
There came after that a series of ideas, and by the end of it, Alton realized that Blue Fire had already turned hope into a somewhat perverted form of quasi-misery. In seeing that there was a chance that Yellowfire might be killed, it seemed she'd rather live, knowing that he was marginally alive, lying as he was in a perpetual state of dormancy, than return to the knowledge that he was actually dead. She'd found hope, and now she was going to cling to it forever, even if it was hope in an emaciated state. Alton groaned aloud, and he felt her withdraw some from his thoughts after reading them.
Orly love hate Blue Fire. Blue Fire alone.
These came straight into his mind again, and he had to fight to not let even more exasperation through.
By the gods, creature, Orly love does not hate you. I will never hate you, and you have to let us try. For all we know, he is in there, hoping we'll hurry so he can come back to you. Love is a hopeful thing, my friend. Love requires faith.
Yellowfire no die. Blue Fire love.
She rumbled the words through her colossal stone body.
But you don't have him now. He isn't really yours. Not yet. It's just as Alton love was once lost to me too. Do you remember? Remember the poison that took her love away?
Blue Fire projected back an image of Thaddeus Thorogood. It was the human face of poison to her, the symbol of it. The cavern rumbled violently, but shaped no words.
Yes,
Alton went on.
Exactly. I hated losing the love of Alton love. Thaddeus's poison stole her love away, even while she lived. And that's what the flare of that sun did too. The star called Fruitfall flared, and its fire took your Yellowfire's love away. But he too still lives, and maybe we can bring him back, like I got Alton love back. You must at least let us try.
His mind filled with unspoken fear, terror that showed him the grey, smoky image of the pulsing heart of Yellowfire. And slowly, the grey smoke grew thick, and the purple light went out, replaced by the face of Marks Bryant, with water running down his face. Then he saw Orly weeping, and then himself, as the image of Orly went away, obscured like the heart of Yellowfire by greying smoke. Alton sighed.
Yes, it's true, he replied. We might end up killing him. It is possible. You saw that in my head. But how long do you want to remain alone?
He paused, frustrated, floating above the ground with a spell that wasn't his added to his sense of helplessness.
This is what I know, the one thing I can tell you for certain. As long as there was any possibility that I might get my Orly, my Alton love back, I never gave up on her. I never would have. I never will. No matter what happens. In the end, she is all that matters to me. But, in the end, it is up to you to decide what you want to do about Yellowfire now. I won't let them touch him if you say not to. The choice is yours.
Again, there was a long and cavernous silence. He waited so long that he wondered if she had forgotten he was there. But finally, she spoke again.
Water cut. Heartstone kill.
It came with the image once again of Professor Bryant sitting there, tears pouring down his face.
Yes, the water saw might kill his heart.
Water cut kill Blue Fire heart.
It was clearly an inquiry.
No, of course not. Why would it?
No.
The cavern shook for the barest moment with the violence of her frustration with human words. She presented him with the image of Professor Bryant working in her own heart chamber, the narrow place with the glowing yellow walls and the patch of green that she had called the Father's gift. He saw the geologist there, and then he saw the gray smoke fill it and snuff out Blue Fire's heartstone.
Water come, Blue Fire. Kill Blue Fire heart.
With a jolt, he realized what she was asking him, and he adamantly refused.
Absolutely not, he said. We will not come kill you.
She rumbled all around him again, still frustrated apparently.
Yellow Fire, die. Blue Fire, die,
she said. She showed him the purple heart fading out, then the green heart that was her own, following in kind.
Yellow Fire, live. Blue Fire, live. Orly love, promise keep.
Alton frowned, but he understood it well enough. His first thought was to refuse again, but then he considered all that she had been through. He considered all that he had been through as well, and in doing so, he realized that what she was asking would be the only kind thing left to do. Her misery had already lasted so long. So long. So, with another long, sad sigh, he agreed.
Fine,
he said.
You have my word. If it doesn't work, if Yellow Fire dies, then I promise I will make them come here and cut out your heart too. If there can be no peace together in this lifetime, then the two of you can find peace in eternity.
She filled him with a swell of gratitude that was so enormous it made him cry. He was still crying when he suddenly found himself back on Prosperian, in the teleportation chamber in Calico Castle's central spire. Apparently, Blue Fire wanted to be alone. Chapter 18. The incredible Spectacularo stood upon a stage that groaned beneath his weight, so much so that the boards creaked at even the slightest movement with his hands. The stage lights were too bright, and he hated how these damn electrical things blasted their glare at him. He'd long ago stopped squinting into them, trying to see out into the crowd, if one presumed to call it such. Oh, for the first 2 months or so the room had filled up fairly well, but then the numbers had died away. But, as usual, there were a few patrons here tonight, a smattering of sweaty faces staring up at him, waiting for his next trick. The pittance he gleaned off their working-class salaries enough to keep hunger away, and the authorities.
For my next trick,
he said, doing his best to force some stagecraft energy,
I'll need a volunteer.
He scanned the mangy group, looking for a rising hand. Of course none came. These people were only barely alive. He walked up to the front of the stage, raising a hand to shield his eyes, and peered into the gloom. Children were the best, if he could find them at the right age. They at least, unlike their slack-jawed parents, could find some level of excitability. There were no children in the crowd.
Come on now, people,
he said again, propping up a smile on his face.
Are you not curious about the dark arts of soul-stealing and the secrets of moving time?
This perked a few of them up, but a woman in the front row, whose needle-thin body was a dark green mess of old tattoos, yawned and shook her head, whispering to a friend who looked just like her in the seat beside. They both laughed dry laughs that scratched along the backs of their throats like wooden benches being dragged across a flagstone floor.
Well, how about you, then?
The incredible Spectacularo pointed to a young man, perhaps not too far beyond his teens. He had the same glassy-eyed look that the rest of the dregs in this part of the city had. It was the drugs they took. Things most of them made themselves in their rat-infested apartments that were little more than old shipping containers, whole neighborhoods of them, stacked like the boxes of some giant lady's shoes.
Come on, then,
he said encouragingly.
Surely you're brave enough to travel just a bit of time. Come along, then. It's all good fun. You don't look like the type who is too easily afraid.
Two young men seated on either side of the youth laughed at him. One punched him in the arm, while the other called him a pussy, and between the two, they got him to get up and approach the stage.
"Ah, there we go, my good friend,"
said the incredible Spectacularo through a smile as greasy and uncared for as was the hair upon the young volunteer's head.
"So, what is your name, my friend? And please, tell us what you do."
It was difficult to keep the smile going in the bright lights. He had to force his lips to shape it, gritting his teeth and driving his cheeks up with conscious and ongoing effort. All of it made the outer corners of his eyes ache.
"Reggie,"
said the youth,
"and I'm electrician's assistant, looking for work."
"Ah!"
cooed the incredible Spectacularo.
"What a noble trade!"
Of course he was looking for work. They all were. The magician had no idea what the career so described was, his command of the language still not spectacular, but he had no interest in finding out anyway. He only knew that in these first 5 seconds with Reggie, the volunteer, he was already developing an incredible hatred for the lad.
"And so, my dear Reggie,"
he went on anyway,
"have you ever travelled through time before?"
"Like, duh, dude. What do you think?"
Well, there it was. Finally, a laugh from the crowd. For Reggie, of course. The incredible Spectacularo summoned all his will and pushed the smile even closer to his ears. He let go several notes of a laugh, adding,
"What a great wit you are, Reggie."
The smile died entirely for a moment as he whirled around for effect, grabbing the edge of his tatty black silk cloak by its even tattier red silk lining and giving it a flourish as he spun.
"But now, friend Reggie, it is time for your first trip. Come up here, please."
As Reggie climbed the 3 stairs leading up to the stage, the incredible Spectacularo went to a small plastic table near the back curtain, carefully avoiding the cracked board it straddled. Slick Danny was going to get that fixed soon, or so he'd said. He picked up a large round clock lying on the table, a flat one of the sort these people often hung on their walls. With a cursory sideways glance to another clock off stage to see what time it was, he spun back around with yet another elaborate flourish, so violently, so sped by the growing hatred of having to endure this indignity, he nearly lost his fuzzy black top hat. He reached for it, catching it with both hands, including the one holding the clock, and both hat and clock twisted awkwardly and nearly fell. The audience laughed again. He fought back the derision that would have made a hate mask of his face. Or perhaps a hate window would be more accurate. He got the hat and clock in order again, then handed the clock to his volunteer with a saccharine smile.
"Good, brave Reggie. I have a clock here for you. Please show it to the audience so they can all see what time it is."
Reggie half-heartedly lifted up the clock, holding it in both hands, arms out and moving ever so slightly side to side.
"So, my friends in the audience, as you may recall, our dear volunteer was seated right over there."
He pointed to Reggie's empty seat.
"Raise your hands, friends of Reggie, please."
Reggie's 2 friends raised their hands and let out a series of uncultured whoops.
"Please take note, everyone, of where Reggie was,"
said the incredible Spectacularo. He gave the audience time to do so.
"And now, without further delay, observe as I take us all back in time, back to only a few minutes ago. Keep your eyes on our friend Reggie here, and try not to blink."
Off stage, Slick Danny flipped the switch that played a drum roll, the sound crackling ominously from the speakers mounted on either side of the stage lights. The incredible Spectacularo closed his eyes and began to chant a litany of words.
"O great spirits of the underworld,"
he intoned.
"O to the servants of devils long gone, and those yet risen, reach out and open the portals of all time to us, that we may send Reggie through."
He risked a peek out through barely open eyelids, and saw that, at least for a moment, the dullards out there were all watching, at least semi-anxiously.
"Friend Reggie,"
the incredible Spectacularo asked,
"are you ready to travel back in time to the moments before you came up on stage?"
Reggie laughed.
Yeah, dude, whatever. Just hurry up, I have to piss.
More laughter from the crowd.
Are you sure you are ready for this? The greatest, if briefest, adventure in your life?
Bring it.
Watch the seats behind you, my friends,
he told the audience,
for what you are about to see will astound you and change you forever.
The magician then began the chant for real. He spoke the words easily, having spoken them hundreds, perhaps thousands of times before. He wove first a careful illusion upon the clock in Reggie's hands, all but casting it complete, and then he made the teleport, wrapping the ready and willing Reggie in an envelope of mana and sending him right back to his seat. In the instant after he sent the youth on his way, he finished the illusion on the clock, making it appear to read 3 minutes earlier.
There!
He proclaimed, pointing to the back of the theater where Reggie had just appeared. As an added bit of finesse, he quickly cast a second illusion, this one on Reggie himself, adding for all who had just turned to observe, all but Reggie and his 2 friends, the illusion of the one fellow punching Reggie in the arm just as he had done before Reggie got up. The audience gasped all at once, the lot of them caught entirely off guard. Even the 2 bedraggled women with the melting tattoos could not yawn that away. Reggie sat wide-eyed in his chair, and it was a matter of several long seconds before his friend, the same who had struck him earlier, took the clock out of his hands. He saw the time had gone backward indeed. He held it up for the rest of the room to see.
It's true! It's true!
He declared.
He really has gone back! We all have!
For a time, there was a general amazement in the room. But then the skinny tattooed woman turned back around and sent a frown up at the magician on stage.
If he gone back in time, then how come my phone still says he ain't?
Others immediately set to checking their own devices of chronology, and as usual, the magician on the stage watched as the trick ran its inevitable course. The gap-toothed gears in the brains of the inebriated eventually turning out the consensus of disbelief. Skepticism spread through the onlookers one by one, and despite what they had seen, the doubt was soon palpable for them all.
Alas, there are tricks to time travel,
the incredible Spectacularo said, as he always did at this point.
No road runs evenly through time or eternity.
Bullshit!
Called one particularly burly drunk seated near the back.
Faker! It's all bullshit.
He threw a half-full bottle of beer at the incredible Spectacularo, which the magician was just able to avoid.
Now,
said the magician, his hands out before him, trying to avoid another missile aimed his way.
Let's not be barbarians.
2 more bottles flew his way, and not long after, Slick Danny came running on stage and threatened to throw everybody out. Half the scant crowd seemed more than happy to have it so, but the other half, the beleaguered half, began shouting that they had paid for real magic. In the moments while Slick Danny argued with them, and for certain assured them that there would be no refunds, the caped magician behind him silently uttered another spell. Soon after, the right side of the theater burst into flames, great orange tongues of fire licking up towards the ceiling, the roar of timbers popping loudly in perfect evidence. The crowd all screamed in unison, and soon there was a stampede for the doors. The upside of there being so few patrons was that they all managed to get out unscathed. All but poor Reggie, who still sat staring at his hands where the clock had been.
That was stupid,
Slick Danny said, turning angrily on his stage performer.
And mean. What the hell is wrong with you?
They were growing rabid, as you saw.
That's it, man. This is your last chance. You blow out another audience like that, I'm turning you in. I'll go state's evidence or something. Or I'll call that guy from the lab that was asking about you. I don't give a shit what you say you'll do. You were supposed to make me money, man. You're just killing me now.
Threaten me again,
the magician said, all the frustration, fatigue, and fear of 6 months in hiding surfacing in an instant.
Do it, and see how it plays out this time.
Slick Danny looked like he was going to say something else, but he pulled it back. He took a visible breath and then looked at the flames burning against the wall. He placed his hands on his hips impatiently. With a motion of the magician's hand, the illusionary flames were gone, and the theater was just as it had always been, run down and filthy, but otherwise none the worse for wear. Slick Danny breathed heavily again, then nodded in the direction of Reggie, still sitting there. "Now go tell him your bullshit story before he walks out of here a believer." The magician's sigh was nearly the measure of Slick Danny's own. This really was no life for a Prosperian. No life at all. Chapter 19. A quick check of the upper floors of Calico Castle's tall central tower revealed that Orley was nowhere to be found, so Alton made his way down into the courtyard to check the gardens. She wasn't there either, so he went to speak to Master Sambua, who was overseeing a crew of masons. "Greetings," Alton called to the stocky fellow. The dull shine of the stainless steel plates on the east tower, his tower, made him squint as he approached. He was pleased to see that at least in some places they were getting the outer walls up. "I see you've made great headway with these last 4 weeks. It truly is a wonder to behold, and the tower looks very sturdy with all that iron framework there." "Oh, it'll be sturdy," the engineer said. "And we've got a few tricks up our sleeves."
"What are all those grey lines snaking all about?"
Alton asked, taking a step nearer and noticing more and more of them the longer he looked. "That's conduit. We're running power in it for you," he said. "Electricity. We'll set you up an old-fashioned diesel generator in the basement, something your people can even make fuel for if you need to here on Prosperian, once we show you how. It's pretty primitive technology, but it's reliable, and won't let you down after a teleport like a fusion jetty might, at least from what I've heard. With that, some batteries, and some solar panels, you'll be powered well enough for what you'll need. If nothing else, well, Orley will have enough juice to do her hair." He laughed, a great conspiratorial thing, but Alton missed the joke. "We're putting in hookups for the grid," he said, pressing on. "That way, when you come to Earth, or hit some of the off-world bases, you'll be set no matter where you go. This here tower will be the only thing like itself anywhere in the galaxy. Magic castle when you want it, technological outpost when you need. Honestly, I'm a little jealous." Alton laughed, and watched with wonder as workmen were pulling the long ropes of grey tubing through the lattice of rough iron the men had put in place.
"Yes, I expect that it is rather unique. I am very pleased. So, do you think it will be another 2 months?"
"Well, that depends on whether you allow Mistress Kettle's new request." Alton's brows drooped, and he cast a backward glance at the entry to the kitchens behind him.
"New request?"
"Yes. She says the plates are too shiny, and the glare in the afternoons is frightful, to use her word. She says those 2 plates we put on there yesterday were throwing a sunbeam into the garden and burning through Orley's melon patch." Alton looked back to the gardens from which he'd just come, then to the tower, which again made him squint.
"It looks as if Kettle has a point."
"Yeah, she does. She says it's going to heat up the whole courtyard like that."
"So, what was her suggestion?"
"She says she wants us to face the whole thing with stone to match the rest." Alton laughed. That was hardly in the spirit of Calico Castle.
"Perhaps if you just painted it black."
Master Sambua grinned. "That's what I said, but she says it will still be too hot in the summertime. And she says she's got enough in the kitchen, that she doesn't want to come out here and look at a giant metal pot." Alton hummed, then suggested,
"Well, perhaps a ring wall, just halfway round to butt up against the battlements. That will get you 2 stories of stone. It doesn't have to be thick, if you don't think the basement structure will hold properly after a teleport."
"Oh, the basement will hold. You could put a lot more than a tower-sized pile of stone on it, and it will hold. I think that's a fine idea. It's going to look pretty strange sitting anywhere else but here, but I'll get some plans drawn up and we can go over them."
"Right. Thank you."
He turned to go find Kettle, but stopped and asked, having nearly forgotten why he'd approached the man.
"Have you seen Orley recently?"
"Not in the last hour or so." He thanked him and went into the kitchens, where, as usual, Kettle was hard at work. These days, with Perney gone, and Titeman gone, and with a much larger group of mouths to feed given the growth of the keep's staff in recent times, the stout woman made a point of keeping herself heaped with things to do.
"Kettle,"
Alton called to her.
"there you are. Have you seen Orley?"
"She's gone off to see her father at the earth fort near Crown," Kettle said, straightening herself from her work stirring a giant cauldron filled with stew. "Left nearly half an hour ago."
"Who took her? Gimble?"
"She went herself."
"On horseback? She'll be days before getting there that way."
Kettle's florid cheeks rounded and rose as she smiled.
"You don't give her much credit asking that,"
she said.
"The girl learns quicker than that."
Alton wrinkled up his face.
"Then how?" "She done gone up and sent a homing lizard to the TGS from that clean room up in the tower. She gone straight to Crown and meant to make the rest of the way afoot."
Alton's dread instinct kicked him in the chest. A reflex. He panicked sometimes from merely thinking that Orley would go off alone. But she did go off alone, and frequently, at least when she could. She was much like little Perney in that way. Turn your back on her for a moment, and she'd be gone, out along the creek or wandering into great forests nearby, happily following whatever path curiosity tempted her to. But Crown City was another thing. Most of the city was perfectly delightful, but there were darker neighborhoods too, and with the devastation of the war, there were still plenty of desperate people around, people who had fallen through the cracks of Her Majesty's bureaucratic aid programs, or who disdained it on principle. Orley had been taken from him once by such people, and in such a neighborhood, though in Leekend, and he'd almost lost her for good. Kettle saw what he was thinking, and it was her turn to furrow up her brow.
"Now don't you go and start fretting her every last breath," she scolded. "I can see it in your face. She's a fine, strong lass, and can fend for herself as well as anyone. You'll smother her going on at her all like that, worrying in your eyes." "Says the woman who frets for Perney every moment of every day." "Well, that's a wee tiny child,"
Kettle said, putting her hands on her stout hips.
"And there's a whole heap of difference between the two."
Alton laughed. No, there wasn't. He'd seen little Perney in a fight. That child was as helpless as a prairie wolf. And like as not, after 2 months with the elves, being trained in the art of butchering humans, no doubt, he expected she was even less helpless now than when she left. But he didn't want to argue, so he nodded instead.
"As you say."
He left the kitchen and stepped out into the hall, where he cast a quick seeing spell into the TGS office in Crown City. Of course Orley wouldn't be there. He thought about pushing his vision through the streets and out into the fields beyond the city walls, but thought better of it. If she went on her own, she likely wanted to be on her own. So he decided the easiest thing to do was simply meet her there. With another quick seeing spell to make sure he was clear, he teleported himself just outside the gates of Little Earth. He greeted the 2 guards with familiarity, went inside, and headed straight for General Pewter's office, intent on finding out if Roberto and his crew had gotten the Glistening Lady restarted yet back near Earth. It had been a few hours since he'd teleported them there. He was anxious to know how long it was going to take Professor Bryant to find the right machinery. The General's pinch-faced secretary greeted him as familiarly as had the gate guards, and he was admitted right in to see the General. Orley was already sitting there.
"What?" Alton exclaimed. "How did you get here so fast?"
"I ran,"
she said.
"I felt up for a run today. It's been a long time since I really got out at all. A little 3-mile jaunt was nice. But honestly, I wish they'd built this thing a little farther out. I did like running through the city, though. The rebuilding is coming along well, at least in the mile-long stretch I saw. The Temple of Andorrath looks like it's nearly finished now. That's amazing. Such a huge building, and in such a short period of time.
The church is never short on money. Fear and desperation make the salvation business extremely profitable, especially when you never have to deliver the goods.
You're such a cynic. Those people helped save everyone's lives.
As did many others, and it wasn't with the people's money.
"I've got work to do if you two are going to debate the morality of monetized theology," said the general, but he was smiling at his daughter, contented to have her there. Alton shrugged. The fact that many of the people of Crown still struggled to rebuild their neighborhoods, while the temples and city buildings went up with speed, bothered him more than a spell song with a missing note. But he let it go.
"Well, I'm glad I found you here," he said instead, moving to sit next to her. "I wanted to tell you what Bluefire said."
I was afraid of what she was going to say. That's why I needed to go for a run.
He nodded, knowing well what she meant.
"Well, the good news is that she has agreed to have us do it. You might even say she holds the smallest bit of optimism that it might work. Very small, but I saw it, if briefly."
Orly perked up at that, but she saw the way Alton's expression flattened after.
But what?
He hadn't said but it was in his eyes.
"Well,"
he began, and then he started fidgeting with his sleeve. Everyone in the room was waiting impatiently, so eventually, after twitching the material back and forth a few times between his forefinger and his thumb, he finished it.
"She said she'll let us do it so long as I promise that—"
He paused again and swallowed.
"If something happens, and Yellowfire really does die, I will do the same to her. Cut out her heart in the same way, so that she will finally die too. She wants to be with him in death, if it doesn't work out in life."
Makes sense," the general said to that, but Orly leapt out of her chair and spun on Alton, glaring at him as if he'd already done the deed.
"You will promise no such thing, so you can go right back there and tell her that. That's not going to happen. You wouldn't dare."
"I already did. It was the only way she'd let us try."
"Alton Meade!"
Orly gasped. She looked to her father for support, but there was none coming. Her mouth dropped open, but she was stunned to silence. The general looked uncomfortable, but he was not one to lie. "She's been living in eternity without him. At least, that's the way I hear you both talk about her. I have to tell you, having lost a wife myself, I can see wanting to die." His expression was one of absolute sobriety. "If it hadn't been for you, Orly girl, I would have happily laid down and died after your mother passed. Nothing ever hurt me like that did." He stared at nothing for a moment, then blinked back to them. He looked back to his daughter, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "I will say, when I thought I'd lost you to the NTA death machine, it was looking like misery was going to raise the bar." Orly's lips rolled in, and her eyes narrowed, her posture like the hammer on a gun that's just been cocked. But she stopped, looking into his eyes, seeing the pain reflecting in his memory, remembering her own, not for her near fiasco, but for her mother. Orly had been old enough to know well what her mother's death had done to her father. Slowly at first, but then all the rest at once, tension left her. She turned back to Alton with only one eye narrowed this time.
"Fine,"
she said.
"But you didn't promise you'd do it right away, did you? Like, you didn't specify a time."
He smiled, a wan thing, then laughed a little.
"No," he admitted, "I did not."
He might have pressed on, explaining that the essence of his intent had been clear to both Bluefire and himself, the implied understanding clear enough via the exchange of their thoughts. But why bother? Orly was technically correct, and that was enough to get him through the difficulty of the moment now.
"But let's hope it doesn't come to that. Which is, actually, why I am here. I was hoping to see if Roberto has his ship powered up after the teleport shut everything down, and if so, to find out whether the Professor perhaps has a line on our equipment yet."
Orly turned to her father, and looking as if some marginally foul odor had just blown into the room, made a face as she asked him to bring up the glistening lady on his comm. The general laughed at the way she sneered the name, so did Alton, and soon Roberto's face was up on the wall monitor. His first words were directed straight at Alton.
"Listen, man, I know it's all magic awesome with you and the teleport thing, but you really need to do something about turning out all the lights. Granted, my ship is a lot smaller than the Aspect was, but 5 hours floating helpless is still a royal pain in the ass." "Patience, Captain," Alton said. "The TGS can only build so many platforms at a time. The secret of the Angasta syrup, from which the platform tiles are made, is a well-guarded one, and the process for making it expensive and time-consuming. There are only so many people who can do it at all. But in time, there will be TGS depots everywhere."
"Yes, Captain,"
Orly added to that, pronouncing his title in a way that made it sound mildly insulting.
"So until then, be thankful you are friends with people who can toss you about the galaxy as you please. Everyone else is still sitting on their hands, and 99% of them still will be for years."
Roberto laughed.
"True," he said, "but it just wouldn't be me if I didn't bitch."
She laughed.
"Also true."
"So, how about the water saw Dr. Bryant spoke of?"
Alton asked.
"Oh yeah, no worries. He was on that the second the power came back up. I guess the parts he needs to make one aren't that rare as long as you've got the cash. He's working out the details with the vendors now. He's going to set you back big time, dude. Like, we're talking bank."
Alton frowned a little and absently fingered the amulet he wore, which was enchanted with the translation spell called Greater Common Tongues. Even with that powerful magic in place, sometimes things Earth people said only barely made sense.
"I think I got the gist of that,"
he replied. Orly clarified for him in his own language, she being the first person from planet Earth to have learned the common tongue spoken by most in the kingdom.
"The bottom line is, it's going to be expensive."
"Whatever it takes,"
Alton said.
"Gold is not a problem."
"It may take more than you think," Roberto said. "We're talking about a really big machine, and people to run it. Plus, a crew to dig it all out down there and set it in place." Alton laughed.
"My friend, you forget who you are speaking to. My mentor, Titaman, was 2 years shy of his 800th birthday when he died, and in all those years and all those adventures, and with all those favours and remarkable deeds he performed for lords and ladies along the way, the man amassed wealth you can't even imagine in that time. And more than amassing it, he hardly ever spent so much as a copper piece. Why, Kettle herself spends more money in a year than that man ever did."
"Good," Roberto said, "because you're going to need it." Alton shrugged and smiled at Orly.
"I think Titaman would be happy to have some, or even all, of his fortune spent on such a noble cause."
Orly beamed and leaned into him, hugging his arm.
"I think he would too."
She stared vacantly at the edge of her father's desk for a time, then added,
"I miss him,"
with a sigh. Alton tipped his cheek down and rested it upon her soft blonde hair, his sigh a mournful echo of hers.
"As do I."
Chapter 20. The net was strung between two cliffs, stretched over a wide split that cut a 500-span wedge into the island. Beneath the net, far beneath, tormented waves rushed in and out of angularity, churning and seething. They crashed against giant rocks that had lain there since the island broke long ago, and the foaming water reached up like hands, snatching at the two figures that danced and darted back and forth across the net. But Pernie's feet were in no danger of getting wet. Not from the sea-green fingers, anyway. Nor were Seawind's, as the two of them lunged and leapt around the wide mesh of ropes, as sure-footed as two two-legged spiders, locked in mortal combat. And it was mortal combat for Seawind, for Perney's spear thrust forth with the speed of a toad's tongue, the sharp point aimed for the small concavity of his throat. He turned it aside easily enough, of course. The barest movement, and the shaft of his own spear clacked against hers as he knocked the thrust away. With a deft movement of the bottom of his spear, he blocked the cut of her knife, too, a speedy hooking slice with which she meant to cut the tendon at the back of his knee. She reached too far for the cut and exposed the side of her neck, which he struck with the edge of his flattened hand, just hard enough to dim her vision for a moment and send her falling into the ropes. She tangled up in them for a moment, then fell through a wide gap, but she caught herself with her spear, flattening it horizontally just in time. Seawind stared down at her, dangling there above the churning sea far below.
"You gave me your head,"
he said.
"I know what I did,"
she spat back. She threw her dagger at him as she said it, and he just leaned away as it flicked past his face. In the time it took him to do it, she'd swung back up through another opening in the net and landed neatly, straddling the gap. She held her spear at the ready again.
"You've only just earned the right to have that blade, and already you throw it away,"
he said. Perney circled him and feinted a thrust for his face. She feinted another for his groin before muttering the two-word command Jovive had taught her, the words for a short teleport, which brought her right behind him in the barest breath of time. She plunged the point of her spear straight for where she had learned his kidneys would be if he were human. Seawind spun in that instant, and again came the clack of his spear shaft against hers. The wooden sound echoed back and forth between the cliff faces, audible even against the thunder of the surf below.
"You would kill me if you could, wouldn't you, little Sava?"
Perney thrust for his face, and then cast the teleport again. She feinted for his back, and cast the teleport yet again, this time appearing to his left and trying to sweep his legs with the butt of her spear, intent on sending him crashing into the rocky, roiling waves. It didn't work. He hopped over the sweep so easily, so quickly and lightly, that it didn't even flex the ropes. Seawind smiled as she came at him in a flurry of blows, her small feet dancing along the ropes and over the gaps with surety. Her thrusts and cuts, long sweeps of the spear butt towards his ankles and knees, all came in a frenzy of accuracy, and for a pair of steps even he only just managed to dance away. The smile grew.
"Do you hate me so much, little Sava?"
he asked as he sidestepped another thrust.
"That you would have me dead? There is more that I can teach you still."
He jumped over the low, flat arc of her spear tip, which was once again seeking to knock him down. He landed cat-like on the ropes as she teleported herself behind him again and thrust for his elven guts. He spun and blocked it yet again, and danced away, and repeated his question twice more before she finally saw reason to reply.
"You said I could go home if I mastered the spear."
"But you haven't."
She made 2 quick stabs for his belly and teleported behind him, then back again, where she tried to split his head open with a jab toward his open mouth as he began to speak. That thrust he had to teleport away from.
"I have,"
she insisted, dashing along the ropes at him so quickly she was like a little monkey on a branch. She stabbed at his feet, rolling out from under a sweep of his own spear tip, and blocked 2 more he sent right after her. He blocked her backhanded swing with his forearm, a cut that would have slashed him open along the ribs. The clack of her spear against his arm was nearly as wooden as if he'd blocked it with his weapon. He teleported behind her and kicked her feet out from under her again, once more sending her tumbling through the ropes. She didn't get her spear flattened out in time, and she fell right through, headed for the rocks, her spear held uselessly in her hand. She vanished 10 spans into the fall, then reappeared right behind him, a little off balance, but with a jab of her spear meant for the back of his knee. He jammed his spear butt down into the heavy rope, violently, the angle just right to deflect her stabbing attempt, and the strength of it enough to send a shock wave up the rope, which dislodged her once again. She hooked a knee over the rope and caught herself with her left arm. His first thrust toward her she was able to tap aside with her own weapon. But the second one scored, a blunt thrust with the butt end that caught her right between the eyes. When she woke up, she was resting against the rock face where the edge of the net was anchored to the southern cliff. Seawind squatted beside her in the way the elves did, seemingly adverse to sitting most of the time.
"You're growing very strong, little Sava,"
Seawind said as he looked out across the ocean.
"Barely a half-year, and already you are very dangerous."
Perny, remembering what had transpired, chose to pout rather than respond. She was never going to beat him. He was too fast, and his magic came without words. All the elves did it that way. That's what Jovive had said. 2 words was the best she'd ever do. Her animal magic, Jovive called it. The thing that made her special because she clung to it so hard. That's what Jovive said. But it wasn't special. Perny knew it wasn't, because she knew that she was weak. Jovive had already told her how much power she had, her rank in her 3 magic schools. The old woman told her that her strongest power was growth magic, the stupid healing sphere. She didn't want to be a healer, but that was her best one. And she was only G-class in that. G-class. That was nothing. She could only be a nurse, or some bumpkin village healer, as if she would ever want to. Her teleporting magic was even worse, a whole grade weaker. She'd never be like Master Alton was. Never jump into the stars. The more she practiced with her magic, the more she knew her magic was stupid and lame. She wanted to be a great sorcerer, and Jovive said she never would be. Part of her thought Jovive was a liar, just like Fortinam Stacker had been a liar back at the wizard's school, making up stuff just to make her mad. Jovive liked to make her mad. She did it all the time. Sometimes she was nice, but sometimes she was mean. And for the last of her magic, the illusion part, well, Perny didn't see the use. She couldn't even turn invisible like the elves all could. All of them. Her illusion shimmered like a heat wave when she tried. She was weak, and her magic was lame, and all her dreams were stupid and would never come true. And Seawind would just keep hitting her between the eyes. She rubbed her head where the butt of his spear had struck her. The thump resounded still in memory, even if the lump was gone. Seawind had, as always, healed the damage that he had done.
"I am not your enemy, little Sava,"
Seawind said after a time.
"I know,"
she said. She scooted forward and put her legs over the edge of the cliff, reaching her hands out to feel the cold, damp air blowing up the sheer stone face.
"But you would kill me if you could. You still haven't told me why."
"You won't take me home,"
she said without the least delay. There was no point in hiding it. She was actually surprised that he didn't already know.
"But who will take you home if I die? Jovive hasn't got the magic for it."
"I will find a way," she said. "That's what you told me the day I first ran with the hunt. That's what you said. So I will."
"If you can get yourself home, then I am not keeping you here. So I ask again, why kill me? Is that not a waste? You learn from me, do you not?"
Perny let her lips wriggle on that for a time, then nodded.
"I do."
"Then there is no value in killing me. There is nothing to be gained."
More wriggling took place beneath her little, slightly upturned nose, as the wind blew the long strands of her dirty blonde hair across her face. She thought he might be right about that. But if she went home, she wouldn't need him any more. Except that she also knew she'd never be Master Alton's apprentice either. Never get to spend that kind of time with him now. Not with weakling magic like she had.
"Do you know the difference between dealing death and murder?"
he asked.
"Has Jovive spoken to you of this?"
Perny shook her head, staring out beyond the waves, ready to tune out another lecture as she defaulted to her favorite pastime these last few months, looking for the right creature to ride right out of here, right off of the stupid island of hunters, and all the way gone from the stupid elven lands of String.
"It is the job of the Sava Unlansum to know when it is time to kill. When you are ready, you will be able to do it easily.
You will become the master of death, and you must deal it out justly."
Perny yawned, on purpose, so that he would know that she was bored. She didn't even know what justly was. Maybe it meant evenly, or maybe it meant quick. Gimel, the groundskeeper at Calico Castle, always told her to be neat about killing things. When he took her out to hunt, he was always very respectful about that. He said, "You can't make them suffer, or the goddess gets mad," which just went to prove these elves weren't so smart as everybody thought they were. Gimel already taught her that when she was only a little girl. Now she was almost 10. Kettle told her she'd be a big girl when she finally had 2 numbers in her age. And now she did. Or almost did. Only a few more days. And it was true. Here she was, with an elf telling her things she already knew. And it was Orly Pewter's fault. Everything was. If it hadn't been for her, Perny would never be here. She'd still be at home with Kettle and Gimel and Nipper and all the rest. She would see Master Alton every day. And so what if she was too weak to be his apprentice? So what about all that? She could protect him with her spear now anyway. And if the orcs came again, she'd carve out all their hearts and give them to Kettle to make into a stew. Master Alton would love her then, or at least when she was a little older anyway. When her bosom grew. Then he would, Perny knew. But first she'd have to put a spear right through Orly Pewter's heart. See what good her bosom did her then. She thought about that for some time, imagining jamming it straight through Orly's chest. She knew now how hard the cartilage was, the strength of the breastbone. Jovive had shown her, made her practice thrusting hard enough to pierce a mannequin made of boiled leather and tree bark, merged together with transmutation spells, and made as solid as any man. Jovive said it was just as hard as a warrior in leather armor, and Perny practiced killing it with glee over these last 18 weeks, ever since she'd gotten the spear. Every time, she imagined the look on Orly Pewter's face, just like it had been when she'd nearly shot Orly on her wedding day. The wedding Orly never got. That made Perny smile. At least she'd prevented that. Or she sort of had. She hoped she had. She had no way to know. She might not have scored a killing shot, but there was still reason to believe the wedding had not gone off. Kettle had told her that being the flower girl was the most important part of the wedding. She'd said it the day she and that fussy man, Master Needlesprig, had been trying to force Perny to try on a big fluffy dress. At first, Perny thought Kettle had only said that to trick her into trying on the dress. But now that she thought about it, it was probably true. Master Needlesprig had agreed, and he worked directly for the Queen, so he couldn't lie. So, if it was true, then they had to wait. But how long? Orly Pewter would be in a big fat hurry and want to find another flower girl. Perny wasn't sure if that was legal or not, but she just knew in her heart that Orly Pewter would try, which was why Perny had to get back and finish what she'd started before it was too late. Master Alton would be mad at her when she did it, though. He'd never marry her after that. So she'd have to make it look like an accident, which she wasn't quite sure how to do. Which meant she probably should be listening to what Seawind was saying as he squatted there on the ledge. She would listen, but only for a little while. Chapter 21. Black Sanders squeezed into the tiny clean room at the TGS depot in Murdoch Bay, stuffed in with 11 other miners, or at least with 11 others who were miners. Black Sander was simply dressed as one, magically dressed, of course, draped in the exquisite detail that W-class illusionists are capable of. His lean body and long nose were made squat and broad. His black eyes were brown, his slender fingers, so deft at locks and delicate thievery, made thick as fat sausages. He cast into his illusion the smell of whiskey and rum, and set it to emanate outward for nearly a full pace, and he added to that just the right hint of stale sweat and other bodily odors that could be expected from the sort of man who hasn't bathed in a month. As he stood among the working men in the small teleportation room, he took a careful whiff around him, checking to see if he'd gotten the scent just right. He thought perhaps he was no worse than most, and marginally better than a few. He looked around at his compatriots, all men, all weathered and sturdy-looking folk. A few peered out of bleary, red-rimmed eyes, and the vapors of their liquor-laden breath carried much farther than his illusion did. He smiled inwardly to himself, and knew that he would blend in perfectly. He fingered a topaz in his pocket that was as large as an avocado pit as he watched the TGS teleporter close the door. A small window, a cabinet-like opening cut clear through the wall, held a pair of small shelves, upon which sat 2 blocks of carved wood and a pair of hourglasses. He waited patiently, nodding a bit too late and forcing a smile at some crude joke he hadn't heard, as the attendant outside swapped out the block of wood with the sailing ship signet of Murdoch Bay for a newly emblazoned block, which depicted a great round planet surrounded by 7 orbiting moons. It was the signet for Timpoa Base Depot, serving the mines and the spaceport the Earthmen were putting up on the moon as it orbited the green gas giant Neotatica. The attendant then turned over one of the hourglasses, one that corresponded to the new block, and had the planet and 7 moons etched into its base. Soon after, the little cabinet door outside the teleportation chamber snapped shut, at which point a few of the miners began shifting nervously.
"Hope we don't show up dead," one of them said.
His smile lacked the conviction suggested by the cavalier nature of his words. His eyes gave it away.
"That ain't funny, Oak," said one of the others. "Don't joke around."
"You boys ought to consider sprouting a pair," said another. "My wee girl don't even get fearful teleporting nowhere."
"Your wee girl is only 6 years old. She don't know what's happening to her in here."
"All of you shut your traps,"
said another, this one with something like authority.
"We're likely already there."
Sure enough, the little cabinet door opened immediately after he spoke, and the white glare of the Earth people's artificial light poured in through the opening. The door opened right after, and soon the lot of them were shuffling out into a square room made of an all-white material like nothing found on Prosperian. Small, narrow windows looked out into the black night beyond, and through the farthest left of these could be seen the partial green curve of the giant planet Neotatica, believed by many to be the origin of the elves. Black Sander had heard that Sir Alton Meade had disproved that, but he hadn't enough friends who knew the Galactic Mage personally to verify it, and he was not typically one to spend time with priests. Still, he took a moment to move to the window while the other miners were clogging the entrance of the long hallway. The corridor would take them to the checkpoint, where they could be recorded in the Earth People's log. He stared out, looking up into the bright green mass of the giant world, a great swirling ball of varying tones, mainly a bright lime green, but tiered and stratified with darker shades, all swirling around it, whirling in some places into spots, the whole of it like a bucket of green-hued paints that's only been stirred once or twice and hasn't yet mixed properly. This was his first time up here, though he had seen it in the scrying bowl spell of the Marchioness's seer, Califrand. He knew the layout of the base well enough, but the sight of the planet in person was enough to give even Black Sander pause. He glanced back into the bright light of the room and saw that the TGS teleporter was busy setting the hourglass for the next load. A group of 3 Earth people, who by the signet the woman had on the table near her, would be going to Crown City. No one was paying any attention to him. While the Earth people crowded into the teleportation chamber, and the Prosperian miners crowded into the hall, Black Sander quietly hid his incantation in their noise. A moment after, he vanished, his invisibility illusion cast. He dropped the illusion of his dirty miner self and let go the stink he'd cast with it as well. He replaced that with absolute odorlessness. When there was room to slip past the Earth people, he made his way down the hall, pausing briefly in the silence between them and the miners to add silence to his spell. It was an afterthought, and he could be silent with the careful placement of his practiced feet, but there was no point taking any risks. He muttered the spell under his breath. He had to do it quickly, for he knew, once he was past the range of the teleportation area, he could not add anything new to his spell. They were watching for magic here. On that point the Marchioness had been very clear. The Earth people could see magic in the twitter of their electricity, and they would know. That was Lord Vorvington's latest discovery. He came up behind the last of the miners in the line. They were waiting to be let into the main part of the moon-based mining camp. "Name," said the fleet soldier standing before a low desk made of the same white material as the walls. He wore a helmet with a single round bit of glass mounted on it, swung down over his right eye somewhat like a monocle. A second fleet soldier, a woman, sat at the desk and looked into what appeared to Black Sander to be a black picture frame from which radiated a pale blue glow. Black Sander could not see the images in it from where he stood, but he knew from the scrying spell Califran had cast that she was checking to see if the man's name matched his face in her electricity-powered record-keeping device.
"Hoke Rock Cracker,"
the man said gruffly.
"I've been here often enough you people to recognize me."
"We know your face," said the woman at the glowing picture frame, "but we still have to make sure it fits your biometric profile."
"I know,"
he grumbled, but he held out his hand without being asked, and the soldier standing before the desk ran a long, slender object up and down his hand and forearm. When he'd finished the pass, he flipped it around and ordered the miner not to blink. There came a brief movement of green light, and then it was done. The soldier placed the butt end of the device onto a square black pad, and after a moment the woman nodded and said,
"Welcome back, Hoke. Be safe down there."
"Bet I will, missy,"
he said.
"And don't hold up the boys too long in here."
"I'll try,"
she promised with a smile. The other soldier stepped aside and let the stocky miner pass through the narrow space between the desk and the wall. Black Sander smiled behind the mask of his invisibility, the nervousness in his guts ramping up his energy. There were few things he loved more than breaking in, and breaking into the first interplanetary spaceport was shaping up to be one of the most entertaining clandestine entries he'd managed so far. Assuming he managed it, of course. Slowly, the line made its way through, one by one, some of them joking casually with the woman, none of them with the man. But each in turn passed through the line without incident or fuss. Soon there were only 3 miners left before Black Sander would be able to pass. He was going to need the man with the helmet monocle and the detection wand to step aside, but he hoped that he would as soon as the visible miners passed. The woman chatted with the next miner in line while the soldier passed his device over the fellow's arm and face. As they scanned the worker, Black Sander moved to the desk and chanced a glance over the top of the picture frame. To his horror, he could see himself peering over it. The discovery jolted him, but his reflexes were those of a thief. In the time it took the woman to look from the soldier to the miner and back to her screen, Black Sander had, by the grace of Sobre the Swift, patron deity of crime, managed to dart back into line behind the rest. It was an act of conscious effort to still his breathing, so unexpected had his surprise been. How could they see him? Suddenly, the bright lights in that white hallway seemed blinding. It was as if he stood naked beneath a bloated sun, the whole world watching him. He felt entirely exposed. He could not fathom how it was possible. His cast had been flawless. He'd been casting illusions since he was 13. His ability was doubly ranked. He did not make mistakes, and there were no holes in his illusions. Ever. Not once in all his life. He looked down at his hands. Of course he could see them. He backed away down the hall some, not so far as to be suspicious, but trying to get back as close as he could to the teleportation room, to the place where twitters in the electricity were expected and ignored by security. He gently rechecked his spell, pushing his mind into the mana and carefully watching his weave. It was intact, a perfect core of sensory magic and a great radius of groping strings, all those thread-like ends reaching far and near, searching like twitching roots for minds to touch and to deceive. He could see them all, and there were many where the guards at the table were. Many, many of those strands, each reaching into the minds of the others and painting the waking dream, coating their own ideas with his contrived reality. They should not see him without having reason to disbelieve. They could not. And yet there he'd been, in that woman's image machine, as plainly as if he'd simply walked up to her with no magic at all. Something was terribly wrong, and now there was nothing he could do. The last miner was being waved through. The woman looked up at him and beckoned him. "Come on," she said. "You're next." His mind spun, whirled, as he groped for what next to do. "Don't be shy, it's just a formality. You're new, aren't you?" She glanced up at her fellow soldier, who nodded, not recognizing Blacksander either.
"Yes, I am,"
he said, quelling the urge to run back into the teleportation room. It was still an option, though. He could simply tell them he'd changed his mind. By treaty, the space between that checkpoint and the TGS depot behind him was still the territory of the Kingdom of Kerr. "Well, don't worry. None of this stuff hurts. It's all safe. Our people have been using these for centuries." Blacksander walked as casually as possible back up to the desk. The situation wasn't entirely alien to him, despite it being, well, entirely alien. This wasn't the first security check he'd had to lie his way through. But still, it was with some effort that he had to put down the shock of discovering his illusion had completely failed. "What's your name?" she asked. It seemed as if she was making an extra effort to be nice. He let go a long, calming breath as he heard it. He would be fine here.
"I am Stampen Farplain," he said, "jeweller to Lord Gideon Dovenstake of Day."
She looked up, her eyes bright and curious. "Jeweler, huh? I didn't think you were dressed for digging down there. Did they find something valuable in that hole besides iron and titanium?" With practiced stoicism and equally practiced conviviality, he kept himself from frowning during the moment of his confusion. Then he laughed.
Oh, don't we all wish, my dear? No, I'm afraid there's no such luck as that."
He glanced up at the man standing there, as if about to share a great secret, then leaned down to the woman. In a low, yet jovial voice, he said,
"At least, not as we know. But who's to say what these fellows are sneaking out in the bottoms of their boots, you see?"
She laughed and leaned back in her chair. "Oh, and we don't even screen for it. They could be making a killing off of us, couldn't they?" Blacksander's grin was wide beneath his long, long nose, and he set upon her his most charming and innocuous look.
"Yes, but the boys work hard, and if your great empire doesn't need all its small diamonds and rubies, and even its little moonstruck pittance of silver or gold, I imagine these lads could stand the extra pints of ale."
She laughed again, and even the stone-faced man beside Blacksander had twitches of humor touching the corners of his mouth. Blacksander felt his feet and his confidence settle a bit more firmly on the floor. They were all, in the end, so easy. Toss a bone to the working man, and there they were, appeased. So honest and well-meaning. So easy to deceive. She was tapping her fingers on a bit of dark glass lying upon the table then, and she frowned for a moment before looking up at him. "How do you spell your name?" she asked. "I'm not finding it in here." He spelled it out carefully for her. She shook her head, clearly regretfully, as she tried entering the name again. She chewed briefly on the bottom of her lip before asking, "Did your people send a file to TGS Central to be entered in? I'm just not finding you." Feigning confusion was not difficult for him then.
"Why, no, not that I know of."
He recovered quickly enough and began in earnest to modify his plan. There was still a chance to salvage it.
"Lord Doven's stake simply asked that I bring this gift to Captain Hawthorne of the Lima."
He pulled the huge topaz out of his pocket and showed it to her. She let go a long, low gasp. "Holy crap," she said. "It's as big as a plasma grenade."
"Well, I should think not quite so big as that,"
he said with a humble smile, though he had no idea what the object she spoke of was.
"But still, my lord hopes that Captain Hawthorne will accept this small gift in gratitude for all she and her crew have done for the working men of Kerr."
"Well, I can see why you don't care much if anyone's pulling a few little diamonds or rubies out of the mines," she joked, as she looked up from the topaz and winked at him. He muttered the words to an illusion, just for her, a low-level charming spell that would paint him in her eyes in a subtly gossamer light, a divine radiance that was just beyond her ability to see. With it, he layered in an equally subtle pheromone, the scent of centaur sweat carried on a waft of cocoa and tea. It was all very deft and minor, and all for her. It was all on a bet, and risky, he knew, for it might fail just as the first one had, especially if the lights flickered for having cast it. Which they did. At least those in her monitor did. But she wasn't watching it. She had eyes only for him. "What's that?" she said, unable to make out the words as he cast his spell.
"It's a little song we sing in day, a sailor's prayer, begging the goddess to forgive us our greed."
She was all smiles then, like a little girl pleasing a favorite uncle on whom she'd always had a secret crush. "Well, don't worry about that. We won't start checking in their boots. But let's see about getting you logged in. I can requisition paperwork from TGS in day and give you a temporary pass for today. Will that work? How long do you need to stay?" He showed all his teeth as he smiled down at her.
"Oh, you are such a sweet thing. Thank you. Of course, that will be fine. And I think an hour or two will be more than enough."
Chapter 22. Orly leaned over Dr. Singh's shoulder, watching as he worked. She had to bend low enough so as not to hit her head on the thick pipe jutting from the machine. In the absence of an atmosphere, she couldn't hear the roaring hiss of the water jet as it cut through the crystals near Yellowfire's heart. But the clouds of mist that whirled around them spoke volumes for what she might have heard had he been doing the work elsewhere. "Suction, damn it," the doctor said for the third time in less than a minute. "Rabin, what are you doing up there?" It wasn't really suction, anyway. That was simply the surgeon's reflex. The baby-faced grad student was supposed to be blowing the mist away, angling an air jet at the end of the machine's long arm. "I'm trying," came Rabin's reply. "There's a big difference between practice and reality." "Well, get it right. I can't see." Orly could see the air nozzle move, and more mist came blasting back out of the nearly microscopic incision he had made. It sprayed all over the doctor's face mask blindingly. "Orly," the doctor said, even as she was reaching out with a towel and wiping off his mask. He cut the order short and thanked her instead. They'd worked together long enough on the Aspect a few years past, when the first encounter with the hostile orbs had brought devastating disease to the crew. It was strange how much of that chemistry came right back. "Move it left, Rabin. Now I'm getting a double shadow from the spotlights." The large fine-toothed gears moved across the rack that supported the machine. a long strip of steel with a serrated upper edge running parallel to the wall. The whole rig sat atop a sequence of these tracks, each mounted atop a row of steel columns, set 10 feet deep in the ground. The ground, of course, being the bottom of the 30-by-30-yard hole that they'd excavated in the bottom of Yellowfire's cave. Much of the machine was tank, a 20-foot-long cylinder, domed at both ends, and wide enough that Orly could have walked the length of it inside without having to duck her head. But the essence of the machine was the enormous sequence of pumps, 3 of them, each linked to the previous by pipes that looked to Orly more like cable mesh than pipe. From one to the next, the pipe cable got smaller, and the pumps got squatter, fatter, and thicker of casing. Together, they rammed the water and a few tiny particles of a coolant chemical through the jet that the doctor guided with a pair of specially fitted gloves. Every motion of his hand, every twitch of his fingers, sent signals to the machine. The barest movement of his eyes inside his helmet could move the heavy nozzle in increments too small for Orly to see. "How's that?" Rabin asked from his place in the water-saw's cab, a small, boxy compartment with a seat, 3 monitors, and the controls that operated the pumps and moved the body of the machine up and back along the tracks. "A little more. I'm still getting a double edge on this." The steel frame vibrated for a moment after, followed by the doctor's grunt. "That's better. Leave it there." Once again the clouds of mist thrown off by the water jet resumed. Orly watched breathlessly as the practiced hands of the skilled surgeon eroded away the barest layers of crystal around the velvet-purple pulse of Yellowfire's heart. Her own heart pounded so loudly she could hear the blood coursing through her ears. She couldn't imagine having to be the one to do it, to actually carve out Yellowfire's heart. What if she messed up? A cough, a little tremble of a muscle or a nerve. What if Dr. Singh did? It wasn't a matter of culpability. It was a matter of death and misery. And guilt. Lifelong guilt. This was all her idea. So much was riding on its success. So much more now, given Alton's promise to kill Blue Fire if it didn't work. Just thinking of that made her temper rise, even though she'd had several months to come to terms with it. She just couldn't. What had he been thinking? So she watched and fretted. There was so much more at stake. 2 lives now. Dr. Singh had nearly refused because of it, and well, because Alton had been with her when she asked. "So, killing comes easy to you now, does it, Sir Alton Meade?" That's what the doctor had spat at Alton, when he and Orly explained what they wanted, and what was at stake. The way he spoke Alton's title dripped with irony. "Well, I won't do it. I took an oath to do no harm, and your gross willingness to kill anything that inconveniences your road to glory has rendered my help impossible." Alton had tried to argue, of course, and Orly had as well. "Why impossible?" she'd asked, once the 2 men had finished their own emotional exchange. "If I lose a patient trying to save them in earnest, and they have understood the risk, that is one thing. A weighing of risk and reward. That is what you have done, Orly, in asking Blue Fire to approve this procedure you want done. A reasonable conclusion to try the surgery. What harm if he has already been dead, or nearly dead, so long? Only Blue Fire knows how all that plays out long-term. So that risk I call acceptable. No harm done. But now this, what you're asking, what your fiancé asks, is another thing entirely. Now I do harm by simply trying. The attempt is not about risking a patient already all but dead. The attempt is risking another being entirely. The probability for doing harm is now extremely high, far higher than the chances for success, and all for a death promise from the Galactic Mage. Galactic assassin, I say." He'd turned such a bitter look upon Alton, then such absolute contempt, and said to his face, "You are in good company with that elf." Orly had to stop Alton's response with her fingers placed softly on his mouth, pleading with her eyes that these 2 men whom she loved so very much would not grow to hate one another any more than the doctor already did the mage.
"Please,"
she whispered, and Alton had relented. It had been the work of 11 days and countless conversations that had finally gotten Dr. Singh to do the surgery. A lot of begging and a lot of tears. But at last he had relented, perhaps knowing in his heart that it really was the only hope of happiness for Blue Fire, and with Orley's secret promise not to let Alton keep his word. And so now the doctor worked with a strange tool, not so different than a laser scalpel in its way, but much messier and much more difficult to use. There were no cutting templates for a living planetary heart, and the odd properties of the gray crystals, the gray liquefying stone all around, gobbled up attempts to map the surgery properly. They could not get a visual representation with sound, X-ray, neutrino, or Higgs flow. They'd managed a gross sketch between each of those, each having marginal ability to permeate and shape the heartstone. But there were far more blank areas in the organ map than there were details, which meant the doctor was on his own, though he did have the careful advice of Marx Bryant in his ear, the professor's years of archaeology aiding his great knowledge of geology. So Orley watched, and the doctor worked, and everyone not operating the machine or the lights, or monitoring the settings of everyone's environmental suits, waited and paced, which included Alton Meade. Alton, therefore, paced back and forth on the bridge of the glistening lady, relegated to that distance at Orley's request. The farther he was from Dr. Singh, the better off everyone would be, especially Yellow Fire, who needed the doctor's hand steady as a steel plate, not quivering with rage. So Alton watched on the monitor of Roberto's ship, and waited anxiously. "You'd think your daughter was late, coming home from the prom," Roberto said, trying to break the tension Alton kept painting across the deck. "I know you and the doc ain't really all kissy-kissy anymore, but the man is good. It's going to work out fine." For a moment Alton was taken aback, the words his friend chose confusing him. Alton was trying very hard to learn the language Orley's people spoke, and he was within the radius of a translation spell now. But some of that made no sense. Besides the enchantment on one of Alton's amulets, and enchantments on the comm buttons of the ship's entire crew, Roberto also had enchanted torch sconces mounted all over the ship, a gift from the Lord Chamberlain that Roberto had been too polite and too delighted to send back, which meant Alton should have been able to understand everything. And yet, with Roberto more than most, he often couldn't. He did know the man well enough, however, to realize much of it was likely some bit of inanity or sarcasm, so he forced himself to let it go. "I know Dr. Singh is competent. The best," Alton said, responding to what he had gotten out of it. "I have absolute faith in his skill, but I'm worried about putting it back." "What do you mean?" Roberto asked, as he laid a card on the table he and his crew had set up on one side of the bridge. He looked to the brawny woman sitting across from him, whom Alton had first seen standing guard at the base of the ship's loading ramp that first day at Murdoch Bay. "Just one, and make it sweet," Roberto said. She seemed to be amused by that, and her muscles flexed beneath tanned skin as she dealt Roberto a card, her arms toned and strong, with veins like blue snakes visible at the inner elbows and down her forearms. "I mean, when he cuts it out, and we figure out how big it is," Alton replied. "How are we going to get it into the cave on Red Fire? I'm watching the man work, and it occurs to me that we're not going to be able to just stuff this heart into a hole like planting daffodils. It's going to have to be put back perfectly." Roberto looked like he was going to make some smart remark, but Dequidar, standing beside Alton, saw where the Prosperian's thoughts were going. "You do not think they will be able to cut a new hole for it properly on the Red World, despite all of that?" She pointed into the monitor, indicating all the expensive equipment that Alton's money had bought. "That is a high-end setup you have there. It is the best that money can buy." "Yes, I know, and Professor Bryant says they'll cut a hole to match.
The machine is monitoring the doctor's every move and taking notes of some kind, but I'm still worried that it has to be an absolutely perfect match. A hand in a kid leather glove isn't going to be a good enough fit. It must be more like those flexible gloves Earth doctors wear, and I just can't see how they're going to do that with that water machine. All that money, and I saw no plaster or even mud down there. I had hoped they might at least plan to make some kind of wet mold or something.
"For ladies," Roberto announced, slapping 4 cards onto the table to the groans of both security crew women and his navigator. "Good thing I pay you well." He turned a victorious face toward Alton as he raked in a pile of silver Prosperian coins. "Dude, that's your medieval age thinking going again. You're so backwards, bro. No offense, of course. But relax. They'll scan that hole when the doctor is done and model it exact. I'm telling you, Singh won't even have to make the cuts on Red Fire. The computer on that rig down there will match the hole way better than he ever could. It's the first template that is the tricky part. That's what Singh will do." Alton understood most of that very well, and he nodded, pacing right up to the monitor.
"I certainly hope so. But I'm still worried about the joint. If it's not close enough, it might not heal, or grow, or whatever it needs to work."
"If you want something to worry about, you should be worried about how you're going to get all that equipment teleported to the Red World without screwing it up when this is done. Do you guys even have a hole cut for it yet?" Alton shook his head. They didn't. He hadn't even gone back since the day Orly blew the life out of the vicious hostile they all called Red Fire. The day both she and Alton were nearly killed. He hadn't wanted to. There'd been no need, only a few quick trips with a seeing spell to confirm that the damage was done and that it had stayed that way. He looked again after Her Majesty had suggested there was a chance that Red Fire, like Yellow Fire, was merely lying dormant somehow. But he was not. The black, burnt-out remnants of his heart chamber lay open like a caved-in skull. The force of the explosion Orly had ignited with the mining charges had blasted out the bottom of the chamber and broken off a section of the cave wall, which dropped to the cavern floor like an unhinged jaw. There was no pulsing light in it now. Alton had even sent his magical sight scurrying through the debris, crawling with it through the darkness like a tiny insect through the rocks, looking through and beneath each boulder all around, seeking the slightest pulse of light in the Stygian darkness. There had been none. Red Fire was dead. It was a certainty. Or at least he hoped it was. He'd cast a divining spell for it, and that seemed to confirm it as well. So did the one the priestess Clovis had cast for him. The young adherent of Anvilrath, part of the circle of clerics who had helped find Red Fire, had done it as a favor for him when he'd asked. Now that there seemed to be a real chance that they could get Yellow Fire out, now that the professor's insane-seeming water knife idea was working as planned, the reality began to settle on him. They were going to have to go back. And if he was there, if Red Fire was lurking in that rubble heap, what might happen to them all? He decided that perhaps he should put a little more effort into verifying the death than he had. Yes, the priests said it was so, but the priests lied as often as not these days. And when they weren't lying, they simply got things wrong, snatching up bits of this prophecy and that, trying to tie together the absolute truth. He decided that, just to be sure, he'd go see Ocelot again. Orly would be busy for a while, and he thought a quick trip to the Z-Class Diviner would bolster his confidence before going back again. If it were only him, he wouldn't be worried at all. But the whole lot of them would be going there in Roberto's ship, and for the 5 or 6 hours it took to restart the ship's systems, it and everyone in it would be vulnerable as it drifted in orbit above the huge red world. He supposed if there were to be bad news, now was the time to get it. And while he was on Prosperian, he could open up some books of transmutation spells. Maybe between him and Ocelot, they could figure out how to meld all that liquefying stone. He'd never tried to work with liquefying stone and his ring together, and certainly never an entire planet's worth. a very big planet's worth when it came to red fire. That world was no moon. But he'd have to look into it. It was clear from watching this procedure that something most likely would need to be done to facilitate the transplant. The cut that Dr. Singh made now would have to be uncut on red fire, the damage undone. So home Alton would go, to Ocelot, and perhaps afterward, a visit to the man with the greatest gift for merging stone that Alton knew. Atterbury. Chapter 23. Climbing the twisted palm trees in the Forbidden Cove was easy. Perney scrambled up the winding slant of one such pair with the ease of a monkey and the silence of a child who'd spent her whole life playing and exploring in nature, one who had learned from hunters and woodsmen on Kur, and now one with over a half-year's being trained by elves. The cough-rat, a poisonous variety of parrot, flapped away as she climbed. Silent as she was, it did not need to hear her, for it saw her quite easily with its great round eyes. Just as well, Perney thought, as she neared the top of its winding trunks. It was better to be out of its range. She knew from previous experience that cough-rats spat foul acid along with the curses that they spoke. But their range was short, and the parrot only flew to the next tree, not particularly concerned with the little girl in the tree. That was a fatal mistake. No sooner had it settled in the crook of the palm fronds it had flown to than Perney's spear ran it through, right beneath the wing and halfway out the other side, pushing that wing out at an acute angle as the spearhead knifed through. It barely had time to squawk before it fell in a flapping spasm into the sand, where it landed with a thump. Perney sent the image of it, in particular of its eyes, to Knott, who lay curled up in a ball on the beach where she had left him. He perked up upon receiving the thought, and she guided him to it once he'd unrolled himself and seized onto the idea of food. A moment later, an instant really, given the insect's speed, Knott set upon the still twitching cough-rat and drove his tongue spike into one of the bird's huge, juicy eyes, happily sucking out the delicious meat. Perney watched Knott as she leaned into the tree, her toes jammed into the cleavage formed where two trunks had come together as the trees had grown. Knott loved eyeballs, it was true, but there were none he loved as much as cough-rat eyes. Each was nearly as big as a papaya, and every time she killed one of the birds for him, he grew a little less obstinate. She sighed and looked up into the cluster of coconuts that dangled just above her head. She should have gotten one down before she'd thrown her spear. She'd been wanting to try one anyway. She climbed the remaining distance and drew her knife from her belt. She reached up and had just begun to cut when Jovive's shout came.
"Don't shoot there, child!"
There was such an absolute command in it that Perney's little eyebrows dropped into a concerted line above eyes that focused all the more. She set to the task more earnestly and thrust her little knife into the cluster, sawing for all her worth. Tremors vibrated through the trunk as she cut, and for a moment it gave her pause. Her sawing slowed as she feared that Jovive's stories of the twisted tree spirits, the ghosts that lived in them, might be true. What if the tree was shaking because a ghost was coming out? But then an enormous hand clamped an iron grip upon her leg as Jovive, now transformed into a silver-haired gorilla, yanked her free of her perch and dangled her by the ankle high above the sand. Jovive began descending, still holding Perney at an arm's length in one hand and using her remaining 3 limbs to climb. The motions were violent. The transmuted assassin jumped down with her bottom half, her thick body elongated as she dropped. Her lower legs would catch the trunk and stop the near free fall with a jolt. Then she'd let go with her upper arm and let the tree slide through the gray pads of her powerful hand. The sliding made a rapid tick-tick-ticking as the corrugations rasped across her leathery grip. Then she'd grab hold and drop another 2 spans with her bottom half again. She repeated the sequence several times, with Perney swinging wildly in the air. The whole descent took only a matter of seconds, and by the end of it Perney was shaken rather violently, perhaps on purpose. It was a condition that was not helped much by the fact that, when they were still 5 feet from the ground, Jovive simply dropped her, letting Perney fall into the sand. She landed with a dull thump, not unlike that of the fallen cough-rat, whose eyes Knot was still sucking on, and had to blink some of the beach out of her eyes.
"I told you not to come here again,"
Jovive said, already returned to human form.
"And I certainly told you the nature of these trees."
"You tell me lots of things,"
Perney said through a pout.
"You talk too much, and nobody believes in ghosts."
She got up and went to where Knot was, intent on riding him away. Jovive caught her and gently turned her around, looking down into her eyes. Perney defied her, glaring back as if she were the one with something to teach the old woman instead. Jovive stared down into that little gaze of solidity and smiled, first in admiration, and then with fondness and even love.
"What's the matter, little Sava?"
she asked at last.
"Even you aren't this angry right away."
"I'm not angry. I want to be alone."
"But why?"
Perney yanked an arm free and tried to turn away, but Jovive still held her firmly by her other arm. When Perney looked back, she saw that Jovive's eyes were closed, and she was quietly muttering a spell. Perney tried to yank her arm free again, which failed, so she tried to peel Jovive's gnarled old fingers away. She might as well have been trying to straighten an iron boomerang. She thought about stabbing the old woman through the hand, but she knew that would be bad. Too bad. Still, the more she tried to peel those fingers away, the madder she got. Perney looked up in the old woman's old face as the weathered assassin muttered her dumb old spell, and Perney decided it didn't matter how mad Jovive got. She reached for her knife and saw that she didn't have it anymore. It was still lying in the sand where the gorilla had dropped her. She bit the old assassin instead, right across the top of her knuckles, just as hard as she could. The woman did not let go, not even when Perney tasted blood. Finally, Jovive stopped chanting and regarded the little child held captive in her strong grip. She smiled sadly and apologized.
"It's your birthday, little Sava, and nobody has done a thing."
Perney wanted to deny it, to throw it back at Jovive as a lie, but it was true. It was her birthday, and nobody even cared. Kettle would have made her a giant cake and hung strips of dyed lace all around the kitchens everywhere. Kettle would have let her eat sugar plums and frostberries for breakfast, all soaked in cream. There would have been no work today either, and Kettle and Nipper and Gimmel would have all sung her the birthday song. Gimmel would have brought her a present, too, something from town, a new sharp knife that would make Kettle grouse and worry and smile. But no, not here, not on stupid Hunter's Isle. She couldn't even get sweet coconut milk from a stupid, sacred tree. Knot was the only one who got anything special on her birthday. Jovive seemed to see her thoughts as they played out in her eyes, and she apologized again.
"I am sorry, little one. I did not realize."
"It doesn't matter," Perney said. "I'm 10 years old today. I'm a big girl now. I don't need sweets and party songs."
"Well, I don't know about party songs, but I think I should like an excuse for sweets."
Perney thrust out her lips and tried to turn away, once more tugging at the manacle of the old woman's grip. Jovive released her unexpectedly, and she staggered a step toward Knot, who had just begun slurping out the dead cough-rat's other eye. She meant to go ride him away as soon as he was done.
"Have you ever heard of sugar shrimp?"
the old assassin asked of Perney's retreating back.
"They are one of the great joys of spring, and the elves say they are the sweetest meat on all of Prosperian, perhaps the sweetest anything."
Perney frowned, unseen by Jovive, and kept walking toward her bug. She had never heard of sugar shrimp, but she was not going to tell the old woman that.
"I once ate 43 of them all in a row,"
the aged assassin said.
"It was a year after I got here, and I discovered them by chance. Oh, you should have seen how old Lady Bartholomew fussed. She went on and on about fitness and health, calling them the confection of the sea. She told me that my people, our people, get fat here on string, and that the assassin of the veil has to be nimble and swift.
She laughed, thinking back on it.
I think I'm plenty nimble and swift, she said, even at my ripe old age.
Perny tried not to care, but it was kind of interesting. Sort of.
Well,
said the ancient assassin,
since it is your birthday, and now that I've got those sweet delicacies in my head, I think I'm off to have a few to celebrate. It would be more fun if you'd come along, but if you'd rather stay here and pout, so be it. Just do not climb the trees. In this I am in earnest. If you cut them, you could kill them, and with them someone's life bond will be lost.
Perny turned back around. She was going to protest that she didn't believe all that sacred soul stuff. Trees holding ghosts and spirits. Kettle told her a long time ago that there were no such things as ghosts. She'd said it many times, and even Master Alton had agreed. He'd been right there in the kitchen that day that Perny had the bad nightmare. The night after Gimel told the scary stories around the fire as part of the festival for the dead. She'd had terrible dreams about ghosts coming through the walls, just like Gimel's story said. But even Master Alton had told her that ghost stories were meant for scaring little girls. Both Kettle and Master Alton said they weren't true, and they would never lie. Although Master Alton had once told her that the stories about the orcs were only meant to scare little girls, too. But Jovive was already transformed to her black jaguar form again, running off toward the rocks at the edge of the invisible dissolving barrier, though this time headed for the left side, which was a direction Perny hadn't explored the last time she was here. Sugar shrimp did sound promising, and it was her birthday, after all. She turned back and saw that Knot was still at his meal, though the bulging eyeball was nearly half collapsed. She could wait for him to finish. It wouldn't be fair to deprive him of his birthday dinner just so she could have hers. She retrieved her knife, then plopped down on the soft pink sand and waited patiently. Watching with her head tilted to the side a little and the sun glinting off the long, shimmering gold of her hair, she let herself enjoy the gross slurping of Knot at his meal. In time, she was in a good enough mood to giggle as Knot got to the bottom of the cough rat's eye socket. What remained of the eyeball meat mixed with air as he sucked up the last juicy bits, and the noise he made gurgled hilariously in her ears. She was still giggling when it was all done, even as she pulled her spear free of the eyeless corpse and climbed onto her insect's back. But she fell silent after, as she set her feet and settled in to ride. She took up the rope in one hand and wrapped it several times around her wrist. She gripped the spear tightly in her other hand. She closed her eyes and sent her thoughts into the insect's mind. She listened to its senses, for its thoughts were mainly blank, but it sensed everything. She had discovered that she could hear what it heard, what it knew through its feet, the vibrations of things so tiny no human could hear. So tiny she doubted even elves could hear. But Knot could. Knot's sensitive little feet felt everything, heard everything, and in the span of a few seconds she could hear the soft pads of Jovive's jaguar paws on the sand. With a tap of her spear, and just the barest reminder of pain in places behind the bug, it set off at a run. She caught the black cat in 4 minutes flat. Chapter 24. As Alton had feared, the visit to the diviner Ocelot had been useless. Her cryptic answers were more cryptic than usual, and he was reminded again of why everyone said she was completely mad. For the most part, it was nothing but a string of the obvious or the insane, as she'd gone on and on about how he could see himself in mirrors. Hardly a shocking revelation there. And about the dead rising up again. And of course, the silliest part, or the most mundane, was her emphatic warning of how great danger would come from an earth wizard one day, which was either total nonsense, since there were no earth magicians, or simply mundane reality, as it was more than obvious that some sorcerer, many sorcerers, would eventually get to Earth. And while there, who knew what Alton might do one day that could set one of them off? Where the wizard happened to be was, in a way, immaterial, given that a magician that wanted to do him harm was going to do him harm, or try to, whether he was on Prosperian or on Earth. Or, for that matter, whether he was on Blue Fire, Yellow Fire, Red Fire, Andalia, or anywhere else. So while it was unfortunate to discover that he had enemies on the horizon, it was hardly a surprise. It seemed the universe never ran out of hateful beings to throw his way. And it was on that topic, at least in a way, that Alton found himself being confronted upon his return to Calico Castle. He teleported himself back from Ocelot's forest hovel into his old familiar place behind an old suit of armor, his own sort of unofficial clean room. Clean space, really, that he'd been using for years. He appeared in the dark shadows behind the ancient plate mail, deep in the recesses of Calico Castle's huge and seldom-used dining hall. There stood, far across from where he'd arrived, a long table, not so long or grand as had been the custom in centuries past, but long enough for a very large family, if one were to attend a meal set there. Sitting at this table, in a dim little globe of candlelight, sat the keep's kitchen matron, dear old Kettle, staring at the round shape of a bright blue birthday cake. It wasn't a very big cake, and for a woman whose skills were as renowned as Kettle's were, it seemed a rather sad little thing. Her usual deft touch with the knife normally giving a playful texture to the frosting, and on other occasions she would have put some time into making little frosting animals or flowers or puffing clouds. But not this one. She'd frosted it with the deft strokes of a woman wanting to have it done, as if she'd planned for no one to see it. And there were no puffing anythings fluffing up in folds of fancy frosting at all. Kettle's puffy red eyes, however, suggested that the birthday cake was not meant for happiness anyway, and it only took him a moment to guess by the 10 candles burning there whose birthday it was. He grimaced, hating what he knew was about to come, but there was nothing to be done for it, and he was the master of Calico Castle after all, not to mention the Queen's Galactic Mage. He sighed. And he was, more than any of those others, Kettle's friend. Part of her was family in a way, for what other family had either of them known in these last 13 years? He padded across the floor, his bare feet silent as he went. As quietly as he could, he pulled out a chair opposite her. The chair's old oaken feet scraping across the stone broke her trance, and she looked up at him, wiping reflexively at her cheeks with the back of her hand.
"It's certainly quiet around here without her,"
Alton said, hoping that his smile would bring happy memories.
"And you was always fast to remind her of it, too," she said.
Alton exhaled a long, tired breath that fanned the 10 little candles, bending the tiny flames toward her like glowing supplicants, bowing in submission to her grief.
"She's not dead, you know. She's in very capable hands. She's going to be a great person one day. Perhaps very soon, as I expect those elves have more than they bargained for with her."
She tried to be mad again, to snap at him, but that last bit made her smile.
"Oh, and that's like to be the truth of it, too."
She almost laughed.
"I can see him now, her giving him screaming fits, like as not biting and scratching the lot, wanting to come home."
Alton nodded.
"I imagine she is." "You should be going to check on her regular, you know, what with her being your ward and all." "I've already told you I can't, Kettle. You know the laws and the treaty, and this is beyond even that. This is some ancient pact. We've gone over it 100 times." "And we'll go over it 100 and another more. You don't even try to get a message to her at all. Not even one of them lizards the city folks throw him out. Could you even bother to do that much?"
"Kettle, they don't go to string. You were there when I tried.
and she can't hear me when I call. I've done that too. She's with the elves. It's done. Please stop throwing it in my face all the time. I've got enough to worry about as it is. She worships you, you know. Yes, I know. And she almost shot Orly too. So if we're being honest, I think that some training on how to handle weapons properly was way overdue. She is where she needs to be. It is her destiny. Destiny?
Kettle did laugh this time, though there was no humour in it now. No fond recollections or undercurrents of joy.
Like you ever gave one lick for destiny afore?
Alton peered through the bright candlelight to where Kettle glowered as she stared into the fire, her face shadowed some since she leaned back in her chair. He thought it was an odd reflection of Perney sitting there, an older, wizened kind of petulance. He shook his head and got up.
Well, I wish her a happy birthday, he said. Wherever she is just now, whatever she is doing, I hope she is happy and with friends. As if elves know anything about friends. Kettle, we have no idea what the elves know. For all we know, she's having a big party right now with 100 dancing elves playing music and eating cake until she's so full she can barely move. I should think that's hardly likely. I may not read all them books as a great magician such as you, but I've been round long enough to know there weren't no elf whatever baked no cake. There ain't no need of libraries to know as much as that.
Alton sighed once more and walked away. He wasn't in the mood to argue with a stubborn old woman hell's bent for a fight. He went out into the courtyard and saw that there were several of the long brick-shaped containers that the Earth people used for shipping freight. He noted that they were all closed up and locked tight, and that there were no more scaffolds, cranes, hoists, or sawhorses anymore. The setting sun glinted a dull orange off the black painted metal of his tower, and more so from the black windows that wrapped round it, the image of the horizon at his back reflecting perfectly in them. Were it not for the gap-toothed metal wall that formed the battlements at the top, the whole thing might have looked a bit like a giant version of the projectiles the Earth people used in their guns, the lower half ringed in stone like a bullet casing, and thrusting up from that, the brushed black bullet of the rest. He thought the crown of the battlements made it look regal, though, and he was glad that they had added an extra floor. 4 above-ground floors and a basement would give them lots of room. And it would be far better for space travel than being packed into Citadel with a fortress full of bureaucrats. Despite how huge and spectacular Citadel was, despite how much glory the enormous, diamond-encased space fortress had achieved during the war to save planet Earth from the hostiles, Alton still felt bad for how that had turned out for Atterbury. Brilliant artist that he was, master of stonework and architecture of the highest kind, yet there he was, stuck with the command of Citadel. He only had it because Alton had just never wanted the job. That was the Queen's enthusiasm, not his. And so far he'd managed to stay out of it, which left it to poor, loyal Atterbury. Which reminded Alton of one of the reasons he'd come home. He still hadn't been able to get in touch with Atterbury telepathically, and unlike the rest of the continent, Alton hadn't yet taken to carrying homing lizards around with him everywhere he went. Out of habit, he sent a gentle telepathic nudge to his friend, but as before, he got no reply. Atterbury was blocking, or given the absolute nothingness Alton sensed, being shielded by seers, diviners, and illusionists on Citadel. He tried reaching Atterbury's wife, Heather, but she too was blocked. He knew it was inappropriate to do it, but he cast a quick seeing spell and looked around their house, hoping to find her at home. He'd done as much before, and while it would be grotesquely rude for most, he'd known them both long enough, and done as much often enough that he felt less guilty than he would have otherwise. But she wasn't there, so any guilt at all was pointless then. As he looked around their house, he noticed a small cage populated by the couple's handful of homing lizards. Feeling more than a little guilty for it, he teleported himself directly into Atterbury's study, where the wind of his arrival blew several parchment designs off his friend's workbench and sent them fluttering to the floor. He went to the cabinet upon which the cage sat and took a bit of parchment from a tray sitting next to a pot of ink and a quill pen. He wrote a short note to Atterbury, explaining that he needed to talk to him about a very important transmutation spell. Then he tied the note to the back of a black and yellow-spotted lizard he'd taken from the cage. He tossed the creature down to the floor as he spoke Atterbury's name, and in that instant the homing lizard disappeared. Alton busied himself with picking up the drawings his arrival had blown about, and in that time it took to clean them all up, and gaze at a few, he could hardly help it, given that they were right there in his hand, he got his reply. The note read, "Can't help you. Secret project for the Queen. How'd you get my homing lizard?" It was signed simply A. His reply was nearly as brief.
"In your house. Sorry. Couldn't be helped. Need special transmute spell to merge living heartstone with surrounding crystals. Liquefying stone, no less. On new yellow fire world."
Alton sat down and studied the drawings on Atterbury's desk again, mostly out of the need for something to do while he waited for a reply. They seemed an odd collection of designs for a gifted stone melder like Atterbury was. Several of them were designs for what looked like simple frontier-style fortresses, although rather high-walled, and if he was looking at them right, made to set upon some kind of column or cone. One drawing depicted 9 of the forts all together, a large central one connected to the 8 smaller ones by walled bulwarks that arced up and over the space between like bridges that seemed unnecessarily high. He flipped through the stack of drawings and found some interior sketches, and as before, most seemed entirely normal, but for what seemed a proliferation of murder holes, especially along the bridge routes. He couldn't imagine what possible use there was for such a fortress as this, although he and Atterbury had once discussed putting an amusement park up on Prosperian's pink moon Luria. He supposed the drawings might be meant somehow for that. Perhaps they were evidence that Atterbury really did not have his heart into the command of Citadel, though he uttered no complaint. The lizard returned at that moment, appearing with the barest puff of air and setting itself immediately to chewing on Alton's earlobe with its soft, toothless mouth. Alton pulled the note off and read, "Don't eat all our food, you burglar, or Heather will have at you when we return. Assuming we do, of course. And for your spell, take the book on the shelf to the left of the lizard cage. Get the one with the yellow spine. Look for a spell called Gorbin Glassblower's Cotton Meld. Don't send the lizard back. We are being watched. We got lucky this time." Being watched? What in the 9 hells did that mean? Who was watching? The war was over. All of the wars were over. Weren't they? By the gods, there'd better not be another one, he thought, as he read over the note once more. He turned, however, to the shelf behind him, and found the book with the yellow spine. It was a squat, fat book with gold leaf painted along the edges of the pages. An expensive spell book, to be sure. Unlike most, it had a table of contents, making its maker a rare sort of wizard for such things. It did seem appropriate, though, given that most transmuters ended up tinkerers and builderers and the like, the very same sorts of people who tended to like things organized. In a matter of moments he'd found the spell. It was a longish one, 61 pages in all, but nothing he couldn't memorize with a little time. It was too long to copy, however, and feeling more guilt about taking the book, he shrugged and took it anyway. What were friends for, if not for the lending of wondrous books? He only hoped that this one would do what he needed it to do, which was to spare him a much greater guilt than the pilfering of a book, the guilt of killing 2 living worlds. One he might kill by incompetence, should he fail, and the other would die by his vow. He grunted and shook his head. All he'd wanted to do just 3 short years ago was travel to the moon, see the sights, maybe have a look at some nearby stars. And now look at him. Chapter 25. Perny paused and watched, transfixed, as Jovive waded out into the surf with her arms out slightly to her sides. The dry rippled appearance of the woman's skin intrigued the girl, the way the backs of her arms hung loosely from the bone. Just a little, but it was there. The lines of muscle were still visible beneath that leathery flesh, but the muscle was more than lean, seeming almost stringy in the striations visible there. The ancient Sava on Lansum was wearing thin. Without her armor, it was obvious. The skin seemed barely attached at the back of her thighs. Oh, those thighs could still leap well enough, and those slender shoulders could still heave a spear hard enough. But bare as she was, Perney could see age upon her. A little past 3 centuries she'd had. Not so many as the great Titaman had, but still a lot of time to be the guardian of the high seat. The curiosity that stayed Perney there on the beach vanished with the one backward glance from Jovive, who beckoned her to come along.
"Don't let me eat them all without you,"
she teased. Perney yanked off the last bit of cloth that covered her, then plucked up her spear and ran out after the old woman, eager to get her first taste of sugar shrimp, the fine feast for her birthday.
"You won't need that, little Sava,"
Jovive said, once Perney had caught up.
"Your eyes are your weapons here."
Perney frowned, but turned and threw her spear back onto the beach. A long, graceful arc that had the black shaft glinting in the sun as it flew true and plunged into the sand near her clothes. She didn't really know how she was supposed to catch shrimp with her eyes, but she supposed anything was possible in the land of elves. Soon they were deep enough that Perney could just barely keep her head above the water, and she had to jump to stay above the white froth of the broken waves, which washed over them both in steady, crooked lines.
"Here,"
said Jovive.
"Here is where you will find them. They come in with the tide, and they eat the little things that spawned in the sun when the water was gone."
She made a show of holding her breath and ducked under the surface. Perney tracked her as she swam along the sandy bottom. Her splotchy skin was pale beneath the clear blue water, dappled further by the sun. Jovive swam slowly along as Perney watched, winding between black rocks that stuck up here and there from the sand. The old assassin paused from time to time near this one or that, and she paused here and there, beneath clumps of kelp that drifted over her as well, rolling over and looking up at the bottoms of them as they slid through the low, rolling waves. Perney watched for several minutes, until finally she saw the woman's arm dart into one of the clumps. Jovive stood up out of the water then, not even a half measure taller than Perney was, and raised her arm triumphantly.
"Got it!"
she proclaimed. She made her way over to Perney, who was still standing nearby, bobbing in the waves as she hopped over the highest ones. Jovive picked bits of seaweed off her hand as she approached. She drew near and held out her hand, palm open and up, revealing a lump of dark green seaweed. She pinched out a few more bits of green slime, then briefly made a loose fist and shook it back and forth beneath the water for a moment before lifting it out again.
"There, you see?"
she said, holding her hand out for Perney to have a look. All Perney saw was the woman's palm again, wet and clean.
"See what?"
Perney asked.
"Well, drat,"
Jovive said.
"They change so fast."
She ducked down under the water and scooped up a handful of sand from the bottom, then came up again. She sprinkled the wet sand in little clumps onto her hand, and Perney watched with delight as the shape of a shrimp was formed. For a moment, then there was only a little heap of sand. Perney frowned, then laughed, and then frowned again.
"Is it gone?"
"Oh, they're never gone,"
she said.
"but they're clever and quick."
She made a loose fist again, and once more plunged it into the surf, and shaking it again, rinsed out all the sand.
"Here, put out your hand."
Perney reached out, and Jovive placed an invisible thing into her palm. Something wriggled there, little feet working as it tried to get free again.
"I can see it,"
Perney said.
"It's magical."
She was thrilled. She'd been trying to find a magical sea creature for quite a while now, using what time she could steal for herself to find beaches and seek out something that she might ride back to Kerr. She hadn't found a single one yet, and was starting to lose hope that any had magic at all. And now here there was evidence after all.
"Oh, that's not magical,"
Jovive said.
"Lots of creatures can do that. Regular, old, ordinary critters do it all the time. cuttlefish and octopuses and squid. But so, too, do the great Gavanagh whales, the shrieker-fish, and the blue sea dragons of the Tyne. Even in these creatures it's not magic, however impressive it may be. It's a common trick, actually, but very good camouflage.
Well, I thought you said these things were magical. Perny began to feel a little bit cheated. Old people always made up magical things. They told stories of tiny badgers living in their beards, or danced fake lizards in the air. She used to like it when they did that, but now she knew they only did it to get her to do what they wanted her to do. She began to protest that very thing, but Jovive cut her off.
The magic, said the old woman, is how they create the wondrous taste.
Perny looked dubious, but she did want to have fun on her birthday, so she decided to wait and see.
First, however, my little Sava has to learn how to catch a few. Then I'll show you the trick of the treat. Come, follow me and watch close.
Jovive took the shrimp back from Perny and tucked it into a bag she'd tied to her wrist. Then, without further ado, she ducked under the water and began to swim away. Perny did likewise and swam beside her, only just a bit behind. Jovive swam along through the rocks for a long time, but Perny, though she had swum a lot since coming here, couldn't hold her breath so long as that. So she came up, took a fresh lungful of air, and plunged back down after the old woman again. Jovive was waiting for her near a rock. The rock was covered with feathery tufts of blue-green algae, amongst which nestled several mollusks known as fire limes, named so for their green color and the little bubbles of boiling water that they spat. Little round beads of steam that scalded on contact anyone or anything that got too close. Perny had learned about those the hard way a few months back while trying to connect telepathically to an elephant seal lounging on a rock a few hundred spans offshore. She pulled away from the rock as soon as she saw them, her toes wriggling reflexively as she thought about how that had felt on the bottom of her feet.
Here,
came the gentle pushing against her mind.
Share my thoughts, little Sava.
I am, she replied.
Look here by this anemone, just in front of it.
She was pointing to the space in the water only a finger's width away from the reach of a deep purple anemone.
Come closer and watch how the tentacles sway with the currents. Look carefully and see how the pattern breaks. There is a delay, as our sweet little friend is constantly trying to keep up.
Perny swam right up next to Jovive, whose long gray hair floated wildly around her in the water, making her look rather like an unkempt silver anemone herself. Perny peered closely into the anemone, staring down Jovive's gnarled finger and looking for a break in the pattern. There was nothing, just lots and lots of little purple strands.
It's moving,
came Jovive's thought.
You have to see carefully. You must be patient and watch. Put away what you think you ought to see. Put away what you expect. Keep those images out of your head. Just shut down your inner voice and see.
Perny stared into the place where Jovive pointed, the woman's stick-like finger slowly moving down, apparently tracking the invisible shrimp as it made its slow getaway, working down the rock beneath the anemone and seemingly headed toward the sand. Perny tried to stay with her, watching as hard as she could, but her air was running out again, and she had to go back up. She burst above the surface and took a few long breaths before pulling in as much air as she could and going back down again. Jovive was still pointing, though she was moving along the bottom now, lying on her side as she pulled herself along, stirring up little clouds of sand each time her elbow or hip grazed the bottom. Perny swam up opposite her and turned parallel, facing her, barely the length of Perny's arm separating them. She stared at the space in the water near the woman's fingertip, a hand and a half above the seabed. There wasn't anything there.
Stop looking for the shrimp, little Sava,
came Jovive's thought.
Start looking for what's wrong with me.
That didn't make any sense. Perny didn't need to send the thought with words. The face she made conveyed it clearly enough.
Look at my finger, my hand. Look through what you are trying to see at me. Watch what shouldn't be about me. See what is there, not what you believe should be.
Perny tried again. She watched the woman's finger carefully. She tried to imagine how big the shrimp would be. It was trying to look like a part of Jovive, like it had looked like the anemone, and then the rock, like it had looked like the sand. She stared through the empty space and watched the movement of Jovive's arm, the way her stomach wrinkled and the movement of her breasts. There were lines in all of that, shapes and forms, shadows and spots of sunlight beaming down. Then she saw it, a double line of fingernail, and the shadow of the old woman's rib. But it was gone right after.
I think I saw it,
Perny sent to Jovive as she peered even harder through the intervening sea. The color shifted on Jovive's inner arm, the blue veins visible, and the little dimples in the soft flesh not quite rippling right. Perny squinted and moved closer. The line of her shoulder seemed a little too brown, just for an instant, and the sunlight that sparkled on a rippling wave above flashed twice right in a row. Perny's hand shot out and snatched the little shrimp, even as her little lungs began to burn for having held her breath too long. But she caught it. It wriggled in her hand. She burst up out of the water and let go a whoop, holding her arm high. When Jovive surfaced right beside her, she whooped a second time.
I got it! I got it!
She yelled. Jovive's smile was just as wide as Perny's was, and the woman laughed happily as Perny let her hold the little captive and measure it with her hand.
Why, look there,
Jovive said with pride.
Yours is even bigger than mine.
Perny would have clapped for joy, but they were in water too deep to make such things easy. And besides, she wanted to get more of them.
I want to find more, she said. I think I can see him now.
You can indeed, but we must get enough for both of us, and I am in quite a mood for sweets. Let's not be lazy. I can eat quite a pile.
And how will we make them sweet? What is the trick of the treat?
You will see, little Sava. But first, let us fill up my bag.
With a smile so wide it seemed as if it might just run up and clip her ears, Perny dove back under the waves again. And for the next few hours, she and Jovive had a wonderful time, spotting the invisible. By the time they were done, Perny was nearly as good at catching them as Jovive was. It was only the fact that the old woman could hold her breath for what seemed eternity that gave her any advantage at all. When at last Jovive's bag was full, the two of them marched out of the surf together, each with a hunger worked up for all the work they'd done.
Now, for the magic,
Jovive said, as she dumped the bag's contents into the sand.
But you've got to have a good imagination to make it work.
Perny winced upon hearing the word. Imagination. Ha! She knew there wasn't going to be any magic now. Grown-ups always called lying imagination, and at 10 years old, she was tired of it. Jovive saw the look on her face and shook her head.
You have to have faith sometimes, little Sava, or life is misery. You must learn when to believe.
Seawind said I shouldn't trust anyone. He says you have to assume everyone is your enemy, and that all words are lies. He says the truth is in the in-between, in the movement of eyes and the beating of their hearts. He said I should listen to their hearts if I want to hear the truth.
He is right. You should. In that way, listening to your enemy's heart is like seeing the sugar shrimp. A calm face can't hide an excited heart once you know what you are looking for. It is seeing the difference between what is real and what is meant to deceive.
Perny made a bored face, one side of her mouth twitching toward her cheek.
I know that.
She looked impatiently down at the squirming pile of shrimp. Together they made a shifting pile that looked like water that's turned to gel and filled with sand. They didn't work very well together, Perny thought.
These little creatures are liars too, the old woman said, squatting down near the pile. She picked one up, and Perny watched as it tried to keep pace with the changing backdrop, its appearance changing rapidly as Jovive's hand moved, matching in incredible succession whatever it was that lay behind it that would be in Perny's line of sight as she looked its way. That's when Perny realized what it actually had to do to hide from her. "Hey," she said as the idea dawned upon her. "How does it know what I'm looking at?" Jovive once again wore that grin of victory. She nodded, clearly pleased. "I had hoped you would see it for yourself. You are a clever girl, and Tittlewrath chose you well." Perny didn't care about stupid Tittlewrath. She was moving her head around, moving herself around, changing angles as rapidly as she could, moving her line of sight so that 1 minute the shrimp was between her and the sand, the next between her and Jovive's arm, or her leg, or her hair. No matter where Perny moved, no matter how fast, the shrimp changed immediately. "So, how does it know that?" "These little creatures read your mind." Perny frowned. "They do?" "Yes, that is part of their magic. They are the best little diviners in the sea. They know what you see before you do. The only reason we can see them at all is because it takes them that tiniest fraction of a second to adjust their skin. There are no other creatures that can do that." Perny nodded, happy to have something interesting to understand. "So, what is the trick of the treat?" "That's where the imagination comes in. You see, they are also little transmuters, though they don't actually know it yet." "How come they don't know?" "The same way you didn't know you were a teleporter until you were frightened enough to make your first teleport. I'm sure you remember that." Perny nodded that she did. She'd never forget that terrible day when the orcs came and tried to kill everyone. One of them had been about to cut Master Daulton right in half. She hadn't even known she was about to do it at all. She saw the orc going, and then it happened. She was right there on the orc's back, the distance between them just gone, as if it never was. She simply found herself there on top of it and began to stab the awful thing as fast and furiously as she could. How could she not have? Jovive saw the glaze in her eyes and nodded, watching Perny watch the memory. "That's right, little Sava, and these tasty creatures work the same way. When they are worked up into a fright, they find their transmutation ability." "So, what do they do? Turn into a candy or a piece of cake?" Perny asked hopefully. Jovive tilted her head back and laughed. "Oh, dear child, not quite. But it is something delicious in much the same way. And this is where your imagination comes in. For they are not shapeshifters like me. Their transmutation ability is not so good as that. At best, they might be C-class if they could be ranked. But that is quite good enough for this." She laid the shrimp in her left hand and took her knife from where it lay atop her folded clothes. "Before you kill them," she said, with a marginally wicked smile, "you must think of the sweetest thing you can. I always think of maple syrup, the kind that we had when I was a little girl, not much younger than you. My father had a grove of maple trees, and it was the best flavor of my life. Yours will be something different. Perhaps that birthday cake you are wishing for. So, conjure that up in your mind, not the image of the cake, but the flavor of it. Remember it so well that you can feel it on your tongue." As she spoke, her words came more and more slowly, her eyelids drooping a little as she allowed herself the memory. "Hold the thought there, and then gently find the place between the shrimp's legs, where they meet at the belly. Feel for it with your thumb."
She spent a moment feeling into the invisible shrimp in her hand, probing with her thumb.
Once you have it, slowly push your knife into it, just like this. Not too fast. You have to let it feel the pain. It will flicker, then turn grey, and in that instant you must plunge your knife in before it can camouflage itself again. You have to be quick. Kill it quick. From there.
She stopped speaking for a moment, letting her own memories come back to her as Perney stared, open-mouthed, watching. Then, sure enough, just like the flicker of a candle in a breeze, the shrimp turned grey, and Jovive stuffed her knife tip right into its guts. She opened her half-shut eyes and smiled. With a few quick strokes of her knife, she opened up the shrimp, stripped its shell, and cleaned its innards out. She presented it to Perney, who still stood watching with her mouth still agape.
"What's the matter, little Safa? Is it too cruel for you? I admit that there are not many who can make themselves do what needs to be done to the little things for the sugar secret to work. If you haven't the stomach for it, I'll prepare them, though it will be maple and frostberries in them all. I just can't seem to remember anything else well enough to make it work, and for whatever reason, only sweet memories do the trick."
Perney shook her head no. She had no qualms about torturing the little shrimp to make them sweet. Pain was a reality. Pain was how she trained her little, low-slung mount. She was rapidly beginning to realize that there was a great deal of good that came from pain. And she kind of liked doing it, too. She ran to where her clothes were and pulled her knife out of the sheath. She ran back and fumbled in the invisible pile of shrimp until she found a nice big one to try it on. She missed the flicker on the first one, and she stabbed too quickly on the next. But by the third try, she had it, holding it just right, seeing the big pink-frosted cake Kettle had made for her last year, and then tasting it in her mind. She tasted it as she twisted her knife into the wriggling shrimp's little guts, pressing the point in just enough until the creature became briefly visible. She plunged the knife in the instant she saw it, so hard she actually stabbed through it into her palm. But it worked that time. She knew it because the creature turned pink just before it died.
"I think I did it,"
she cried, staring up at Jovive hopefully.
"Let us find out,"
the old assassin said.
"Here, push it a bit farther down your knife, and take my shrimp too. Put it on there as well."
Perney did as instructed.
"Do you remember the fire limes?"
she asked, the sunlight flashing in her smiling eyes. Perney nodded that she did.
"Take them to a fire lime, and hold the shrimp in the bubbles that come from its shell. Only a half-minute on each side, or they'll be overdone. Then try one and see."
Perney could hardly get back into the surf quickly enough to test it out. And sure enough, immediately after the minute it took to cook them, she discovered that Jovive had been telling her the truth. One shrimp was maple, and the other a sublime shellfish slice of Kettle's birthday cake, 3 whole bites apiece. And so went the remainder of the day, Perney eating shrimp after shrimp after shrimp, and catching more and more until the sun was gone. She kept at it until she couldn't swallow even one more down, no matter how hard she tried, which set Jovive to laughing in the sand. They rested, then practiced with the spear, and twice more across the day they went out and refilled Jovive's bag. By twilight, Perney had broken the old woman's long-held shrimp-eating record by 4. Chapter 26. Black Sander reined his horse in as he approached Galbron Hall, home of the Marchioness of Southmark and seat of power for the largest of all the duchies on Cur. He saw descending the long stair the figure of Cypher Mest, Guildmaster Diviner, accompanied by the captain of the palace guard and 2 younger officers. Cypher Mest did not look pleased, and her long dark hair danced about her shoulders as she shook her head emphatically to something the captain had said. She looked up as Black Sander came to a halt, and she squinted into the noontime sun. He muttered the words of a flashing light spell to augment the solar effect, and in the few moments that she blinked at it, shaped his features to match those of the gardener he'd seen working a half-measure down the road. Cypher Mest squinted back at him a second time, still blinking, then apparently lost interest and turned back to the crimson-cloaked captain, who was still speaking to her. Again she shook her head, and the four of them made their way to a small stone house down the lane, in which Black Sander knew was located the Marchioness's private teleportation chamber. Black Sander watched them go, his own eyes narrow and calculating until they had disappeared inside the little stonework house. He let the illusion dissolve and rode up to the front, handing his reins off to a stable boy who came running out to take his horse from him. Once he was inside and admitted to see her, after her chambers and the hall outside them could be cleared, the Marchioness glared at Black Sander through pale blue eyes that were little more than slits beneath the drawn curtains of her eyelids, violet eyeshadow, and wiry black lashes that quivered at the fringe. Her sneer was a crooked red gash across her gaunt face, and the severity of it augmented by cheekbones that protruded at such angles it seemed they must cut through the skin at any time. Her whole body was made that way, angular, and so slender her flesh seemed but tissue laid upon a lattice of rapier blades. If it were, all those blades now trembled in ire beneath the opulence of a black and gold gown. Black gossamer fabric, webbed with gold, flared like fireworks at her shoulders and hips, a gilded puffery that ballooned as if holding captive clouds of ink. As he watched anger rattle through the old cage of her bones, Black Sander held his tongue. Slender though she was, thin like split kindling, he understood well enough that she was still the heart of power in Southmark, and the one person on all of Prosperian who could, without a word, actually create a worse fate for him than the War Queen. She, and she alone, had more connections in the underworld of Kerr than he. Not even her toady, the Earl of Vorvington, could make such a boast. But this day, they were not comparing notes or arguing cultural realities, though Black Sander could have wished for such levity. No, this argument that they had was one about simple competence.
"It's been 5 months,"
she said in a low, taut tone from her place near the window of her private rooms.
"I don't ask much from you. The pay is regular, and I give you your head. And all I ask this time was that you place a simple seeing stone, just one. And yet all you have managed to accomplish in that time is to get the royal hounds sicked on me from Crown."
"What did they want?" he asked, immune to the ice in her voice. She went to an end table by a long divan, which was covered with embroidered lines of writing, each a great quote once spoken by her father, one of the finest orators in all of history. His words had calmed the people after the War Queen had bested his armies in a battle 2 centuries ago. Southmark had been the last to go. She picked up an object roughly the size of a hen's egg that was lying there on the divan and brought it to him, placing it in his palm.
"Do you recognize this?"
She pulled away her own skeletal hand and left him staring down into his. At the topaz seeing stone he'd secretly stowed on the fleet spaceship during his brief incursion to Tinpoa Base. He'd hidden it very well. Or so he'd thought, stuffing it in a nest of wiring inside a wall panel he'd found in a vacant corridor. He couldn't imagine why anyone would have been digging around up there, so the only thing he could figure was some sort of mechanical accident. He'd wondered what had happened to it, and why they hadn't heard anything. She saw the brief flicker of recognition, perhaps even read it in the slight movement of his lashes or some twitch of the cheek. She rolled her eyes and turned back to the window.
"She's watching everything,"
she said, referring to the Queen.
"Everything. The fortunes she is spending on defensive spells alone are preposterous, and yet she's got the people sniffing out seeing stones. Seeing stones, of all things. How many people on the entire planet even know how to create one?"
There was little he could say, and even less that he was inclined to speak aloud, so he simply watched her as she stared outside.
"Given what they just asked me, do you have any idea what they must actually suspect?" she went on. "If that child of a guild master were not so young or were ranked higher than her V, I'd be on my way to the guillotine. We are being spied on by the capital, and that gold-clad idiot clanking about the throne room is going to bankrupt the kingdom to do it."
Black Sander, long used to enduring hour upon hour in shadowy places waiting for opportunities, watched and waited here. At some point she'd come back to him, finish her complaints, and give him something he could use.
"Have I not given you the names of enough teleporters to get it done?" she asked. "Have I not shown you enough personally?"
She swept her arm out toward a large armoire upon which sat a beautiful mirror in a frame made of bone, a great swirling mess of carved white complexity, wrapped around an oval glass, all of which was set into a beautiful black box of enchanted tar wood. Tucked within the lattice of the bony finery were tiny carvings depicting Earth fleet spaceships, and in the mirror itself could be seen the image of Orly Pewter, standing in a vast cavern beside someone else, both of them wearing clumsy-looking suits of white material and helmets fronted by a half-bubble of glass.
"Is this not enough? I've even given you access to the enchanted seeing spells of Daulton Meade himself, made for his little blank hussy. She's regularly to be found on that ship that was sighted outside Murdoch Bay. Surely it's been to Earth 1,000 times and back these last 5 months. Why can you do nothing with that? Must I go myself and simply beg passage to Earth on the privilege of my rank?"
Black Sander watched the two figures in the mirror for a while, their image the product of some augmentations by the Marchioness's personal seer, Califrand. Though he was a Z-class master of sight magic, Califrand was a well-kept secret, one the Marchioness jealously hid from the Queen. Califrand was a man with a single gift for seeing, and little else, almost nothing else. But he was a savant, both genius and imbecile. Somehow he'd been able to fiddle with Daulton Meade's complex spell, and managed to alter it some, making it something the Marchioness could use, at least to a degree. He took a step closer and watched as the Galactic Mage's fiancée went about whatever she was doing. The last time he'd looked into this glass, she had been gardening. Now she was with some other Earthman in what appeared to be some kind of mine. The two of them worked together with the lights of their suits flashing on a patch of faintly glowing purple stone, and whatever they were doing sent out clouds of white mist like fog. There were others around them, people working with a strange earth machine that he could only partly see in the mirror, a large contraption that had been built at the bottom of a large rectangular pit.
"You see them, thief?"
the Marchioness went on.
"You watch what they do, see where they are, where she goes. I show you everything. The woman has the privilege of Sir Daulton Meade and of the Earth royalty. I give you this information freely any time you would ask it, and yet in all these months you still can't get a simple seeing stone to Earth for me, not even on a ship they are on with regularity. I make it easy for you, and yet you cannot get my seer's eyes to Earth."
"They aren't royalty, Your Grace." In the time it took him to breathe, she'd cut him off.
"Don't equivocate with me. I pay you to solve problems, not quibble with me about identities."
"But, my lady, it is not to quibble, but to point out that Sir Daulton and the Earth Woman are well guarded, more so than even the fleet ships. And they are well guarded here on Prosperian, not only in Crown, but at Calico Castle as well. Sir Daulton has shrouded the old keep in nearly as many counterspells as the palace has. He's taken on a guard of at least 40 men, and while the general and his troops are no longer encamped beyond the walls, he's got more traps and magics around that place than any other Prosperian but the Queen."
"Of course he does. Worthington's idiot nephew kidnapped his intended, getting himself banished and killed in the process. You can thank dead Thaddeus Thorogood for the traps. The Galactic Mage watches over her like a beholder hawk now. But it doesn't matter. You don't have to break into Calico Castle. you have to break on to Earth. And that requires a simple seeing stone. Just that, so I can get a teleporter there. So you see, I haven't tasked you with all that much, have I?"
He started to explain again the nature of the heavy guard, and the way that the Earth people saw through illusions and sensed for magic in the flicker of electricity. But she saw it coming, and silenced him with a glare. Though she did not quite raise her voice when she spoke, she managed somehow to add more ice to it, rising as she did to her full height. At nearly 2 spans, she looked like a noble razor.
"They are blanks," she said, "and I've hired you because you are supposed to be able to do what no one else can. You're supposed to be the master of traps, the king of illusion, the go-to chap when it comes to circumventing rules, magical or otherwise. That was the on and on about you. The procurement specialist, everyone says. That is what I bought you for."
"Speaking of things bought, your Grace has pointed out herself that the Queen is sparing no expense."
"Your reputation for rising to occasions seems to have been more fiction than I would have liked."
Black Sander would not bother to defend himself, and she, wisely, recognized her own temper on the rise, a circumstance beyond dignity.
"Get me a stone on that infernal planet before it is too late. The sands are running out. If I don't have one of my teleporters on that planet by year's end, all my other preparations will be for naught. All of them. Do you understand?"
He didn't.
"Perhaps if your Grace were to give me more information, my divining informants would be of greater use."
Scrutiny shaped her gaze like the blade of an axe. He saw the internal debate that danced upon that edge, and saw that he had won some small victory shortly after.
"I need weapons," she said bluntly, "and I need them before that fool sitting on the golden throne gets us into yet another war. Perhaps several of them all at once. It seems having 3 enemies this year was not a great enough challenge for our beloved, overreaching monarch."
Few things surprised a man whose entire life had been devoted to ferreting out surprises more than that one did. Another war? It didn't seem possible.
"That's right,"
she said, seeing it in his eyes.
"The ink isn't even dry on the treaties, and she's already making flanking moves for territory in space. She's preparing for war as we speak."
"War, your Grace? Truly? So soon? There is no sense in it. She's not recovered her treasure or her troops. She's not ready for one."
"Correct. And yet she's at it with all haste, from what my divining informants can tell. She's set up a colony on the planet they call Andalia, and hasn't mentioned a thing about it to anyone from Earth, at least not as far as Worthington can verify. His informants tell me that the Citadel mages have found another world as well. Again, secretly. And how do you think the Earth people are going to appreciate that little dollop of news?"
He barely shrugged. He had no guess, nor inclination to. Politics was only interesting to him in how the shifting winds might blow something promising his way. But he did think it was too soon for war again. A wasted populace has little of value to barter, steal, or trade, beyond picking through the remnants of burned-out domiciles. People are quickly reduced to worries about food, water, and physicians, where real wealth requires an active economy. Another war, several wars, could push Prosperian toward being that kind of place.
"She's hell-bent on infuriating those people, and between her clandestine colonies and the fact that she's pointedly dragging her feet on the TGS platforms, their governance is going to be furious."
Black Sander nodded.
"They'll send all those gleaming war machines at us this time. All of us."
He thought of the unbridled carnage the fleet ships and the mechanized warriors had done, and how quickly. Magic was too slow to defend against such an onslaught, at least one that came in force or by surprise. She nodded, though it was barely perceptible.
"There's little to keep them from planting a flag right in the center of Crown City and all the other duchies and marks. That was the threat they made when they first landed, just before the battle began. That was General Pewter's message, straight from the Anti-A director, albeit the one they've since deposed. But they had the thought once, and they'll have it again, if it conveniences them.
Perhaps that is why Her Majesty seeks to plant other colonies on other worlds. Her diviners may have seen something that yours have not.
That put a frown upon her face. She regarded him for a time, something dark in her eyes, then paced back to her mirror again.
I've got to stop her before she ruins us all.
Black Sander had a hard time believing that was what this was all about.
Why not simply tell the new director of the Northern Trade Alliance? Even just get a message to a ship captain at Tinpoa Base. Why the secrecy?
It's not enough. It needs to be handled here. Her reign has gone on long enough. She's vain and reckless. It's time to take matters into my own hands. I should have done it 40 years ago when I had the chance.
The Earth people may send their machines to help her if you attempt a coup.
They won't. They don't want another war either. And this is a domestic feud.
She glared at him, her icy eyes narrowing as if she'd just caught him spying on her.
You'll do your best to do your job. Get me a stone on that silver ship the next time it comes to Murdoch Bay. Or on another one leaving from here, or from Tinpoa, bound for Earth. Send a damned homing lizard for all I care, but get around the damn blocks and wards, or I'll find somewhere else who can. It's a planet full of blanks, for Hestra's sake. Get it done.
Yes, Your Grace.
He left with one last glance at the mirror, and Alton Mead's precious fiancée. Surely there was something he was missing, something he'd overlooked. There was always a way around everything. But what? He climbed down several flights of stairs and made his way back outside, all the while ruminating on what he could have missed. What angle of their defenses had he passed right over for its obviousness? It was always the way. The simple answers were usually best, and, with painful frequency, also the most difficult to find. Simplicity was like clarity, often a matter of hindsight. He was still thinking about it all as he climbed back onto his horse, his cloak sweeping over the horse's rump as he swung into the saddle, irritating the animal and causing it to flick its tail. He thought back over everything the Marchioness had said, everything they'd covered, time and time again. But he'd done all that. The wards were everywhere. The electronics on everything were monitored. The least flicker set off alarms. And even the homing lizard trick was no good. He'd tried that, too. There simply weren't enough of the fleet captains set in the network for them to be of any use, and none that were on Earth. And then it struck him. An idea. The one thing she had mentioned that might still be of some use. Thaddeus Thorogood. Thaddeus was dead, that much was true. Alton Mead had killed him. That's what the rumors said. But his man wasn't dead. His teleporter, a North Fork Manor magician by the name of Annison. Chapter 27. Annison bent over the bar near the wall farthest from everyone. A red and green light above him kept flashing the unpronounceable name of some beer from some country the blanks called Germany. They called the things that bring disease germs, too. And why they'd name a country after many of them was hard to say. It sounded like the name of an old-fashioned disease spell from Prosperian history. Something Corgon the Beast would have cast with his perversion of growth magic and a subtle transmute. But even as the thought crossed his mind, he let it go. These people had no such history. He was sure it meant something entirely different, but didn't care enough to ask. Nor enough to try the beverage, which he was sure was hideous. The beers in the place were unspeakably bad, or at least those that Rue's Bar and Grill served. Although they did have one spirit that he counted spectacular. They called it vodka, and it was clear delight. The top-shelf varieties, as Rue herself referred to them, were the best, and Anison had taken to pouring this libation down in copious amounts these days. It was the only thing that kept him from losing his mind. He leaned heavily on his elbows as he stared into his drink, the light from the blinking sign hypnotically shaping arced lines around the lip of the glass. He watched the 2 ice cubes in it melting slowly, until they were eventually all but toothpick-sized versions of an ice lance. Frost. He'd never had frost spells, or fire. Conjurers were the popular ones, the mighty ones. There was little enough use for an illusionist that didn't become a thief or a stagehand. Oh, the Queen had plenty of counter-mages, too, but that was boring work. Tedious and time-consuming. And teleporting was just as bad. He couldn't imagine sitting in a TGS depot all day, sending scads of nervous travelers all around Kerr. What a ridiculous way to waste your life. He laughed as soon as he thought it. It was hardly worse than being the incredible Spectacularo. Could that simpleton Slick Danny had conceived a more idiotic name? If Anison had had a better grasp of the Earth language English back then, he would have insisted on something less insipid. He threw back the whole of his drink and put the glass down loudly enough that the bartender heard. Anison nodded at the middle-aged woman, who nodded back. "1 sec," she said in her rustic Earth way. "Same?" she asked as an afterthought. He rolled his eyes. He'd ordered the same thing 12 times a night, every night for something approaching 200 days. It was hard to imagine that the blanks on Earth might be more vapid than those on Prosperian, but they seemed hell's bent on taking the prize for dullest in all the galaxy. "Hey, look!" a voice called from a table near the center of the small room. "It's the Great Spectacularo!" A few other patrons turned to see where the young man was pointing. "It is," confirmed one of the youth's compatriots. Anison recognized the third and only silent member of the group, though he couldn't place or recall a name. "You see that, Reggie? That's the real-life Prosperian that freaked you out, bro." They laughed and prodded him, and it was clear from the derisive way they spoke the planet's name that they had no thought in their heads that it might actually be true. Anison turned away from them and stared in the direction of his empty glass, wishing the barkeep, Rue, would hurry up with his drink. "Hey, Spectacularo!" called one of the noisy youths. "Why don't you show us another magic trick? Reggie here swears you really are one of them magic aliens. He's been taking crap for months. Help him out, would you? Just one little trick." "Yeah," agreed the other boisterous one. "Let the Great Spectacularo amaze the crowd, and maybe tell us why he's working in such a shithole like Slick Danny's dump." "All right, boys," said Rue, coming around from behind the bar. "First off, his stage name is the Incredible Spectacularo, not the Great One, so get it right. And second off, he's my customer, and his money is as good as yours, so leave him alone, and I'll buy you all around and a game of pool just to keep it nice." The bigger of the 2 loudmouths started to protest, but Reggie put a hand on his arm and shut him down with a look. "Let's just play, all right?" The aggressive one shot Anison a long, taunting look, but Anison was still ignoring him, or at least trying to. "Fine. Wouldn't want him to get mad and send us super far back in time. We could get, eaten by cavemen and their pet dinosaurs." "You're a caveman," Rue said as she gently pushed them all toward the pool tables far across the room. She pulled a wooden cue from a rack on the wall. "Here's your club, stud. Now what do you want to drink?" Anison glanced over at them, observing mainly out of the corner of his eye. They'd already forgotten about him, which was good. He didn't need attention. He just needed to be left alone. A short time after, a man came and sat down on the bar stool to Anison's right. The Prosperian turned from his vodka long enough to look at the newcomer and shake his head. There were 5 empty bar stools between him and the closest patron at the bar. He drew in a long breath and waited for whatever the man had to say.
"I've been following you for a week," the newcomer said at length. "I've watched your show.
Anderson tried to place the man in his memory of any of the recent crowds, but couldn't. He made a point of watching, but there were places in the theater he couldn't see. The stage lights were too bright.
Yeah, well, I don't sign autographs,
Anderson said.
That's a strange accent you have there, the man remarked. I'm sure I've never heard it before.
Anderson had gotten sloppy in recent months. He often forgot to cast the illusion on his voice. It didn't seem to matter much here in the dregs. None of them had ever traveled out of his flea-ridden neighborhood, so they wouldn't know one accent from the next. He could tell them he was from Germany, and they couldn't care less. In fact, he had. Nobody gave an earthly shit down here.
It's German,
he said, making sure to make his tone as conspicuously irritated as possible.
Really? My mother is from Germany. What part?
Piss off, Anderson said. If I wanted company, I had gone to a brothel.
Interesting,
said the man.
I'm not sure I've heard anyone use that word to describe anything around these parts before.
Anderson glanced sideways at the man again. Blond hair, short-cropped, pale eyebrows on a broad brow, a rather large bulbous nose below wide blue eyes, and narrow, emotionless lips. His expression lacked that dull vacancy that seemed to fog the countenance of most of the people around here.
Piss off,
Anderson said again.
I'm not here to turn you in. I have less love for the NTA than you do.
Anderson wasn't taking the bait.
You don't have to live like this, you know. There are other places you can go. Safe places.
Why don't you go home to your mother in Germany?
Said Anderson.
Like I said, piss off.
I have friends in Mexico who are interested in meeting you, who want to protect you from the NTA.
I have no issues with the NTA,
he said. He waved his empty glass impatiently in the direction of Rue behind the bar. The man shook his head.
The people I work for don't like it when their hospitality is turned down. A couple of days at a nice villa on the bay is all they ask. Hear them out. They just want to buy some DNA. Maybe a little time at the lab. It will be no big deal. Easy money, like when women go donating eggs. Just come listen. Enjoy the scenery. San Francisco has some of the best seafood and highest culture in all of Mexico. You'll have fun. And you will find people there who can, shall we say, sympathize with your plight.
And what plight is that?
Banishment.
Anderson couldn't hide the widening of his eyes. He nearly did. It was only barely noticeable. He hoped the man wouldn't see it in the dark. But the man did. He smiled.
Yes, we know a lot. We don't have to belong to the NTA to find out what happens on its ships. Bureaucracies always have leaks, and our people have been being overlooked for centuries.
Anderson took the fresh glass of iced liquor from Rue and whirled it slowly while his mind raced. The ice cubes clinked against the glass. He missed having a decent place to live. He lived in a box that was little more than an old shipping crate, one in a stack of them in a place called the Junction, ironically, of course, for it was a junction of nowhere. But if the NTA found him, they'd want him back. They'd want to put the secret tracker in him again, and they'd want to poke him with needles and suck out more of his blood. They'd want to do the tests they threatened him with. They'd offered him money, too. For all he knew, these people in this man's Mexico would do the same. Or then again, perhaps they just wanted him to do private magic shows. Or perhaps teleport them into bank vaults, or something equally mundane like everyone on the damn planet was afraid Prosperians would do. He sipped his drink slowly. The man sat patiently at his side. Finally he shook his head.
I'm sorry, he said. I can't help you.
Well, you have a week to change your mind,
the man said. He slid him a small piece of paper with a little square of scrambled ink on it. A net signature.
You can find me here. They call me El Segador.
Just ask for me when you arrive. I hope we can come to an arrangement that benefits us all, as I'd prefer not to come looking for you again." And then he left, leaving the incredible spectacularo to his drink, his vodka, with its melting ice cubes, reminding him of magic he couldn't cast.